Well, howdy, folks. We're back, finally. After
Hello there.
the audio was very mean to me. Not the audio, sorry, the YouTube stream was, but we got it working. Welcome back to the 12 hours of Sebring with the VISC. I'm Christian McKeesby, and with me is Alice Ackerell. We will probably bring you guys pretty much close to the end before we get reinforcements, unfortunately. Yikes.
Sad.
Sad. But, yeah. Been a pretty great race. We're now into the back half of the 12 hours. 6 hours to go. There has definitely been some drama, and we will take this opportunity to give you the hourly report. Let's jump straight into that. You know what we'll do? We're gonna go reverse this time. So we're gonna start with our boys in GT. And that's where we will find the number 97 TGM SimSport car, who's been leading for the last, I'd say, 3 hours or so, since they took over from their teammate in the 96. That's Ferrari leading, and it's the BMW that's in third for TGM. Splitting them, though, is now the Gem Ferrari after getting a pass on the 96, which has slowly been sliding backwards. Neil Tasker's taken over that car. We'll see how his pace fares up. As I said, 96 TGM BMW behind them. Probably the only time I think the VISC has ever seen a BMW lead the race. Not going to lie. Then we get to the 445.
As we have one of those Porsches around, one of the Paul Street boys. It's the 753 around on the. What corner is that? I have no idea. That's out. That was the exit of turn 1. Back running now. Might have hit the wall head on, but is driving around at decent pace.
We damaged both sides equally, and no sides really damaged more. So, works out. Yeah, we get to the 445 Fine Avant. They've had a really, just a good classic endurance racing, grinding through the field to get that car up to 4th. And with 6 hours left, and the pace they're showing and the lack of mistakes they're making, well, I guess the prototypes have made mistakes on using them as the victim in the mistakes, so I don't know. But we'll see how they do. Still 6 hours to go. That car's got pace. Totally could go forward through the field. Then we get to the 429 Logistical Nightmare by HSR cars in the C8. They were way down in the order at the start of the race, but they're up to 5th now. All up to play for. Then we get to the number 30 360 car. They were a bit further up the order. I think they got as high as 5th. Or maybe even 4th at one point. Yeah, they got the... Whoa! Yes. There's an epic DPI taking the Enlightened line. Yeah, they are now down to 6th. Sort of been slowing down. Not much drama, just not quite had the pace. Then we get to the 777, a car that has had the pace but had tons of drama. And they are 2 laps behind the number 30. Then we get to the Prime GP Aston. They've had a quite an eventful run of it. They're in 8th. Get to the Paul Street Boys Porsche, the leading of the 2 Paul Street Boys Porsches. They're in 9th. They've had a rough go of it since the start. They were further up the order, sort of battling for a top 5 back into the podium, but they've slid down to 9th. Then we get to the Hex Sim Racing, the second Hex Sim Racing car, the 170 in 10th. Then we have the second Paul Street Boys car. Ben Sparrows behind the wheel of that machine. They are running in 11th.
Can I just mention that we have not had a GT retirement yet?
Ah. Good job, GTs. Survivors. Get over to LMP2, where it's been Iris domination, at least up... Actually, that's a lie. There's a lot of Irises, and there's a lot of Iris stories. But the number 77, though, has certainly been dominating. Wesley Bookup back in that car. They have a laps lead on the 46, who led most of the first half of the race. But they've slid down a lap. Currently running second. That's racing car. Number 28, Bottling Motorsport, Felix Nürburger has been behind the wheel, and he's just been a steady captain on that ship. That car has done very well to avoid much drama, and they've just quietly put themselves into the podium positions. And then up on the 87, the second Iris, there's Carl Magnus Borre's been behind the wheel of that car for a while now. They won out in a battle with Ten Sunveld in the number 11. And I am not going to lie, Alex, you are breathing into your mic, and I'm hearing every breath in HD.
I am so sorry.
It's fine. It's kind of funny. Yes, then we get to Ten Sunveld, the leading of the valets in their new red, white, and black scheme. They're doing pretty... They've been the center of a lot of really just good on-track action between them and Iris. Number 11's in 5th for the reference. And we end up on the number 38. Emily Callison's probably been the most dramatic thing that's been happening on the track. The last hour, she's just been cutting through the field, putting in some really good laps for the number 38 recovery drive, I believe, for that car. I think they were further up the order earlier on. Then you end up on the second valley. Josef Frederick Sutos gotten behind the wheel of that car. Yeah. Currently running in 7th. Then we get to Andrew Hollum in the number 52 RLR Abruzzi car. And then we get to meet Varga in this third Team Iris. Keshawn Hall in the GRG number 75 as GRG continues their journey into prototype racing. And we have Mason Randall in the Reading Game Studio Racing number 72. They're no longer last. The running cars. They've gotten past number 47, Sandro Van Sand in that car now, taken over. Head on over to the top flight now. 10 DPIs in a duel for the overall victory. And right now, oh boy, I just heard a big accident. I don't know where that was. We might have a code 80 though. Lucas Lichten been taking over that car. Had some drama, but nothing that's hurt their chances, we'll say. Donger Frenchie is in the 04 Mugen. They had a pretty good duel in the opening 2 hours, but Iris has definitely come out on top of it, at least in the first half. Then we get to the 999. Kashif Iftikhar in that car. They've had a really impressive drive through the field. The 999 Rookie Monsters crew. The 666 Rookie Monsters, the sister car. They've quietly stayed in 4th. That's a lie. They've been up and down the order, but they've ended up where they qualified. Then you get to the 114 Revolution Sim Racing car. Mohammed El Gariri's had a really good stint to get that car up to 5th. They were a lot further down the order when he got behind the wheel. Good drive by him. Then we get to Alex Skinner. The man, the myth, the legend is back, and he's also had a good stint. Helped recover that number 89 who had slipped down the order. They're back up to 6th. I think they were as far as 9th. They might have been 9th when he got into the car. They're back up to 6th. Good job on Alex Skinner. Right on the wrong side of the top 10. Well, right on the wrong side of the half field, but what am I even saying? Good work, Alex. I'm not going to say any more. Then we get to Tom Parton, who's behind the wheel of the 160 Hex Sim Racing, the leading of the 2 Hex cars. Jack Mace has been in the number 9 for quite a while, I feel like. In the sister car to the number 89 Alex is in, running 8th. We get to Alex Moore and Damir Karutko, who are 2 DNFs in DPI. And that's where we stand, folks. Welcome to part 2.
And on that note, I'm gonna grab up my random number generator, and we're gonna generate a number, and we're gonna go to the person in 17th.
17th overall.
17th overall, that would be Jack Mace in the number 9 Epic Racing DPI. And we are going to go on board and take a look at what's going on with him.
So they've had some drama in the last 2 hours in that car.
Yes, very much so. As they come up on the 445 Aston Martin, as well as a 777 Iris Racing Corvette C7.
Very wall they hit a few, about 30, 40 minutes ago. Fortunate though, they're still running. Man, you can see how many people have been off going to the hairpin, given the amount of signboards that are not where they're supposed to be.
Yes.
None of this is Jack Mace's fault per se. It's the car has been through the wars, no matter who's been behind the wheel. They're behind the top, man. They're pretty far down the prototype order. I think they're actually, yeah, they are the last running. They're not the last. They're the fourth last running prototype. The last running DPI of that. Been a rough race, but getting to the end is an accomplishment in on itself. I will always say that when it comes to endurance racing, especially in R Factor 2, especially in the DPI. It's just such a... It's so easy to make a race-ending mistake in this car if you're not on it.
Indeed it is.
Sails past the C8. Sunset, nice and easy. And on the front stretch, our leader, Lucas Lichten, is in the pits. Oh, he's not, so there's something wrong with that.
Sorry, I'm back.
All good.
Casually just got a friend over, so...
Tell him to jump on the comms.
Yeah, sure. Let me... How would I do that?
I don't know the logistics of your computer.
I mean, because I'm currently using a headset, I could grab a studio microphone and then plug it in, but I don't think that I could use both.
Yeah, because there would be echo on the studio mic.
Yeah.
Both have to commit to using it. That's what I did with Matt for Daytona.
You know, I could just put us both on the studio mic and then put us both into headphones.
Yeah. I don't. Possible. I thought.
How do I play audio through the same audio through two headphones at once? Or like computer?
Oh, that's actually
I've never done
true.
this before.
That's actually, I hadn't thought about that problem.
I've never done that before.
I guess the only way you could do it is if I ran away, so your friend didn't need to hear me. So you could, at least let me get water, I guess. I don't know. It's up to you.
We'll see.
Yeah. Don't sweat about it if you can't figure it out. I was gonna say, I am, like, way too proud of myself for the thumbnail of this, like, race.
Oh, yeah. I saw it at first, I'm like, how'd he do that? I was actually thinking, did you put that through that Snapchat anime filter?
There's a Snapchat anime filter.
Yeah, because it's like, what it does is that it finds the face in the photo,
yeah,
and then it'll redraw it as anime, and then it'll just kind of blur out the rest of the photo, right? It won't actually draw the rest of the photo, but it'll blur it out. So it's like, I was thinking, like, did he do that? Did he use some other program? I don't know. All I know is that it looks good.
That's good. Oh, geez, that's Keshawn Hall's. Orica just stopped on the track. What happened to that car? Let me see if I can... Julian Vrack was behind the wheel. That car stopped. He's hitting the throttle and nothing is happening. What has happened? It's stuck. He's got the throttle pinned. That is not my game glitching out. There's something wrong with that car. Lost drive. It's like the gearbox failed. That is so odd. Turned off the car now. Wiggling the wheel. Oh, there you go. He's got drive again. That is... Well, I wonder what happened.
That's very odd.
So it looks like the brake was stuck down for some reason, and then he restarted the car and it came back. Always... Something's wrong now. There's smoke coming out of the back of that car, I think. Yeah.
Yep. That's a blown engine. Probably from revving it?
Yeah. That'll
Might
be
have
it for the
been
number
revving
7.
it, that's an engine gone?
Yeah.
Is that
Stopp
actually...
insektet du,
That's
stopp insektet du.
Julian
Är du ready?
Brack, actually. That's
Yeah.
not Keyshawn Hall.
Yeah, Vrack got into that car, so I don't know. That is... Tragedy has struck in GRG. Hurts, you've gone into this race for so long. You get into the car, have some technical issues. We'll have to figure out what happened. Yeah, they're just stopped there. I wonder if he's trying to... I don't think he's going to save that if the engine blew. That really was smoke coming out of the back of that car.
Indeed it was.
I wonder
just gonna run. Just gonna run and let my friend in.
Yeah, no worries. Let's do this.
Channel switched.
Yeah, I'm lucky with team owner association chat.
You guys,
User joined your channel.
what's
Julian,
happening with
what's
you
wrong?
guys?
My wheel disconnected for the power cord and the
Pull the
throttle
plug
was stuck
because-
open, so the engine blew.
Pull the plug.
Pull the plug.
Yeah.
User
You mean like
joined
my
your
wheel plug or pull the plug of my race?
Internet.
You can pull the plug. You can pull the plug and maybe get back in.
channel switched.
There you go. That's the explanation. Julian Vrack had a wheel disconnect, led to a bunch of input issues. And they're going to try and do the old pull the plug and reset the car trick to get him back into the race. Elsewhere, here's a battle. David Yunt's taken over the car from Alex Skinner. And yes, Tyler Parker, as you said, Alex Skinner super sub. You did a really good job during his stint. So if you're out there, Alex, big applause from the commentary team. Good work. That's what I'm looking for. But here we go. This is a battle for 6th. Tom Parton trying to catch up the Epic, the leading of the two Epics. Got an LMP2 splitting them though right now.
Hello there.
Hello. So we found out what happened to Julian Vrack. His wheel disconnected. His inputs were messed up. Yeah. So they're going to try and do the old internet plug disconnect reconnect trick to see if they can save it. Ooh, if we see one of the... I think that's the trick... Oh, that's the Gem Ferrari off? That was weird. Taking the dirt line. Dirt tracking here at Sebring now. Looks like they're still having issues with that car, though.
Julian Vrack, you have 30 seconds to get the car moving or leave.
Ooh.
If that doesn't happen, we will ban you.
What? A ban?
Excuse me?
That seems a little bit aggressive. Man, that was like the calmness, but then like a more aggressive thing in the aggression. Okay. Well then. Oof. Man, Tom Parton had a very rough... Wait, is somebody off there? I thought I saw lights. I guess we'll never quite know. That was random.
I realize that I'm quite quiet.
Are you quiet in the stream?
I think so.
I'll turn you up then.
DNF'd? He's gone?
Yeah, I thought they were gonna do the pull the internet plug, replug it in trick.
Well, usually if you unplug your wheel, then you have to restart the game.
Yeah. Yeah, if you do the internet disconnect thing, you disconnect from the internet, you lose connection with the server. What you can do is have somebody, you can either, in that case, he can restart the game, rejoin the server, get back in the car, and keep going.
Yeah.
Or somebody else can get in the car while he's figuring it out. I'm fairly sure you can do that, but
Yeah. He's gone, though. He's DNF'd.
that sucks for GRG.
Was kind of cheering for them.
Yeah. Our team, you always want to do well. In that during that exchange, the 87 is up to third. But I'm left to wonder if that's because of hits and not because of actually being in third. What are these positions we're talking about here? This is a matter of 9th and 8th overall. So let's look over there. My computer can keep working, please and thank you. Ninth. Laps, pits. Well, this is an interesting point of note. The Iris cars are all running softs, but the number 28 has been running hards. I guess they're trying to make it the tires last longer. I'm left to believe...
Yo, can we get a petition to get my friend on stream?
I don't know who you'd be petitioning.
Just want to get... He continues to say no, but if we get...
Oh,
I
see. Get on the stream. Get on the stream. Join the stream. I was never very good at bullying.
Yeah, neither was I.
Really wish this would tell me how much we've done in a stint. One benefit of the other live timing app over this one. Although the track maps I find on this live timing app are a little bit more accurate. Oh, here we sit. 5.5 hours to go.
Very interesting.
Very, very interesting.
Let's choose the random
Random number
I can't
generator.
Yeah, here we go. Number 20 on the grid, and that's Julian Varac.
Oh, they are back. So yeah, they did figure it out. So that was actually a good thing to note, because we've now noted that Varac is back. They must have done the disconnect thing. That will put them last of the prototypes. A lap behind Arda Erkin in the second, whatever the... Man, I can't believe I'm forgetting the name of the teams.
I'm sorry, can you hear the stream, like, through my mic?
Nope.
Okay. Just worrying, like, I just don't want the TV to be too loud.
Yeah. Second into the point racing car, sorry.
User disconnected from your channel.
Oh. I'm alone. Been abandoned. A lonely man in a lonely world. No.
User joined your channel.
I'm an idiot.
You back? You back?
I'm back.
Man. Christos Sekulis.
I did mention it to Tom Dillon, but I don't think that I mentioned it to you. Next week, Wednesday, we are getting the M3 GT3 back.
In ACC, yeah.
Sorry, in ACC, yes. I find that it's like the C8 in a way. When I drove it in iRacing, it's like very stable, very easy to get into. So let's see if it's the same way in ACC, because I feel like ACC just proportions cars a lot differently than other games do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there you go. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering how the Into the Points race, sorry, not the Into the Points racing car. Was wondering how the Bodily Motorsport car had ended up in fourth, but our third. Difference of pit
we are
cycles.
getting rounds in pit stops, so let's randomize again.
Let's say
23. So that would be the third driver that's the number 96
Michael
TGM
Rosemauer.
SimSport.
Pretty quiet, to my knowledge, in TGM world.
Yeah, I've seen BMWs all around. Honestly, I think BMWs are solidly a mid-pack car most of the time. So I think that these lads are doing very well, getting into the top 3 at the moment, running solidly. As the Epic Racing DPI goes by, with the 754 right behind it.
Yeah. This car, it is worthy of note. You said it's a mid-pack car, the BMW in our factor. This 96 car was leading the race at one point, and they are now a minute behind the number 90. They definitely don't have the flat-out pace of the Ferraris in front of them. So, that is worthy of note. Although it would require a pretty big mistake on the BMW's part to fall off the podium now. So, the stability of that car definitely working to their favor. No big mistakes.
Yeah, very much so. Bro, why does it sound like I hear a glass break in the background?
Cracking a rice cracker. Stop doing that.
Okay.
Okay, something of note with R Factor. This is another, like, statement to the R Factor community, another hot take. As I see Bartels is out of the car. Woof! That race cracker in the throat. Yeah, Bartels out of the Gem Ferrari. I don't get why teams do such long stints in R Factor.
What do you mean, like one driver in the car for a long time?
Yeah, like I find in ACC a lot of the time what we do is you'll just switch over every stint. You'll have like one, instead of like just doing like these long stints, you'll just keep going back and forth every 1 or 2 stints. It's just like an interesting random cultural thing. Maybe it's something to do with the age of the player base? I don't know.
I find like the player base is very mixed, though, in terms of age. I mean, we're racing against some people who we could confidently say that are in their 30s, for example.
Yep.
And then I'm 16, and I'm doing the same exact thing that they are.
Yeah.
So it's very, very spread out.
I mean it more in like a way that like an adult might say, like if you're like in your 30s and you've got like family commitments, you might say, okay, I can like book off this block of time where I can drive. Whereas if you're like 16, you might have no other big commitments, so you can just be there for 8 hours, you know?
Yeah.
I wonder if that's part of it.
That's just my way of working. I can just block off a whole race time, like, within 2 days.
Yeah. Rosemauer. We did that as I was feeling comfortable after 2 hours. We had a teammate that fell out of the roster. Okay, that's fair. That makes sense. He just got into the zone. Well, he did really well. Like last night. I don't know what that implies. I'm a little bit scared if that's a Yo Mama joke or something. I'm confused. Not gonna lie. Yeah, got that Ferrari into second. It was a really good stint. Whoa, jeez. There's a penalty for Mate Varga.
Julian Virac is also, again, out of the race.
Huh. The technical
Showing
issues were too big to overcome, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. As we have shuffled again, now going to Andrew Hollum in the number 52 RLR Abruzzi car. Just heading into the pits now.
Which number do you say that was, sorry?
That was the 52.
Oh, there we go.
If I'm not mistaken.
Let's see how long a pit stop is for these LMP2 cars. jokes. I'm not going to sit on a LMP2 car in the pits. But, yeah, it was a really good stint.
They seem to be doing tires, so...
Yeah. We were definitely flying in that Porsche. We fell off the roster like last night, last minute. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah. Woo! Neil Tasker taking the dirt line through turn number 1. Now, this is turn 3 for some reason. I don't know why they did that. Yeah, much more.
Yeah, weird.
The outside goes that Iris. I think that's the 77. There's the Mugen of Hives is in that car now, running second. There's some fast cars all together on the track around the same point there. Fun fact, the car that is holding the fastest lap is still the 666 Rookie Monsters car. With a 1:43.4. Nobody's running times nearly that fast right now.
That must have been on a... I think that is... Would that have been on a soft tire?
Must have been.
Okay.
But it's the teams aren't necessarily all universally running cards, which you'd think they would.
Also, if we get 10 sets, right, and we stretch 2 hours out of a medium, then later in the race, let's say 4 hours in, some GT cars might switch to running softs for the rest of the race.
Yeah.
Because then they would have the extra sets to be able to.
Mm-hmm.
So that could throw a wrench into things as well, mixing up the GT field maybe. Maybe some cars that we see that are a bit down, as we have, for example, maybe the Prime GP car, which hasn't had some very good luck, might pull some pace out of that Aston, because we know that the Aston is quite quick, or could be quite quick.
Well, let's see. Let's see what some people are running. Let's actually check. But our good friend, I say good friend, out there talking to Luis Paulo Abreu before? Yes. They're running mediums, the lead GTLM car is. See who else is around. Yeah, it seems like mediums are the weapon of choice in GTLM. It's everyone on a set of mediums right now. But the Paul Street Boys number 29 is on... Actually, no, they're all mediums. Yeah, everybody's on mediums, pretty much, in GT. So, an interesting thought. Maybe a strategy somebody should have thought of. Maybe some people are running mediums and doing what you're thinking. They're going to run mediums early and then switch to softs if they need to push.
Yeah.
I thought the strategy of endurance racing with limited tire sets. Again, Ferrari doing well. A pretty good run, as Bartels was saying, went from P7 to P2 during his stint, so really good drive. There's a battle, though, that's picking up. Five and a half hours to go, and LMP2 still impressing. Because there's a battle for position. For some reason, the game wants to focus on another gap, but here we go. Okay, the game doesn't like me talking about this battle, but there you go. That was a pass for position. I'm fairly sure. Am I crazy? Let me make sure I'm live right now. Oh, I'm live. Push the overlay page, maybe?
Sorry, which vehicle was that?
So, I think
number
Josef Frederick
6?
Suto is an 8th. Yes, that was the Aralara Abruzzi number 52 getting past the number 6.
Okay.
Our Factor 2 was, the overlay was confusing me because it wasn't updating properly.
Yeah, that RLR Abruzzi car is now on fresh tires, so they will be a force to be reckoned with over the next stint.
Sophie Jones.
It looks like.
Where were they? She's back down to 6th. I think that's a strategy thing between them and the number 5 valet car, unless there's some damage they're carrying. But I think they passed the valet on pace before this. .48 seconds behind now, so yeah, I think that's a pit stop. And I don't know what's happened in DPI, but the field's bunched up a little bit. I say a little bit. The gaps are still like 80 seconds, 90 seconds.
Yeah,
the front,
that's small amount in endurance racing. Small.
Yeah.
Nearly touching each other.
Woo! Going wide there's Jones. Alejandro Valente behind the wheel of the Iris 87 now. Second of the two Irises. A battle for third. Strategy battle with the number 28. Yeah, I think quite a few of these battles are going to come down to who got the fuel correct going into the last parts of the race. What strategies are better to be on? As I think, because yeah, if you just happen to be someone who can get the tank to the end without needing to do an extra pit stop in that last 40 minutes, that could definitely get you a position in this race.
Yeah. You know what I also think would be able to do you well is if you can. I feel like if you just keep it like conservative, as well. If, let's say that they run an engine mix 3 rather than engine mix 4 in a GT car, they could kick it up to if they go into softs and then kick it up to engine mix 4 in the last, let's say, half an hour, they'll grab at least a second a lap, maybe even 2.
Yeah, and that could be big if you're actually in a battle for position at that point near the end. And there's a few GT cars where that could matter. Like, the battle between first and second is close enough that could matter.
Yeah.
Battle for 7th is close enough that could really matter. Even 5th, really, if the paces are quite different. .360 number 30's been sliding down the order over the last hour. They're back down to 7th now. 4th a bit earlier. Be wondering about this. There we go. 9 seconds slower. Pit stop that happened now. Keep an eye on that. Ooh.
I might need somebody. I was just about to say that I might need somebody to sub into me because I've been here for around 3 hours. You've been here since the start of the race, bro. How are you?
This is the I don't know. The tragedy of the
somebody
position.
to come in, then sadly I'll have to continue and stay with them rather than try not to be selfish here.
Wondering if Tom. Yeah, I'm just wondering if Tom or Tobias are supposed to come back at some point. I think Tom definitely will. He said around 9. What time is that? Ooh. British ETC to what is the time zone the UK's in right now? Is it just UTC now?
Yeah, it's 8 p.m. currently.
Will
Or
we
sorry, It would be 9 p.m. actually, because we're nearing 4 p.m.
He should be here in the next few minutes. I'm not gonna hold my. Not gonna bet on it, but theoretically he should be here soon. I'm going to guess the rain is not coming. Wait. Rain's starting in 2 minutes.
What? Okay, so he just said, speaking of that, just said that he'll be in about 40 minutes time. Just gonna watch the start of...
Oh, okay, there you go. You're gonna watch real Sebring instead of VISC Sebring? Very disappointed in you, Tom. I had faith in you. Thought you were a real G.
Hey, I have a question. How many people do you think would notice if we changed?
We changed what? Was changed over to the 24-hour series?
Nah, to the real Sebring.
That would throw some people for a loop. Like, why is it daytime? Why are there no prototypes? Here we go. So, Josef Frederick Suto is going to have a challenge from Nate Vargas soon at this current rate. Nate Vargas only down there because they had a penalty recently. They're certainly faster than the Valet, but this Valet versus Iris battle on LMP2 is continuing. Kind of on podium or burst. Not bust, just burst. He will burst into a million, like a pinata. Kind of on right now.
Oh.
Outside looking in on the podium though, so you might be bursting. They are only a lap down, and they are running fourth, so it's not out of the question. Anything could happen if Kingsbury makes a mistake. Never know. I'm sure that the Finevond Aston Martin is faster than the TGM BMW. Varga continues. Now under 10 seconds the gap. Josef Frederick Suto and the Valet. Number 6. Hello.
Yeah, sorry, just had to unplug and replug my headset.
Oh. On board with Josef Frederick Suto. Sub 9 seconds. He's moving, folks. Varga is moving. Won't put him on the scoring board, but hey. Can't get everything you want here. Into Cunningham. A bit of the curb to turn the car. Now looking towards Tower.
I'm reminding every single driver out there of just trying to stay safe. Do not do crazy moves into turn 3 anymore, please. So track limits in turn 3, please, guys.
I'm assuming something happened that we missed. I like that delay. I'm reminding all the drivers. You should have just left it that. Just said nothing else. Just walked away.
What did he say exactly?
Stop making crazy moves into turn 3, basically, is what he said. He said stay safe.
Bruh.
And I guess they're going to start enforcing track limits more strenuously on turn 3. Okay, I just want to mention, Nate Varga gained 4 seconds on the Valet in that lap. I don't know if the Valet was caught up in, like, downtown LA traffic, or if this is just how fast Nate Varga is. He goes around the outside, and he keeps it in track limits, so nice and tidy.
One moment. I'll just be back in a moment.
Okay. Curbs to 3, 4, and 5. Are nice and tidy for a good exit into Big Bend. Zoom TM. There we go. Another second. Oh my goodness, folks. This is... I think we've only seen the Prime GP LMP2 car have a stint like this thus far. It really shows you what a set of fresh tires can do in this race. We need to watch this battle. Absolutely steaming ahead, Mate Fargo right now.
Okay, I have returned.
So, just so we know, man, Josef Frederick Suto is having a rough go of it right now. In terms of his pace, just 2 seconds alone faster in the second sector. That's how fast Mate Varga's going right now. Now now only about 4 seconds between the two cars as it goes into sunset. Still a flag there in sector 3. I wonder if somebody went around behind.
Is somebody slow on the front stretch?
Oh, I don't know, that was weird. So, people in from the pits, but that's about it. Both these cars are running soft tires, so maybe Josef Frederick Suto's just taking the life out of his softs. Struggling through a double stint right now, but now you can actually see him. It's just the next car up the road.
Wait, if I'm not mistaken, we have a limit of... if I'm not mistaken, don't the LMP2s have a limit of 12 sets?
Yeah.
But they have to pit every 40 minutes rather than every hour.
Yeah.
So they actually have to use mediums.
They're all running softs. They're just double stinting softs.
Huh.
Yeah. Shock the mediums would be that much worse. Here we go now. Less than 2 seconds between the Valet and the Iris. Into Tower. Neither of them hits the apex. They both decide it needs its own personal space. Oof, just hopping over the curb. Here we go. See if Mate Varga's close enough to do anything at Le Mans. Good run here. Oh, gets a little bit of a slide on. Hurts his exit. Still closing, though. Oh my goodness. Maybe Mate Varga's in full fuel save? I'm curious. Look at a ping on TeamSpeak. 13 sets for DPI LMP2. Qualifying sets is allowed tires for the race. Interesting. Okay, so 13 sets of tires, not 12. And there you go, Mate Varga is through. Yeah, I'm sure Josef Frederick Suto was saving fuel at the end of a tire stint, and that was the explanation for the massive pace differential. So now we'll have to see how that all works out with strategy. I'm sure he'll be happy to get off those tires, though. On the outside of Big Bend around the C8 does it all nice and tidy. Also, I like that Santu, being the head steward, is also watching the race. I feel very appreciated and loved right now. Here's another battle that's going on. So you actually have 11 tires for the race, Santu's saying, based off qualifying if you use 2 sets. That's interesting. We're having like a conversation back and forth, basically. A few teams with 9 sets going to the race. Yikes! Holy boy! Battle for LMP2 P6 is about to develop. I think that's what we're watching. We pull up the 1v1 battle display so we can track that. You can see a bit of traffic ahead holding up. I think that's Sophie Jones in the Prime GP. Getting in a bit of a spot of bother with the C7. I think that's the 777 from Iris. Corvette. Now they're heading into turn 1. It's on board with Jurika Slovenak. It's around the Iris on the inside. Nice and easy on the exit. No drama there. Into turn 3. Quick into turn 4. Set up for turn 5. Oh, too much of a slide! It's going to hurt Jurika. Going to have to make that time up again. Never good to slide, but it hurts you even more when it's just before a big, long straight. And that's going to give Sophie about a second of breathing room. But the way that Jurika's going...
I don't think it'll make that much of a difference. He's like
yeah.
very on it.
Yeah, based off what I was given by the head steward there in that little bit about how some teams are going into this with like 9 tires. You got to think some of these teams have just... They're triple stinting, quadruple... They even think about quadruple stinting and just in pain. Just fuel saving, trying to make tires work. I know Tom said that the tire part of this really takes away from the on-track fighting. I think it's doing the opposite. We are seeing some interesting developments as those cars on fresher tires catching up on cars on worse tires. Now here's the question:
Very
does
much so.
Sophie even try and defend, or does she just focus on getting to the end of her stint? Now, we know that Prime GP car is pace, but if it's on bad tires or if it's in a full fuel save, it's going to be hard. She does seem a lot stronger in the second sector, though. Yurika did not gain any time through that third sector, or even through the second didn't gain much. The Rookie Monsters car slide past. Oh no! Somebody's in the wall there! Who was that?
That is the 87 Team Iris. Wait, never mind. That's not. I'm sorry. I'll stop. That was a...
Joseph Frederick Suit? Oh, was it maybe? Was it the valet?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
That was the number 6.
Go. Back to this battle, though. Oh, jeez, and there's a Paul Street Boys Porsche facing the wrong way. Dramatic lap here. Just see the gap visibly closing between Jones and Slovanek. Come through Cunningham, through Collier, into turn 12, up the tower. Even if she's on old tires, she's keeping it nice and tidy. Critically. Second between the two
Code
cars.
80, 10 seconds.
Oh, and this Code 80 is going to neutralize it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 18 first. Code 18 first.
I'm left to wonder if it's the Paul Street Boys car that...
I would think so.
Yeah. Go on board and see if there's a fighting... Yeah... I think he's fighting suspension. I might be wrong. I see it straight. Either way, let's go to the replay.
Well, while we're in at Code 80, I'm going to change out my chair.
We are going back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green, green.
Okay, chair swap complete.
Here we go. Ben Sporos in the Porsche RSR. Oh, yeah, just gets on the... Oof. Hard hit in the wall. In the pits for a while. Back onto this battle, though, that we were on board with just before the Code 80. So with that... Hour to go. We'll do the hourly update after we see how this ends, if Sophie Jones can hold it off, or if they're gonna... Yurika will get the job done from the number 52 for this battle for 6th. Neither of these cars are too far behind Sonneveld in 5th, so this is really part of a wider battle for 5th we've had for the last 2-3 hours, I'd say. We are on to the Ulman Straight. It's a 445 fine of Vaughn just ahead. Vaughn's been pretty bullied by prototypes, but gets away scot-free this time. Here's a part of this battle that perhaps neither team really thought about. I think that's the 3rd place car in LMP2, just ahead of them. Could complicate this. That's the, which team is that? Interesting. Alright, I don't know which team that is off the top of my head, not gonna lie.
Okay, I am back. Sorry about that.
There we go. It's the bottling motorsport car that's between them. And you can see Sophie Jones is not dramatically slow. Like, I think once Yurika caught up, they must have made the decision to just turn up the wick. It would be worth defending the position instead of saving the fuel, needing a fuel member, and letting the RLR Abruzzi car down.
I don't think so. I just saw another car go off. Which vehicle was that? That was, at, that was that T1. Oh, never mind. I'm an idiot. He was coming out of the pits.
Fair. But this is interesting because now, stuck behind the bottling motorsport LMP2 car, I think that's number 28, Daniel Caulfield in the wheel, behind the wheel.
Oh, never mind. He did go off at T3.
Oh.
He went up the inside of the 777 and then did turn off the track.
Oh.
Just went straight on.
Oop, a bit of a hiccup there with my connection, but we're back. And I'm going to get around the bottling motorsport car. Catches that inside curb, though, there. And that just messes up his line. With the bottling motorsport car lets him go. Yep, Daniel Caulfield decides to let Jurka Slovnak through. So that's an interesting part of this, is as the strategy game goes back and forth, the pace differences, even between cars that are a lap ahead and cars that are a lap behind, can just shift so dramatically. That really hurts Slovnak because now he's down 3 seconds to Emily Jones, so it's working out. We will take this moment, though, to do what I wanted to do, which is give you the hourly update, give you the whole perspective on the race. Let's see, race. What am I looking for? Mid-race results. Awesome. So, keep that picture in the background for you. Battle for 6th. But, off the top, the 07 from Team Iris continues to lead, as it has for quite some time now. Behind them is the 04 Mugen, which has run in 2nd. Whoa! That's an LMP2 taking the dirt track. 999 and 666 from Team Rookie Monsters are running 3-4. And 3 laps behind them is Mohammed Al Ghariri. He's had a pretty strong stint. He's been in the car for a while now as well. 3 laps behind, but done well. Not to take anything away from him, he's moved that car forward. Behind them is the 89 David Yuntz, taken back over in that car after a super stub stint from Alex Skinner. Then you get to the 160 Hex Sim Racing car, the leading Hex, Tom Parton back behind with that car. Number 9, Epic Sim Racing in 8th, and our last running DPI. And we have 2 DNFs. We have the 69 Prime GP, who has departed us, and the 150 Hex that has departed us. Head on over to LMP2, where Iris, yet again, leading there. Wesley Bookout still behind the wheel of that car, as he's been for some time. Very good run from the Iris crew in LMP2. I think we've seen everyone in that car. We'll drive today, so we'll see how they split the time up for the last 5 hours. Owen AK. We're just going to go with what Tom said. Owen AK. In the 46, Into the Points racing car. Really strong run from Into the Points Racing. They might be saying what could have been because they were leading at one point, but I'm sure they will be happy with a second place result if they can hold the car there for the next 5 hours. And we head over to Daniel Cofield in the Bottling Motorsport number 28. They're having a pretty solid run as well in fourth. And we get to His Sonneveld in the Valet VMS Sun Edits Racing number 11. Behind them is the battle we've been watching. And that's between Sophie Jones in the Prime GP and Yurika Slovanak in the RLR Bruzzi car. It's been a very fascinating higher strategy battle between these two. Right now, Prime's on top, but the gap between these two is small and has been closing. See who comes out on top in that. And we get to the number 66, Nate Varga in that car from Team Iris. I heard another incident. I think that was in Sunset. I think we'll see what will have happened. I don't know what happened at all. I'm not going to lie. Then we get to Josef Frederick Suto in the number 6. And then Arda Erkan in the Into the Points Racing number 47. Okay, whatever happened seems to have been cleared, so that's good. But yeah. We head on over to the back half. We have Mason Randall, the last running on P2. We lost Julian Vrack in the last hour. Unfortunately, technical issues taking away that GRG entry. Also lost the number 17 from Team Iris. So somebody is taking out the braking markers. And gets a little bit caught behind the leading GTLM car. So let's head on over to GTLM and talk about that leading GTLM car. Luis Paulo Abreu in the TGM. SimSport Ferrari, they've had a really strong run. TGM has, certainly a surprise. I think for most people to see them up the order, given Finavond and Iris have would probably have been my go-tos for this race, but nope, TGM, out of nowhere, showing them how it's done. Behind them is the number 90, Neil Tasker has taken over that car. That's the Gem car. After a really strong run, must be said, from Toussaint Bartels, got that car up from 7th to 2nd. This stint, really good job on his part. Then we head on over to the second TGM SimSport, our one lone BMW, Simon Kingsbury behind the wheel of that car. They've been solidly running third, although Mile Evers in the 445 Finavon car, which is recovering from a really bad opening stint, unfortunately, and bad qualifying. Since then, they've been on the charge. It's like they just found the right tire pressure setting or something. I don't know, but that car's got pace, and it has been cutting through the field like a hot knife through butter. And given the pace difference, I would not be surprised if they're threatening that 96 car by the time we're counting down the last hour. Head on over to the 429. Paul J. Venters has gotten into the logistical nightmare by HSR Corvette. That's the C8. Just a quiet, good run for them since the first stint ended. Then we head over to the 777. 10 Lauer has been in that car for a while. It's been a rough go of things, not going to lie, for 10 Lauer. That car was leading, but they're back down at 6th now and a few laps down off the leaders. We'll have to see if they can get any further up the field before this is all said and done. Then on over to the number 30, Joe Gostitz in the 30. That was tough. He's in the 360 Ferrari. They've been kind of around there most of the race. They did up the 4th briefly off other cars having incidents, but they've slowly slid down the order over the course of the last few hours. And on over to the 754 Paul Street Boys. That's the leading of those two Porsches. Gem 1 and TGM 2. Did I miss a pass on track? We have to find out. Maximilian Putravki in the Prime GP number 59 Aston Martin. They've had a run of things. 170 Hexim Racing car. That's the one there in 10th. Then we head on over to our last running GTLM. No retirements in GTLM. I'm glad to see it. 753 there. That's their second Porsche RSR they've brought today. I'm going to check on that. Wow, yeah, Gem's in the lead. I don't know what I missed. But wow. The Gem Ferrari has taken the lead. I don't know if I was on a pit stop or if I missed. I did not know the gap was that small. That's not a small lead either. That's a 30-second lead. It must have been on pit stops. Yeah, the Gem car is out front. Good drive from the Gem crew. let's head back.
And it's time for me. Sorry to interrupt. It's time. Sorry, actually, you know what? You do your thing.
No, I've got nothing else to say.
Oh, okay. Well, it's time for the usual random number generator. And we're going to go to the 21st. That is the 97 Ferrari, running second in GTLM, driven by Oliver Verhelst. Coming into turn 4 and 5. You know, I feel like they've been at the top the whole time, and there's nothing really bad that you can say about them, because they've just been running so cleanly and so well.
And then they got punted by a prototype.
Yeah,
For their
I
second
didn't
round.
realize that.
I didn't realize that either. That was happening. A bunch of things happened during that hourly update, and that was one of the big ones, was a change for the lead in
Well,
GT Le
he
Mans.
just passed that DPI again. Let's see what's going on with that DPI. Is that
One of the epics, but I don't know which.
that would be not the 89, so that would then leave it to be the 09.
Yeah,
Is going slowly, definitely going slowly.
I'm sure that car is carrying some damage then.
Um,
Unless they ran out of fuel? I wonder if they missed their fuel and they're trying to nurse the car around.
Possibly.
You can see he's barely on the throttle. Yeah, and
Yeah.
Yurica got Jones. That was the other big thing that happened, was the battle for 6th has ended, and Jones... So here's an interesting thing.
Slow car sector 3, slow car sector 3.
Jones had a spin at the hairpin after getting passed, but she's less than 3 seconds behind Slovanak, so I'm wondering if something happened again, but that gap is closing again. Woo! Somebody takes that's a 360 Ferrari taking a wide line. We'll see if Jones is planning to close the gap again. This is an interesting battle because the pace difference doesn't seem terribly obviously clear-cut. There's definitely some pace in that number 38 Prime car. They have the fastest lap in LMP2, actually. Curious to see that. I actually didn't know that. The Prime car is the fastest lap in LMP2 in this entire race. They're running 6th for their effort. Is that between them? I don't know. Sophie Jones gets around that Iris, 2.3 seconds back. On Slovanak. It's a good run out of here, you never know. I'm very confused as to how this battle's developing. I'm just lost in the sauce with this one. While all this is going on, Slovanak and Jones are both slowly catching Sonneveld. So this could be quite a firecracker of a finish in LMP2. As that's going on, though, the battle going on. Is this a battle? Oh no. The Into the Points racing car somehow has fallen back to 4th? When did that happen? This must be pit cycles and yeah, they must be doing pit cycles and prototypes, because there's two that I'm confused by that, how that's happened. And as that's happening, yes, Sophie Jones is back on the attack. Oh, you know what? There was pit stops. There was pit stops in LMP2, because I'm pretty sure Emily Callison was in that car. Now Sophie
it was still Jones.
It was still Jones? Okay, I am lost.
I'm sorry, but I can't help you.
I'm just confused because it seemed like Yurica was flying, and now... Then once he got close to Jones, the flight ended, and now Jones is... It's like Yurica ran through the good part of the tires, and now they're both leveling out on wear. And the pace is sliding back towards the Prime GP car. It's definitely on the last lap, Jones was faster, and I don't know, maybe that's traffic. As you can see, the 777 Iris is going to hold her up here a bit. That can play into this quite a lot. We will see how this ends. This is quite the drama going on. And at the same time, this is a battle for third between Into the Points and the Bottling Motorsport car. Ha!
Yeah. Do you mind if I step away from the mic for a little while?
Yeah, go for it if you need it, man.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so Jurka Slovenak's in the pits, so that will put Jones back into 6th. See how that works in the pit cycle. Now we'll focus our attention on this battle in LMP2. LMP2! Single-handedly keeping this race from being boring. Very proud of you, LMP2. Good job. Here we go. How has the 16 been in the pits for 7 minutes, Lamau? We're on track. Okay, I'll refresh the overlay page. It must have freaked out. We'll do that sometimes. We'll end up like minutes off and... Is there actually 4 hours and 43 minutes left in this race? Can you guys confirm that the time is correct? It's probably going to be a bit off because there's a delay on the stream, of course, but... Actually, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't ask you guys. Like, why did it do that? Refresh it again. There we go. Here we go. Into Cunningham. Oh, that really is tightened up there. Half a second between the two. That's the 777 Iris car. Oh, it's going to get in the way going to Tower, and that's going to give Hofield a bit of a breather. Near main gap scale. Oh, I see. Here we go. Owen, AK. Yes, 30 seconds of delay. Okay, that makes sense because the stream is like the stream is actually 30 seconds delayed. So if it's only 30 seconds, then that's correct. The time's not off. We go into Sunset. Making just at the 100-meter board. Owen AK does at least into the point. Racing Orica. Nice and tight out of the exit. Both on the power nice and early, but Owen definitely got the better exit. Heading for the line, looking into turn 1, not close enough quite yet. Carrying through, man, he's strong even in the air wash of that number 28. Down to turn 3. Oh no, big old slide, locked the rears, saves it though. Yikes! Owen, lucky to get away with that. Keeps it together, and that's going to give Daniel Hofield a little bit of a breather. Out of Big Bend in towards the hairpin underneath the Mobile One bridge. Hairpin now. Both nice and tidy. This is a fascinating part of this race. That managing tire wear is turning out to be a big part of the race here as we head into the final 4 hours of the 12 hours of Sebring. Power. About a 1.5-second gap. Owen AK once again has a better run. Gap is staying though about 1.6 seconds. Now here we go. This is coming up to the most important turn of the track, or at least one of the two most important. Alongside turn 5, that's Le Mans. All the curb, down the element straight yet again. Really like what, 100, 250th time? I don't know. I am not keeping track of the laps. Second between these two cars now, into Sunset. As they are both doing this, they're all catching up to the 87. Only 8 seconds now, the gap to Bore in second. Turn 1 yet again. Nice and tight up against the wall. Use all the track on the exit, but you don't want to touch the dirt. They both do that. Now into turn 3. After the mysteriously absent turn 2. Through turn 5. Once again, towards Big Ben. The gap's even closer this time. Is Owen AK thinking about it? A little bit too far away, I'd say. Underneath the Mobile One bridge, hard on the brakes yet again. Bit of a lockup from the number 28, but not enough to send them wide. Oh, that's interesting. Knights racing in Florida, man. Look at that. Yeah. A beautiful night. Beautiful, clear night. The rain seems to have avoided us. Couldn't ask for anything more. One AK right on the back of Daniel Cofield. As we're fighting in the night under the lights here at Sebring. And they've really made this track quite pretty. And I remember when Alex... Oh boy, a little bit wide actually, Cofield. That's going to compromise him into Le Mans. Going to give Owen AK the inside line, but he can't get the exit. I went to the rain and washed the rubber away. Unfortunately, that will not be happening apparently. Nate Varga moves forward into 7th as this battle is going on. If that was a pit strategy. Here's a DPI on the inside, going to force the Into the Points racing car to take a wider line. But Daniel Cofield is held up by one of the Paul Street Boy cars. That's the Hexam Racing Cadillac on the inside of Cofield heading in to turn 1. That forces Cofield wide. And here we go. This could be it. Into turn 3. Does he get it done? Oh my goodness. Cofield's holding on. Tries at least in turn 4. Can't get it done. Owen AK has it into turn 5. Now, here's the thing. Now going to have to defend heading into the hairpin under the Mobile 1 bridge. Cofield on the outside. Yeah, not going to happen there on the outside, but he's still right there in the draft. He's going to get this position back. He has to get it done. I can't imagine he can catch up to Owen AK. Oh man, there's a Prime GP Aston off the track on the left. And there you go into Cunningham. It looks like the deal has been sealed. Owen AK is free. That was a good fight. That's what we're here for, folks. Dogfights on the night. And the whole time this happened, I think they made up about 20 seconds to Bore. Actually, I might be wrong. I think I'm thinking of another fight. That's Jones on Sonneveld. She's made up 4 seconds to Sonneveld while that fight was happening. The gap to Bore is around what it was when they went into this. They might have actually lost 2 seconds in the overtake. Now move the Bottling Motorsport car down into 4th. They were in 3rd for quite a while, but unfortunately they are now further down the order than they'd like. I feel like Jurka Slovanak is having a very long pit stop. I don't know how long he's been there, but I'm pretty sure he pitted not too long ago. I wonder what is going on with that car. They were up to... lost the position to mate Varga now, and I think they're going to lose a lap to him as well. Curious scenes. Tobias Blumschen's back. Oh my goodness. Am I going to get Tom and Tobias back? Will I finally get to leave my bedroom?
I'm also back.
Oh my goodness. The thoughts, the dreams that I'm experiencing of like actually walking around for the first time since breakfast. It's intoxicating. I've also slowly watched the sunset outside my window. My room has become dark. I might turn on the lights here. 1 second, folks.
Oh my god, a miracle. It's a miracle. It's happened. He's turned on the lights. Best content, guys. Don't get anything better than that.
Welcome to my now illuminated bedroom. As we continue on the 12 hours of the VISC. 12 hours of Sebring with the VISC. VISC 12 hours of Sebring. I think that sounds the most appropriate title. This number 46 is beginning to catch up to Bore, about a second a lap, I'd say. And Jones has cut down Sonneveld's lead by another 2 seconds almost. So we're getting LMP2 continuing to be the most exciting class in this race, I'd say. Maybe not for the overall win, but certainly for the fights in and around the podium. The closest battle for an overall... not overall, sorry. The closest battle we have for a class victory is between 1st and 2nd now in GT Le Mans. after a DPI punted the leading, I believe, TGM car. Yeah, the Corvette, I think, took a bit of the dirt there. Kind of get out of the way of these two raging prototypes as Owen, AK in the number 46, tries to gap the number 28.
And on that note, I am gonna shuffle. Actually, I could update it for the amount of cars that are in the race, but we are gonna randomize, and we are gonna go to the person in 16th overall, and that would be
Car that's
if I
been
can
in the
scroll
pits
properly.
for about a decade.
Ooh.
Something's definitely wrong with the number 52. They've been in the pits for quite some time.
Maybe repairing engine damage?
Maybe. Yeah, because they hit from 6th. They're now down to 9th and losing laps. But they haven't left the race. I don't remember them being part of a Code 80, so unless we missed an incident, yeah, it probably might be engine damage.
Mm-hmm.
Very unfortunate for them. See what else is going on. So that's sort of freed Sophie Jones from pressure from behind, so she can just focus on his Sonneveld in racing for 11th overall. 5th in class. The 52 got turned by a GTLM car. So that's why they're there. 59 Aston. That's got to hurt. Who's behind the 59 Aston? It's Maximilian Putrafki. I always add an extra letter there. Up there. Great. Traditions. Multi-class racing traditions. Getting punted by a lower class car. Other battle that's developing is the two Rookie Monsters cars. They've slowly been orbiting towards each other. 13 seconds between. Here's a car we actually have put like no attention on. The 5th place Logistical Nightmare by HSR Corvette C8. Perhaps it's because it doesn't sound perhaps because it doesn't sound as cool as the C7. Makes me sad. A muted car.
I can't hear anything.
Don't worry, once the C8, there isn't much to hear. I will never get to drive with Chevrolet. I have doomed myself to never get a Chevrolet contract.
I always dreamed of racing with Corvette Race to Win.
Yeah. In real life or in just an R-Factor?
IRL.
IRL. My racing career was stillborn quite a long time ago, so I've not had that dream in some time.
Yeah, I just recently got myself into a EK9. It's gonna get caged over the winter and gonna race Champ Car.
Ooh.
Or Champ Car. Well, it's called Lucky Dog, and it's like a race what you bring kind of thing. Just anything goes.
Yeah.
As long as it fits between, like, it has certain racing specifications. Like, it has fire extinguishing system, a cage, legal seats, and everything. But other than that, it's gonna be really fun.
Well, if you need someone for an endurance race, let me know. Definitely come by.
Yeah. I think you should be close to Calabogie.
I might actually be
User
closer to
joined your
Calabogie
channel.
than you.
Probably. And now we welcome Tom Dillon to the chat.
Oh my goodness, it's Tom Dillon.
Hello, and I bring some incredible news, actually.
Ooh,
As about, I believe an hour ago, it was raining in real-life Sebring. So, the track is currently damp in the real world.
I wonder then if the live weather wasn't put on the server. It's been clear the whole time.
So,
This might-
it doesn't look like a lot of rain, it looks like a little sprinkling. However,
It never even got cloudy
It is
here, though.
currently is currently showering, and it says in Sebring, looking at the weather app now, and it's supposed to get more rain.
Yeah, I am
Within the
convinced
next hour.
that the live weather wasn't put on the server then.
Intermediate conditions, I can tell you that. for a
Yeah.
fact. I mean, on the cameras, there seems to be little sprinklings of rain and things, so it wouldn't surprise
You're right,
me.
I am looking at it now, and now that you mention it, yeah, you're right.
It looks quite wet.
Onboard.
No, not on the 24-hour camera. Not on.
Yeah. I know what you meant.
Yeah.
I do see it. I don't see it on an onboard, but I do see it trackside a little bit.
Mhm.
I might be going insane.
Yeah.
I think you are, because that's not the camera I was referring to, Alex. I was talking about
Red flag the race. That would be fine.
It's a shame. I would have quite liked to have seen some rain running here, and I'm still hopeful that we will get some. But it's one of those things, unfortunately. Because I do apologise. I'm just trying to get all of my tabs back up that I had open before, and they're gone. It was well worth me leaving to go and do a league race, as for the first time ever, I actually won, which was lovely.
Oh my goodness! Let's give Tom a round of applause.
I mean, there was 4 people racing, and it was a shortened race because of attendance. However, I believe
Still
that the
won.
minor details in life are sometimes not important.
Take the wins you can get, my dude.
Exactly. But yes, it was a great deal of fun, and now ready to focus on VISC for the next 4 hours and 28 minutes.
Well, I will give you the incredible power of taking over my computer again, just so I can like run to the bathroom and get water and all that good human
Lovely. I'll
survival
see if
stuff.
I can see if I have a window left open for this. Oh yes, I do. There we go.
And think the team viewer stuff will still work for you? I might be crazy. But as we're setting that up, spoke to my teammate Danny in the bottling motion number 28. There's 0 rain. Live weather plugin must not be working in that case. Yeah, I'm imagining there must have been some technical hiccup or something. I don't know. But I guess everyone can comfortably know it's going to be dry running to the end. So, hey, the odds of us losing people have decreased. I guess you can definitely put that into the bag.
Oh, I think the odds for us losing people anyway is quite slim with the rain. I tend to find in R Factor 2, people crash in the rain, but it's not as dramatic as you might expect.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to get TeamViewer working.
Is his son of in the pits? Yes, he is. Okay, and Sophie Jones is fitting as well. So they're on the exact same strategy, so this will be...
Well, the weather has been set to Nepal again. I don't know what that's referring to. However, that sounds rather funny.
Imagining the server's the location for the track was set wrong, I guess. I don't know.
You'd think the live weather plugin would have a way of figuring that out, specifically on the Studio 397 tracks.
Yeah. You'd hope.
Oh.
Well, I'm going to give us our shuffle, and we are going to go to the leader of the race.
It's asking me for your password, Christian, and it's not giving me access.
Oh, you must have reset the password while you were away.
Yes.
We're going to go to the leader of the race. That's Lucas Litchin in the number 07 Iris DPI. Currently going wide at T at the hairpin, trying to avoid the 777 C7, their teammate. And they seem to be going well. They haven't really had much action. They have an 89-second gap to the driver behind. That's the Mugen Sim Racing 04 car. And we are... You know what? I actually don't have much to say about this car. You know
So,
what?
I should quickly clarify something to Christian, actually. I noticed on the session list, it says my computer's called Steve,
Yes.
and I should probably clarify that. I believe Christian's. He might have gone, actually.
You might have.
If he's gone, it doesn't really. It's not really important. But yes, when it asked me for a name for my computer, I just called it Steve because played by a brand that starts with an S. So I thought, well, Steve makes perfect sense.
Okay, great.
And well, I thought I'd give context, but he's not here, so it was a bit of a fruitless exercise. Anyway, we have got 4 hours and 24 minutes to go in this race. And we currently are looking at the leader, 87 seconds between the number 07 Team Iris car and Zoltan Hives in the number 04 Mugen Sim Racing car. And of course, the biggest news of the last hour or so is that it's raining in real life, but not in the game. And that's a little bit of an issue. Let's have a look at the LMP2 leader, who is Diego Moscato for Team Iris. Of course, he's a real life driver as well, races in Brazilian Formula 4 or something of that nature, and he actually, as I don't think this overlay has been refreshed for a while, I'll quickly refresh that for us, and it's telling me that Diego Moscato is here, but it's also saying that Magnus Bore, so we'll Wesley Burkhout, sorry, so we'll refresh the overlays page. Have enough of that. There we go, that should refresh. Lovely jubbly, and it's all sorted. So yes, he actually raced today in real life karting and got on the podium. He got a race win. So Diego Moscato looking to add 2 wins from 2, both virtually and on the actual real life track. And another thing to notice, it is actually properly raining now in real life. And we are yet to see such results on the sim, which is a bit concerning. Here is David Yunt into the pits. He's currently within the LMP2 field, and they haven't been able to get their laps back as of yet. I'm sure that's something they'll need to work on, as they're not the only car that hasn't quite got into the back of the DPI field just yet. 6th overall is Alex Vermol, and he is still, well, he's a DPI, so it's not exactly what he wants at all. Let's have a look further down the field to see if there's any proper gaps. The issue with this stage of the race is that there aren't a particular great deal of teams close to each other. And, well, at this stage in the race, Alex, who would you say your surprise of the day has been? So it does appear that I am on my own, which is absolutely lovely. I don't know how long that's going to be for, but it serves me right for being solid 40 minutes late. Well, we'll see if we can figure out anything to talk about. If you have got any questions, please do feel free to put them in the live chat. I will be here to the end now, and I'm also going to be doing an all-nighter for the Sebring race in real life, because self-respect is not something that I afford myself in these races. Motorsport is far more important than my physical and mental well-being. I have noticed that Christian actually has been recording and streaming the race at the same time, which is mightily impressive. I don't think I could really afford my PC that much storage space. So very well done to Christian, actually, for being able to commit such incredible capacity. And I don't really know what I'm saying here. As this stage in a 12-hour race, you start to be a little bit tired. Usually a 24-hour race by this stage, you're still feeling very hopeful for the prospects of the night ahead. You've a few hours to go until you're in the proper graveyard stint. And then you've got the promise, as a commentator at least, of a nice warm bed for at least 2 hours before you're back up in the morning. But here we've got no promise at all. We've just got 4 hours until it's all over, and we have a nice warm bed for the night, I suppose, and as long as you wish. The rain is really coming down in the real world at this stage, and I'm quite surprised that the Wi-Fi plugin must clearly not be working. And I'm actually going to ask. Good morning, Jared van der Weed. He says morning, all Australian flag. You can assume he's in Australia, judging by that. And good morning to you. I hope you are well. Just clarifying to people what I mean by it's raining. Apparently the game will only pick up a certain level of rain, a certain amount of millimetres, but clearly not the case for us here. And if you have got any issues with stream, please let me know. I always have to double check that my mic is still transmitting. I had a race once where I was talking for about 10 minutes and it was the best bit of commentary of my life, and then the stream wasn't picking up my audio, so that was absolutely lovely. And I do apologise, you can hear clicks as well. I've got TeamSpeak to turn off my clicks, but not to be. So we're looking at Owen Kruvhausvik. I think I've got that name bang on there. He sent me a way to pronounce his name, so I was just trying to refer to that video and then do his name from there. It's Owen Philhausvik. There we go, I've got that nailed. Owen Philhausvik. I'll use that in the future. Owen Philhausvik. Hopefully he can appreciate the effort I've put in to appreciate his name. And oh no, I've pressed a button, and there we go. So the first and third GTLM we will do. On your request, Mr. Sabi Kovacs. Here we go. This is actually quite interesting. This is Neil Tasker, and he is trying to lap the third place car. That is Simon Kingsbury, I believe, in the number 96, and that is the TGM Simsport car. And he's not having an easy run at it, is he? As they've confirmed that the plugin disconnected from the server and they're not going to try and fix it. So a reprieve for the drivers who weren't quite able to get the wet practice in or didn't feel too great. But that's not first and third, that's the Paul Street Boys car. So I wonder what's happening here. So there he is. And there's the car that we're on about, actually. I apologise. So this is the Global Endurance modding car that's leading the way, Neil Tasker. And behind him he's got Simon Kingsbury in the TGM Simsport car. And he's really, really pushing him. The BMW, a very imposing force, the BMW GTE car. Been a subject of many memes throughout the years. And I think Simon Kingsbury just wants to unlap himself. I don't know how the Global Endurance modding car has got themselves up to that position. I haven't been here for a few hours, and that's a mistake from the race leader, and that's going to allow the BMW to have a run at unlapping itself. It's 3 wide down the back straight with the prototype. I think the prototype's just got it. Now they're going to really, really battle this out, and the BMW has got to be very, very sure that he can make the move and make it stick, and really make it stick. The valet car around the outside, that's no mean feat on worn tyres. And now I think Simon Kingsbury has just made this move, and now he's got to push on ahead, and now he's got to hope. Let's take a little bit of a ride on board with the TGM Simsport car, the BMW. Heading down to turn 1, the car absolutely on rails. Doesn't want to run too close to the barrier though. Now he'll head down to the left-hander, the slow corner. First gear, you want to click that curb and then open the car back out for the second corner. And now it's all the run down to the famous old hairpin, and you can see he's already gapping Neil Tasker. And I think the Global Endurance modding car, who have already lost a couple of seconds on this lap, I think he's going to find himself under great pressure and a very big scrutiny from Oliver Verhelst in the other TGM Simsport car. The TGM, it is TGM, yes, TGM Simsport. Their two cars are really looking good for a 1-2 here. 108 seconds in 4 hours is something that can happen, as Emily Callison has actually had a blue screen whilst in the game, and that is bitter disappointment indeed with the Prime GP LMP2. I'll have a look at what happened there in a second, but keep an eye on this battle. Oliver Helst and Neil Tasker. Global Endurance modding finding themselves under a little bit of pressure. Great 4 hour stint from T Bartels, put 90 car on P2 then P1. Says Simrace, thank you very much for that. Quick look, actually, at last in LMP2 is my car. Mason Randall, who will be coming up to the end of his stint in about 15 minutes time, actually. Peter Schunneman will be getting into that car. And someone just told, I was having a look at Emily Callison, wasn't I? Here we go then, this is Emily Callison, who is into the garage, and I don't think out of the race, she's just DNF'd. So I think Emily Callison will be looking to get that car back up and running momentarily. As we do have about 7 minutes until the real life Sebring 24 hours gets underway, and I'll keep you updated a little bit on that. Of course, you can just search 24 hour series if you want to watch that yourself. But it was Marcus Winkelhock's car that took pole position in that particular race. Of course, we've got 4 hours of racing here still to go, and Neil Tasker is leading GTLM. Not by much though. No, he isn't actually. Verhelst has taken the lead, and the overlay is just not updating at this stage in the race, which is mightily frustrating. I'm trying to figure out why that is. I'm going to see if my pictures are on Discord are synced. As they are, so I can't really tell you what's happened there. We'll refresh the overlay once more. I think there's just a few frustrating issues with this game sometimes, this being one of them. But there you go, Oliver Verhelst has got into the lead of that race. Neil Tasker must have made a mistake on that last lap. He was losing a lot of time, and there you go, Nick, the overlay has been refreshed, and I'm not sure what causes that issue. It's certainly an R-Factor 2 moment, and I have to say it is very weird to see the virtual Sebring and the real life Sebring at the same time. 3 minutes of delay. That's mightily frustrating, that is. Simon Kingsbury now has found himself a lap down to the race leader regardless. So, still 4 hours to go here, and Oliver Verhelst will start to feel that he can get this win for TGM Simsport in the Ferrari. You can see they have got the Iris car, still trying to make a move. Taunton Lawyer is still in that car, and they've got 3 laps to the leader in GTLM. So whether or not the Iris car are going to take home the win or not, I couldn't tell you. However, I can tell you that Taunton Lawyer is like an Exocet missile on a good day. Of course, they have the fastest lap of the race by almost 2 seconds, about 1.5, I believe. Of course, that's in GTLM. The fastest lap of the race overall comes in the form of Bradley Sellers. Oh no, I've just done something to this. Can't really tell what. This Christian must be absolutely screaming at me because the various buttons I keep pressing accidentally. Nonsense like that. I'm still trying to find the closest gap on the field. Is this battle that we're having a look at right now between Mial Evers and Neil Tasker and Oliver Verhelst?
Tom be trying to find the closest gap in the field, and there's a battle for first in GTLM.
Well, exactly. There we go. You're back, Christian. So I can close down team
Yep.
now. And
Whoa!
hopefully...
You guys hear the damage sound? Yeah, something's broken behind Neil there. Somebody completely wrecked.
That could be a Code 18 coming then.
What was that?
As Alex confirmed, by the way, Christian, that the race, the live weather plugin isn't working, and that's Tuan Lawyer, who I have just literally 5 seconds ago said he's like an Exocet missile in that car, and now he's like an Exocet missile that is certainly out of control.
Sorry guys, I was away.
I can tell you now as well, the live weather plugin, which Alex has confirmed isn't working, is definitely not working. Is in real life, it is coming down in steroids.
Yeah, the teams have. I just realized every time I go to the replay transition this whole race, my mic wasn't on. So thanks.
160 crashed and the GTLM spun in front. And it's so wet in the real world. They're doing multiple formation laps.
Huh.
Which is something to note. This is a shame. I would have loved to have seen that in this race, but
I'm seeing that Diogo Moscoto is having some issues with getting lapped by a DPI. But I'm sorry guys, do you mind if I go? I have a friend over and it's...
Go for it.
Okay. Great, thank you guys. It's been such a great time. I will see you all later.
See ya!
User disconnected from your channel.
And like... is the replay, sorry.
Let's have a look at what happened here then.
Yeah.
So, it's Tuan Lawyer we're following in the Corvette. Corvette's been a bit of a car of choice recently. I think it must have been a bit of an issue with this.
Oh.
Yeah, he's dropped it on the curb. He's been squeezed onto the curb by an LMP2. And then he's not holding the brakes. He almost saves it, and then the DPI comes in and collects him. That was an excellent piece of driving from Tuan Lawyer until it wasn't.
Yeah.
That was almost the most spectacular save I've ever watched, but the DPI just didn't see him coming, and that is bitter, bitter disappointment for the car that has been riddled with misfortune all race long. I'm looking at it again on the YouTube screen. Yeah, he's just had 2 bits of bad luck there. And, well, you could argue that he should have held the brakes, but he was off the track when they made the contact, so...
Yeah, I guess the only thing you could think is that...
roundabouts, really.
The only thing you can think is the DPI didn't think he was going to get it sorted. He tried to go for the grass, but he actually had saved it on the grass. I don't know.
And, another thing to note, that's the reading game car that was the reading game car in for the final stop, the final driver change
Ah,
that
okay.
they will be making today. I can tell you that for a fact. Peter Schuneman will be in that car to the end now.
Ah, Peter Schuneman. Ran DPI for Fine Avon last season.
We've actually loaned him from Fine Avon for this race.
There you go.
I messaged Pascal and I said, we really need a driver for Sebring. Can you please lend me one? He goes, yes, we know a guy. We have noticed that there's been a little bit of an issue with the overlay, which, by the way, can we get the timing tower back up?
Oh yeah,
please?
yes. I'm so sorry.
I'm very sorry. I rely on that to basically do all of my commentary.
Is this? Someone will have to tell me. Is this like just 30 seconds behind, or is it 3 minutes behind like it was earlier?
It's very odd. It was about 3 minutes behind about 5 minutes ago, and I don't know what it is now. I'll double check because it should be. Yes, it's about right now.
Okay, that's good.
The race view, I know for a fact, is about 10 seconds behind, and we're about 10 seconds ahead of race view, so that's what I'm basing that on.
Where do you? That 777 car has had a rough run of it, indeed.
And do you know if we've got anyone else joining us in the next 4 hours, or is it just me and you who have once again pulled the short straw to the end?
Theoretically, one would expect Bias to return. Are you?
I'm trying to figure out what car Tobias is in, actually.
I'm not sure.
Let me. I know he's driving for Iris, as is pretty much everyone who has ever raced. Racing the 87.
Mm-hmm. I suppose we could raid the 87 chat and bully him into returning. I don't know.
We could. A little bit of peer pressure. And, in fact, I won't say this out loud because I don't think Jeff would appreciate me broadcasting this information. However, I will personally check their stint sheet and see when Tobias is in.
Clarity. And a battle developing for second.
I have a slight feeling Tobias won't be returning as it happens.
Okay. He has a late stint planned.
I believe he's got a late stint planned. I believe he'll be the final driver, so or something along those lines.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
There's one thing I was mentioning earlier that I would love to see in R Factor 2. It irks me that it is punctures. Because I've just had someone message something that really reminded me of it. And it does annoy me, the fact that there are no punctures in this game.
What's actually interesting, that was in the most recent blog.
It was, and this is what sparked my attention, because I thought even if your tyre allocation, worst case scenario, you use all of your 11 tyres, you can just drive the softs to the very end and just max out the traction control. And theoretically, it won't be a fun experience, but
It
you
would be
get
good.
a penalty.
Yeah, it would be good if they addressed that. I don't know. It's, I think, yeah. Those of you guys who haven't read it, it's mentioned that in the code, there's logic for tire failures, or there's like calls for tire failures in the code, but it doesn't actually do anything. It's interesting.
Fair, I know you develop games, Christian, and I recently got back into, I say making games, making like basic web toys and things like that, and just little projects that can spend about 2 hours on. And I was using a bit of Unity, actually, and found out why WebGL is the worst experience of my life. And I forgot all the pain. But yes, I mean, I don't know about you, but I do often make calls and references to features that I'm going to add and then just never end up adding whatsoever.
Yeah.
So you just end up with a lot of redundant code.
Yeah.
One day you plan to do it something with.
Yeah, it's funny how that ends up happening.
It's quite nice to see that it happens in R Factor 2 as well.
I'm sure it happens in all sorts of games.
So the exact quote is, when will we see tyre punctures in the game, from our Neves?
Woo!
I'm not sure yet. Code-wise...
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Very close.
Oh.
Oh no!
Woo.
And that is Daniel Coldfield for Bottling Motorsport has bottled it into the wall. I think he might have kept it out in
Well,
fairness.
that's Jonathan Jones into the point.
Jonathan Jones.
Daniel Caulfield's actually behind him now. That just closed the gap right up.
You can never tell with the overlay which one it's referring to.
I lived. It's Jack Mace says I lived.
And yes, anyway, back to what I was saying.
Yeah.
In the code it states when punctures should occur, but it has not been implemented yet. The one of many physical features I'd like to add, it's fairly low priority. Whereas before you reach that point, you'll typically come in for pits anyway. That's a puncture clause I haven't running over stuff, or I mean, that's fairly self-explanatory. But I don't understand why that's fairly low priority. That seems like the kind of thing the most realistic racing sim in the world should have as a basic feature.
Woof, and then there you go. Caulfield
No.
did bottle it. You spoke it into.
Oh no! Oh, that is a major damage, I believe. That is suspension damage. You can see the crumpling and the crabbing as he regains himself. There we go, on the right-hand side, driver's right. You can see
Yeah,
a
that's
significant
bad.
amount of
That's
crumpling.
yeah.
So, he hasn't bottled it until the hairpin, and then he has bottled it. And, well, Jonathan Jones will feel a sigh of relief, as that's pretty much the worst thing that could have physically happened in that situation for Daniel Goldfield. He's had a half spin, and he's ended up pitting what's probably going to be at least 2 minutes worth of damage.
You gotta feel for the 38 crew and the 52 crew, because those were two cars. If they hadn't had technical issues, this would have put them right in the fight for the podium in LMP2. But that's just gonna mean Valet is gonna pick up the pieces probably, or they're gonna get their lap back.
And so, do you know what's happened to my car to put it so far down?
Don't remember anything specific, actually. There was something I remember. I've only thought about that car once recently.
Well, thank you.
I'm sorry. It just
Very sweet of you.
I just mean that in the sense that like I've only seen one eventful thing happen to it. Otherwise, I've seen it just quietly be running.
Well, here's the thing about Reading Game. We always have a quiet race. We will never have a race full of eventful things, and then we'll either be nowhere in dead last, or we'll be on the podium. There's literally no in between.
The last lap for the number 72 was 8 minutes and 34 seconds. So whatever it was, it just happened.
Well, that's lovely. And how we've managed to do an 8-minute lap time, I think is quite impressive. I think even I'm able to be a bit faster than that one.
Yeah, Peter Schudeman's he was just doing an exploratory lap, taking pace notes, you know.
Yes, of the entire state of wherever
Florida.
Sebring is. Or Florida, yes. That's the one. I wanted to say Florida, but then I also didn't want to sound like an idiot, so.
There's 52 states. There's 50 some. Wow. Why am I've forgotten how many states there are? I'm wild.
Well, no, because I knew it was on the East Coast. I just didn't know where. And Florida, I suppose, is the only state on the East Coast.
50 states. I don't know why I thought 52. I was
thought
adding Guam and Puerto Rico. Wait, somebody's off there out of turn 3 or turn 2, is it? Somebody's off. I did not catch who it was.
I'll have a look on the stream for you.
Very brief there.
So, I was saying it's a very odd phenomenon to watch the virtual cars and the real-life Sebring race at the same time.
Yeah.
And I find it very odd because the graphics of R-Factor 2 are far better than the cameras in... it was with the Hex sim racing car, I think. I believe it was the Hex. Yes, it was. It's that car. It was the Hex.
They're still running, so that's what matters.
A minor drama.
Yeah.
Yes, they haven't exactly put a lot of money into the cameras for the Sebring 24 hours in real life.
That is the number 38 back behind the wall. And I have to imagine that might be for good this time. I don't know. It must have been a disconnect
This
last
is
time, though.
very good. That car looks like it had damage, the one we're just on board with.
This one? Yep.
There's
Definitely
one
does
of
on the
the-
front left.
Yes, that's what I was talking about, I believe.
Yeah. You are correct.
This one looks damaged as well. The other one looks damaged too. I couldn't see quite who it was, but I know it was a blue one, I think. Yes, the one with Michelin on the thing. It looked a little bit damaged. It looked like the front right, the driver's right, was a little bit.
Yeah. Whoa!
Whoa.
So,
Oh, that one's definitely damaged. The VMS.
Yeah.
Valet car.
you're looking at getting up to 4th. Catch Forrest
That's-
McCormick.
That's the aerodynamic damage I was talking about
Yeah.
in the chat earlier. That I believe happens in this game.
Matching that curb and tower. Stabilizing the car a bit. Losing him a little bit of time. There's a yellow in sector 1. It's brief though. Flashes again. Somebody's having a hard time getting going on the track again. That's going to be a bit of a drive here now by Forrest McCormick to hold off a very, we'll say, very much warmed up His Sonneveld, number 11. He's been in that car for a decent chunk of time, and he's been pretty fast the whole time throughout. I think he's the second fastest guy on the track. Third fastest, actually. Jurka Lovanak, I believe, is the fastest. Right now, it's yeah. So, just over. Sorry, just under 3 seconds. Got a car on the pit exit. That's the Gem Ferrari.
And they were leading for a time, and they got overtaken by the. Yeah, which car it was? The current leader,
Yeah, it's the TGM Ferrari.
TGM Ferrari. It just seemed like a very Ferrari track. That's for certain. It looked very suited.
Mm-hmm.
And the Global Endurance modding, of course. Well, as Christian alluded to, not much anymore, but were heavily involved in this series.
Yeah. Hard on the brakes is Sonneveld.
I'll have to ask you afterwards what happened with that, but not on the air. So,
It'll be internal
I'm very
viewing on the store.
interested.
Yeah,
However.
I believe it. Hard on the brakes. Cunningham yet again. So I open up my laptop to bring up my information that I have not had.
Sophie Jones was asking whether or not they can have a lap adjustment for game issues, which I think was cheeky. Well said. Very cheeky.
You might as well ask. You never know. Wait,
Well,
they're up to third? They might have gotten it if they're in third. They
No,
may
I
have-
believe it was the sister car. They have two.
Oh,
don't they?
Jonathan Jones is there. Sorry, I'm.
Oh, right. There you go. There's so many Joneses. It's unbelievable. And
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was a television series at one stage.
Yeah.
Keeping up with the Joneses, but I might be wrong.
Go.
I might have completely made that up.
Sonneveld gonna go much wider into Sunset than McCormick. But McCormick gets a much better run out of the corner. That's the C8, the HSR C8. Well, the pit stop box kind of screwed us. I don't know what that means. Imagine that's part of the reason.
Sometimes they can have. Sometimes they can share pit stop boxes with people.
Oh, I might have.
So if you
I think that'd be
want to pit-
surprising given how many pit boxes Sebring has that would do that.
Yes. It's typically an issue in the mod, and I know some people try and change it by having the teammates always have the same boxes. Anyway,
Oh.
on the note of keeping up with the Joneses, it was in fact a TV series. I've never watched it. However, it's a suburban couple becomes embroiled in an international espionage plot when they discover that their seemingly perfect new neighbours are government spies.
Oh,
So, very interesting. I don't know where it's come from, that, in my brain.
just triggered a decades-old memory. Whoa, pretty wide there. His Sonneveld. Not the best line for Cunningham. That was a good exit, though. He's closing it up into Tower now.
As Emily Callison's car is saying that she's going to have to retire, and that was because of a blue screen issue.
Oh,
We had,
no.
had an LMP on our pit box from a different team, says T. Bartels.
Yeah, that's weird.
That does happen sometimes, unfortunately. And
Sucks.
here's the annoying thing as well when that happens. Sometimes you have to wait. But I seem to have some repressed memory of me waiting behind someone before, waiting to get into the pit box.
Yeah.
I think that might have been at Daytona this year in ERC. I had to literally wait behind someone to get into the pit box, and it's just so unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they lost a lot of time. Here we go. Looking to do it into turn one. Goes to the inside, does the valet. The bottling motorsport LMP2, he gets it done even before the corner exit. There's somebody off. There's a Cadillac DPI off, I think, in front of these guys. Yes. Here you go, it's the RSR DPI getting back on the track. Yep, there. It's running fine though, it looks like, so no damage done.
And I think there from Forrest McCormack, that was pretty much him not giving up a fight there. I think he could have put up a much greater fight, but
Yeah, he
there's
might
no
be
point at this stage in the race.
might be a matter of old tires versus new tires we're seeing here.
And especially with 3 hours and 50 minutes to go, it's just not the kind of thing you need to put up a fight for. Maybe on the last lap, especially for fourth position as well. Sometimes you just got to concede, because it's not too many points. With that being said, we are giving out championship points at different stages, are we not?
That is true. Imagine
So
somebody's
who-
gonna have to go back through the stream and check after the race.
Yes, scoring intervals, 4 hours, 8 hours, and 12 hours. So we've just had a scoring window, which means GEM will get credit for a win, technically, for leading at a certain point.
Yep, that's true. I completely forgot about that. Good eye.
Which I think having 4 hours, 8 hours, and then 12 hours is pretty stupid as a scoring interval, because that's pretty much bang on all cars' pit stop window.
Isn't that how IMSA works? I don't know.
It is, and I think it's a stupid rule in IMSA as well, because you're basically overlay refresh, please, says Nick. Homewood? Oh, I said Heidfeld then, definitely not. Yes, that's... I can't really tell whether we're ahead or behind. The overlay timing says the same as on live races, so it's a little bit confusing.
Yeah. Whoa, where were you trying to go there, Forrest? Face on the inside there. Gonna be pretty disappointing for Prime GP, the number 38 crew, I think, this race. I think they will definitely feel they should have been much further up the order. Actually, no, that's a lie. That's right, they're out of the race. I forgot about that. They won't feel... They're already disappointed. The crew that will feel they should be further up the order, though, that's going to be the 777 crew. The people who are still running.
I will be bitterly disappointed. That Team Iris car should be walking the championship in GTLM.
Yeah.
As it wasn't to be. I don't think they won at Daytona, did they, because of technical issues?
Let's open it up. Under.
No, Final Rond won at Daytona.
Yeah, they did.
The Iris car came third, and I believe there was a technical issue involved there.
Yeah. Still early goings in the championship, although it will be hard to recover in terms of endurance points, but the overall championship had still lots of time in the bag. As in terms of endurance, this is the halfway point of the season we're going to reach, basically.
I'm a little bit confused how it says overall Team Iris are in third, but in the Endurance Cup they're fifth.
I don't know. I didn't put the points together. I have no idea.
How have they gone from 30
There must
points
be a difference between how IMSA calculates Endurance Cup points and how they calculate overall points.
Okay, so here's how it works. Overall points are awarded separately from Endurance Cup points. Endurance Cup points are the ones that are awarded at scoring intervals, and the overall points are just awarded at the end of the race.
Ah, there you go. There you go.
There's
Third.
enjoying a packet of crisps there, it sounds like.
Some crispy minis, which are like how do you describe these? How many?
If we had our webcams like we did at Daytona, we'd be able to talk about various food.
I do have my webcam on me, it's just I don't know if my room's in a state I want to show on the internet.
But this is the same as me, in fairness, as I had to do so much tidying up for Daytona. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And,
Next go around, I guess.
well, us sim racers don't live in the most luxurious of situations. I don't know why, but I tend to find my work area is so messy, it's unbelievable. I've been meaning to clean it for about 6 months now, and just haven't got around to doing it, so...
I ordered a 80/20 rig, so I had to do a big cleanup for that.
And the worst one is coffee stains. They are literally the worst.
True that. Nom nom nom.
They get everywhere, and they're such a horrible thing to clean up.
The Ben Corbins got into that gap by quite a massive amount. Gap to Olivier Verhelst and the leading PGM Ferrari.
And Ben Corbin, I watched him in the Global Endurance Series last weekend, in the, I believe it was the Aston Martin GTE, and it was one of the most impressive drives I have seen from a GT driver for a very, very long time. And I say it with a genuine straight face when I say that I think Ben Corbin could quite easily find himself doing very well in VEC and things like that.
Yeah.
As if he's at least got the potential to. He is an incredible driver, evidenced by last week alone.
Yeah.
It was a very impressive drive.
Yeah. He's got another 17.5 seconds to make up, but at this current rate, could be done.
And if he does this, I would literally pay for him to race in real life. And that's an empty promise, as I don't quite have the money for that. But,
I was going to say.
and trust me, if I did, I'd be spending it on myself.
He's right now the fastest guy on the track, running 201s compared to everyone else who's running about 204s and 203s. There's one other person out there right now doing 202s, and that's Zalbak Kovacs, the 754. And he is flying right now.
Actually, I can do a 1v1 battle on RaceView, can't I? I forgot about that.
Gap is down to 15 seconds. It was about 30 when he got into the car.
Yeah, he's got damage, has that car, the TGM SimSport car. I'm almost certain of it. He did a 2:04 on the last lap, and to still be losing time is quite indicative of more damage.
Yeah.
Indeed. Who are we looking at? Oliver Verhelst and Ben Corbin. 2:05, lap 234 for Oliver Verhelst. He was 46.4, 34.7. So he lost 2 seconds in the second sector and 8 tenths in the first. And then in the final sector, he lost 9 tenths. So I don't think that can physically be pace.
Unless he's on unless they've triple stinted tires. Something that was pointed out to me was not every team only used 1% in qualifying. Some teams use 3 sets of tires in qualifying.
And that's a bit of a kicker towards the end, that is.
Yeah.
Luckily, as we said, if it gets to a situation where they physically have no sets left, they can it won't be a fun experience, but they could theoretically just run the tyres come rain or shine. And actually, yes, I think this is a case of triple stinting tyres, actually, as he's on medium tyres. Is he? Keeps switching from soft to medium on the race view.
It does that sometimes.
Saying that Ben Corbin's on hard tyres, but I truly doubt that.
If there's any team that would run hard tires, I bet it would be Gem. But I'd be shocked if they're running 201s on hard tires.
I'd be shocked as well. Now switch back to soft. Right, never trust live races is what I'm trying to tell you here.
Yeah. That's safe for me. Yes, it says it is solidly on softs for me, at least for Ben Corbin.
Yes, okay, so we'll have
As soon as I looked away, it was hard the next time I looked back. So yeah, we really don't know is what we're saying.
R Factor 2 really needs a quick way to show us.
Yeah.
On this graph, on this graphic, rather than RPM, we should have tyres.
Mm-hmm.
I'd also love a tyre performance graphic, but maybe that's too much to ask for.
Yeah.
I did know a guy, actually, who I commentated on some F1 leagues with back in the summer. We haven't done many commentaries together since, but he's actually been working on... sorry, I had a bit of a hiccup there. He's been working on various graphics for F1 2020 using SimHub, and he's created some incredible graphics. It has to be said, he's got a weather forecast graphic and a tyre performance graphic. You can see through the broadcast. And I'd love someone to do something like that for RFX 2, but I think the way the game's coded, it just wouldn't be possible.
You can do some custom stuff with the overlay, but I am not confident enough in HTML and CSS yet, so...
You can do very interesting stuff with the overlay, actually, and it's pretty standard CSS as well, from what I've seen. It's nothing particularly tricky, especially if you're just trying to play around with values. It's quite basic.
Yeah. Something to do next time out, I guess. Or
And all of the variables and things are named pretty self-explanatory. I think if you want to change the opacity, you literally go into the opacity bit.
Yeah.
And you just bump it up. So it's not particularly difficult, is what I'm trying to say. However, to get some of the more advanced graphics, like a tire performance, you'd have to use SimHub, and you'd have to. Well, it would be quite messy very quickly.
And yeah, I've seen there's some pretty good stuff on SimHub though. I wonder if you could use that for the broadcast instead of this. I don't know if it'd be easy.
You can use SimHub for broadcast overlays. It's not recommended because obviously you want the R Factor 2. I mean, really, you want R Factor 2 to handle it all. Especially because that's the one that gets. I mean, we can moan if this goes wrong. You can't moan if a third-party app goes wrong. So, if I can get a chance to moan at R Factor 2, I will.
Number 9 Epic says, "Man, I miss driving now." So you were just in the car, man. You already missed it.
Who is Jack Mace? I assume it's literally his name is Jack Mace.
Yeah, it's Jack Mace, and he drives for Epic and was in the number 9.
Do you know, he must be the first person to get out of a car in R Factor 2. Oh man, I miss doing that.
Yeah, even when I'm flying in a racing sim, when I get out, I'm like, thank God. Even though I was having fun and I was flying, I'm like, thank God it's over.
Well, here's the thing. I think the true golden era is the middle of your stint. You do not want to be at the end. The end is horrendous, but the middle of the stint is just the bliss stage.
Yeah. Now within 10 seconds, the leader, Ben Corbin, or about 10 seconds out. Putting in some good laps, 3.5 hours about left to go.
And that time is plummeting down very, very quickly indeed. And, well, I think the people who have been using their tyre sets quite liberally will be starting to get a little bit concerned at this stage in the race. Lee Davidson says, "Get Jack on comms." Pretty enough. Be on camera properly. What's wrong with this car? It's not. Yes, it's something about R Factor 2 with certain cars and their camera angles. They're all different ever so slightly. Ferrari's got that incredible camera angle, however. There we go, you can see all the various camera angles. I've just clicked on the wrong bloody thing. Although technically there's the first curse counter of the day. You know, it was always a thing in VEC that they'd have a kind of joking curse counter every year.
Yeah.
On the stream.
You see curse counter. How do you even become part of that broadcast, I wonder?
Well, interestingly, I have commentated with the main VEC lead commentator before. It's my little claim to fame. Ewan, I forget his surname. I think it's Ewan. It begins with an M, his surname. Ewan something. Let me check for you, actually. Because now it's annoying me, and now if I don't check, I'm going to be annoyed. He does Ewan O'Leary, that's the one.
Oh, there you go.
And he does absolutely everything for R Factor 2 now. Apart from Virtual Le Mans, he wasn't quite picked for that one.
Yeah.
Poor Ewan. And, well, I never actually asked him, in fairness. We didn't have much time. It was this small paid job on a set of course that we were doing. And he commentated on it. And it was a good race, in fairness. And we enjoyed it. And he probably won't even remember doing this, but it was quite a fun event, and I believe he would have got into it because I know people like Aidan Millward get into VEC commentary, and I think that's fairly self-explanatory. They're big YouTubers and they allowed in, but I wouldn't be surprised if it just went down to asking Jimmy Allison.
I could see that.
As I know that's how it works in FSR. You literally just go and say, oh, can I commentate for you, please?
I've done it before, I swear I can do it. I don't know if I want to commentate any more than I do already, I swear to God.
No. I commentate at least once a week, I believe now.
Is that some dedication to the cause?
I don't think it's on a Tuesday night. There's an F1 2021 league that I lend my voice to. Except I end up mostly doing that solo now, which is very frustrating. Solo commentary is something of a very tough indeed.
Yep. Just Davide Capruzzi goes up to 7th in the 160. Yeah, I did a Formula 3 league for a bit, and I was like, I don't know if I want to do this every Monday. I don't mind doing it for VISC, but...
Yes, VISC, I find VISC is okay. As apparently we have the Jack Mace waiting for an interview.
Jack Mace. Not any
The
regular.
Jack Mace. No regular Jack Mace. It's the
Pop up to the lobby.
Channel switched.
Hello,
User
the
joined your
Jack
channel.
Mace. In
He's
the
on
flesh.
deafen, Christian. He can't hear you.
Oh. He wasn't really waiting for us then, was he?
No, we'll wait for the Jack Mace to undeafen himself so that he can hear the Tom Dillis and Christian McKeesey.
Yay. Well, as we wait, gap continues to close in the battle for the lead in GT Le Mans. I feel very 2006 Speed Channel when I say GTLM's name in its entirety. I don't know why.
I feel very odd when I when I say any of the class names of the European GT Le Mans. It just sounds wrong.
Does GTE even stand for anything, or is it just a
GT Endurance. I thought that was self-explanatory.
Oh, okay. I was like, in my head, it's like GT Endurance is the obvious answer, but like, what would separate that from another GT class that also does endurance racing? Maybe it's not that. But I guess in Europe, GTE runs by itself pretty much, so it never really has a slower class of GTs it ever contends with.
No, and I'm gonna double check this because I'm pretty sure it stands for GT Endurance.
Oh, geez, there's a penalty coming. For Forrest
Okay.
McCormick, that's going to pull them out of that fight for the podium. That's a penalty late in the game you do not want to pick up. Wonder what that
Actually,
was for.
interestingly,
Yeah.
an online thing that shows the various acronyms for GTE
Yep.
is telling me that Gran Turismo East, what it stands for. But I somehow don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure it's GT Endurance.
That feels so out of left field. Why would it be G?
Cannot be Gran Turismo East, can it? I'm touring it. I'm pretty sure it's GT Endurance. So there we go. We have got the Jack Mace ready for an interview. Hello, Jack.
Oh, sorry, just realised my mic wasn't on. Sorry. Hi there.
How's it going?
it's going all right. I'm tired after a long drive, but it's all good. It's all good.
It's the important part. So, I don't know if you want to walk us through the entirety of that long stint, but how was it behind the wheel of the number 9?
Oh, the car's a joy to drive. Even like it's Sebring with its seemingly infinite bumps. Is a ride and a half, but it was genuinely an absolute joy behind the wheel of the number 9. Yeah, we were quite a way back on the field, but there's Jared going around now. Go on, lad. Go on, lad. Yeah, it was really good fun. Really good fun. There was my main race ended up just being trying to lap past the GTs, try to regain some places, run out of fuel at the end of my second stint. That was fun.
I remember that.
Yeah, we were chatting away in our team chat, and I got to the hairpin before I realised, hang on a second, I was supposed to hit last lap. Never mind. So, as long as I didn't bring out a code 80, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
But it's been really good fun. Really good fun. A couple of solid stints tonight. Obviously, not everything's gone our way. Same with the 89 car as well. But we're still sticking it out. We're doing our best.
Yeah, that's what matters.
Doing what we can. Get those crucial points for the Endurance Cup.
Yeah. Surviving is worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's such a heavy emphasis is actually placed on just finishing these races. So you grind it out no matter what, and you find the entertainment along the way.
Yeah.
There's always something to chat randomly about. I mean, I'm someone in the cockpit who will just talk aimlessly.
Yeah.
It was hilarious because as soon as I got out of the car and Jared got in, it suddenly goes completely quiet, and I'm like, oh, okay. It's a different style to me. I respect it. The man's quicker than me. I have to respect it.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah. It was good fun though.
That's good. That's good. That's the important part. So I guess you're scot-free now.
Yeah, I'm scot-free. I've done my 4 hours, so my freedom has been restored. It's nice because obviously we've got the 2 longest races out of the way early in the calendar, so I don't think until the 10 hours at Road Atlanta are we going to have any kind of stint planning and management like we've had on the past couple of races here and Daytona. So it's nice to know that it's only, I'm not going to say easier, but definitely a lot less physically taxing. I should probably turn down the force feedback on my wheel at some point, but until then, I'll just chill with the rest here.
Yeah. You're gonna get cozy, I guess, get a bit of tea and watch the end of the race with the mates, I guess. That's the goal.
Absolutely. Awesome. I've got the stream up right here, obviously. having a nice little look here at the 52 LMP2 at sunset. Slight delay, but oh well. I'm not in the lobby. What can I say? I'm being told to say that the 89 is a rocket ship right now, apparently.
Good.
I mean, it's Yunt in there. He's quick, so that's understandable.
Yeah, it's ooh, a bit of contact there. It's been very interesting seeing the back and forths of pace for people as they're carrying tires. How was that running? I imagine you ran some double stints in your time in the car.
I ran a triple stint, actually, my last one on a pair of softs. Oh no. It went okay. No, it went okay. It went okay. The thing that I found out in practice was that immediately that the other guys were able to extract pace from the softs that I wasn't able to get. But I was able to make the tyres last quite a while. It wasn't until my last couple of laps on that third stint that I was really starting to feel the tyre wear, and it's meant that we've given Jared a lot of sets to work with, because from what I understand, a few of the teams are going to be struggling a little bit with their allocations towards the end, but we've deliberately loaded ours towards the end on our side of the garage, just to make sure that we've got as much of a chance to push as possible, because we're P7 at the minute, unless I'm sorely mistaken. God, I hope I'm not.
No, you're right.
Anything we can get from here is a win, really. But it's amazing how much fun these cars are when they're right on the ragged edge. You get a little bit of the rear wheel spinning. It's a good car. It's a good car.
Yeah, love the DPI.
Absolutely. I'm more of a GT guy, but I've been roped into this and no regrets whatsoever. It has been a joy, both here and at Daytona as well.
Awesome. You have plans for Mid-Ohio next, or?
Get some practice in. That'll be the first call of action there. Make sure that I've got some more practice under my belt. I want to try and get myself up so that I'm not the slowest driver in the team. I'm not the slowest by miles, but I know that definitely my strengths have currently been in time management more than anything else. Apparently there is a GT lead battle, the 90 and the 97, about a second apart from my delay, but feel free to go with that one for a bit.
There.
No, sorry.
Nice.
I thought
No,
I did there.
it's
my
absolutely
bad.
fine. Yes, that is Ben Corbin, 9/10 now, off of Oliver Verhulst, and that's going to be Global Endurance Modding, trying to take that lead away. It did look like the pendulum was swinging in the favour of TGM Simsport for a time.
Yeah.
But I think now Ben Corbin's really found some extra pace in those tyres in that car. So thank you very much, Jack Mace.
No
and
problem.
We will see you in the next round. I assume you're going to be doing the sprint races as well?
Yeah, we're going to have some discussions about who's going in what car, but I will hopefully be there for Mid-Ohio. I see no reason why not.
Right, lovely. Thank you very much for joining us, and
No problem.
we'll see you next round.
See you next round. Thanks for having me, guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
User left your channel. Channel switched.
Oh, that was pleasant. That was good.
As I did notice, it's Jack Mace actually doing some stalkerish research during his interview. That he's a YouTube person stroke Twitch streamer, or at least was. His channel hasn't had activity for a year.
Okay.
So, his Twitter was quite entertaining too, it has to be said. And the nothing quite like researching drivers on the old drawing his interview.
I'm just gonna try and dance back and forth between these. These two have been like fighting each other back and forth for a bit for the 7th, but it's still been a pretty good battle.
So yes, we'll keep an eye on that battle for first position in GTLM between Verhulst and Corbin. And I think Corbin is really putting in a monster stint once again from Ben Corbin. He was mightily impressive in Global Endurance Series last week. He's being mightily impressive in VISC this week, and I think it's just going to get better for the Brit.
Yep. Putting a good drive together in that car.
I mean, to make up 17 seconds is no mean feat, especially in the 10 minutes or so it's taken him to do so.
Yeah. The speed at which he did it was nothing short of shocking.
And however, Oliver Verhulst is responding by finding extra pace in that car.
Yeah. That's what I'm wondering is how much of, when you see those gaps really moving around, is it because you didn't have the capacity to go faster, or was it because you've made a conscious decision, like, I'm going to save my tires, I'm going to turn down the wick and just see what the heck happens and how long I can get away with it? And then when you're under pressure, you're like, okay, it's time to actually like burn these tires up and fire up the engine.
What was your question? Sorry, I was completely bothered by some bot asking me to buy NFTs on Discord, and I switched off for a second. What did you ask?
Oh, I didn't ask anything. I was just sort of talking about how...
Right,
yeah.
I thought you were asking me a question. It's only the most professional of commentary here at the VISC.
Yeah.
From myself. Yes, you see, you got to understand, when I get a Discord message, it's not very often. So when I do, I have to check it.
Yeah.
And, well, it was asking me to buy NFTs, so
Yeah.
not so interesting. So I'm surprised no one's made their car an NFT yet.
I think someone has, actually. I think, was it Renault did that? Made an NFT car or something? Some company has.
I would happily turn the number 72 in an NFT. And then someone can buy that car off of me. In like 3 years' time when it's not used anymore.
We should make Ben is on his back now. Yeah, he is.
He is.
Yeah. So terribly close between these two cars. But you can tell that the TGM's just got a little bit more straight line speed, it seems like, even though they're both Ferraris.
But I do feel like you need a significant delta on someone per lap to overtake them at this circuit. And well, you can see that Oliver Verhulst really has picked up the pace. He's found some new pace in those tyres, but now they are side by side heading into turn 1. This could be either a spectacular move from Ben Corbin or a spectacular crash. I don't feel like there's going to be any in between. It's going to be a brave defence from Verhulst heading down into turn 1. They both brake as late as possible, and now that could have ended very, very badly indeed, especially with two LMP2s getting involved. However, they are pretty stable into turn 2. A very wide line from Ben Corbin, now down to turn 3.
Oh, he gets pushed wide. I think that was Suto. Josef Frederick Suto, I think, who just punted him a bit wide there, pushed him off. Going to give Oliver Verhelst a little bit of breathing room.
And I imagine he'll be getting a slap on the wrist from that as well by Santu Engqvist, who is the current steward. So Verhelst's attack has been thwarted for the time being, so he's going to have to regain composure, and hopefully he's got no damage from that little tap with the LMP2. It was only a little tap, so the damage, I imagine, will be limited. And well, Tobias Blumschein is back in the car, so it definitely will be me and you to the end, I assume, Christian.
Yep. How it was meant to be, I guess. And you can just see right now, that's a prime GP, I believe, Aston Martin just ahead. So...
I have to say, I feel sorry for any man that has to spend 3 hours with me.
It could definitely be significantly worse. I think you got one of the best in the business in the booth, so I'm okay.
Exactly. Christian McKeesey, one of the best in the business. Anyway, here we go. Some arrogant of you. Anyway, Corbin still trying to make the move on Verhelst.
Yeah.
And, well, he might have a run at him into Sunset. They've got the Prime GP car straight ahead, so that could be a bit of a spanner in the works. And he's just trying to be a little bit calm about his business. He's letting him know he's there, is Ben Corbin. Just a little bit of a look down into Sunset. It would have been an optimistic move at best. And I think he's just going to focus on his exit and try and rocket down into turn 1. They've got a lot of traffic ahead. This could really help Corbin's case. And there you can see Verhelst furiously flashing at this traffic to get out of the way. And, well, the traffic...
Boy, oh no! That's the opposite!
That's giving Ben Corbin the opportunity, perhaps down into turn 2. You can see he's absolutely frustrated and flustered is Oliver Verhelst, and Ben Corbin still trying to make this move for the lead in GTLM. He's done all of the hard work, and now he's just got to make the move stick, perhaps down into the hairpin. I mean, it would be brave, and you don't typically see overtakes into there. However, I think now they just want these back markers out of the way. He's saying to them, Oliver Verhelst is saying to them, get out of my way. It's been at least 3 corners now of blue flags, but no, they're battling for position. They need to get a move on here. Do the Prime GP and the Paul Street Boys car, and there's a mistake. There's a mistake for Verhelst, who's going to almost collect the Ferrari, and Ben Corbin absolutely rockets into the distance triumphantly. And Oliver Verhelst was just tapped around by an LMP2, I think that was the Iris car.
I am sure there will be some reports going to Santu right now from that team. That must have been terribly frustrating for TGM to be stuck behind those lap down cars.
It was the Iris car.
Oh no.
It was the, I don't know which number specifically, but it was one of the Iris cars. And that is bitter disappointment for Oliver Verhelst, who thought he could defend from Ben Corbin. It wasn't to be, and now it's a 3-second gap.
Yeah, that will be probably a discussion that will be had there amongst the stewards. We'll see if Oliver can get back on Ben Corbin. Certainly probably driving with some frustration now at this point.
That will disappoint everyone, including Ben Corbin.
Yeah. See how they get on now. Stupid LMPs, but even more so the slow back markers. Oh no. There's some House and Corbin out. Yep. See what he does now. It's going to be difficult just because Ben Corbin has been so blisteringly fast. Oh no, anyway. Carry on to the final parts of this race. 16 minutes from the 3 hour mark.
was wrong, mate, clearly.
Everyone was wrong. It's like your opinion, man. Need to make some hay now. I imagine this battle for the lead will carry on for some while.
And I haven't heard that little idiot for a very long time. He's going to need to make some hay. I haven't heard that for such a long time. And, well, I love picking up little one-liners to use in my commentary. Recently, one of my favourites has been A Month of Sundays. I heard it on Martin Brundle, and now it's in my book of vocabulary. My go-to filler phrases when I need to sound like I'm saying something intelligent.
Yeah.
It's the secrets of being a commentator, everyone. You just need to know various cliches, and eventually you'll get away with it.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for 2 years now.
Erica Slovanax in the pits. That ongoing LMP2 battle. He made quite a big gap, though, on Josef Frederick Suto in that. Right. Josef Frederick Suto made a pretty big gap on Aghoff. Wait, I'm confused. No, it was Slovanac that made a big gap. There's a little
bit of fisticuffs in the chat. Corbyn was wrong, mate. Clearly, how was Corbyn wrong? Corbyn it. No, he didn't, lol. He is your torpedo, mate.
I am sure there's some light trolling going on that's being taken too seriously.
There was, in fairness, a light hit, or a quite substantial hit actually, from Ben Corbyn on the GT car, on the Ferrari front, sorry. However, there wasn't really anywhere he could have gone. It's a tight corner, he's at full lock, and he's got someone that's just basically chopped across him through no fault of his own.
Let's go back then.
Much he could do.
I'm just noticing something here. Okay. So I'm gonna go back, see if we can get it. So we can like officially settle this epic debate going on in the comments here. The game. Or to allow me, all that cool stuff.
As on the note of NFTs, I was joking, however, I am actually pretty intent now on going to make my car an NFT. I think that would be remarkably funny. To no one except me, but that's all that I need.
All that you need. My R factor must be
Number
like this.
28, bottling motorsports, please respect the driving limits out of the track. And also just try to behave out there, please.
Oh, dearie me. That was the most upset steward I've heard for a long time.
I don't know if I prefer this, like the passive aggression of this, like, or Alex's just overt aggression. I don't know which is better, but I love them all.
That sounded oddly like when your year 4 teacher really just couldn't be bothered with your rubbish anymore. And just didn't want to actually say anything, so just kind of complained.
Yeah. Realize this was like 2 laps ago. Hit the replay button. I thought it was more recent. Don't worry, folks. I'm getting somewhere with this. Yep, we're almost there. Okay. Let's go back. This is what we just saw a few moments ago.
And, well, it's going to be something that's going to be watched quite intently by the stewards.
Yeah.
And, well, you can see it in super slow motion, like the slow-mo guys here. I want to particularly look at Ben Corbyn here, because I think this is where it gets interesting. So, I also want to see what the first hit was, because there's definitely 2 hits. It might have been the Iris car. I think it was. There we go. There's the... No, he wasn't hit at all.
He's sliding here. Oh, so he does get hit.
And then he gets hit by the Iris car.
That actually is not the Iris's fault.
And I don't see where the Iris meant to go. And if we could quickly go straight back to the... There we go. And then if we could go back to the trackside camera, I think there was a second hit from Corbyn that was, again, not Corbyn's fault, really.
Yeah, go to that.
Let's have a look at this. I could have sworn I saw a second hit from Corbyn. Can you get an on board of this, actually, please? Probably easier to see.
Dissecting this incident.
We are dissecting this incident. There's actually been an 18-car pileup. We just haven't seen it right now. So here's Corbyn's view. Has Corbyn been able to dodge them? He has.
Yeah.
So the second hit I thought I saw was the hit from the Iris car.
Yeah.
So there was only one hit, so he's only got himself to blame for that, I'm afraid.
Yeah. There you go.
Yes, so T. Bartels, I said that Corbin hit him because from the trackside camera we had, it looked like he hit him on what I thought was the second hit. However, it wasn't a hit at all. He lost it on his own and then got hit with the Iris car. I thought the hit for the Iris car was a hit from Corbin. So, yeah, he did just miss Corbin. So and I should mention as well.
Whoa!
Oh no, that's a Pole Street Boys car. As we actually. Oh, he's crapping
very
now.
damaged.
And we actually found out what Pole Street was.
Mhm.
And I think it was one of their numbers actually.
Oh.
Apparently, it's a brothel in the Netherlands somewhere.
Huh. There you go.
They claim it's actually a novel, but he's crapping a lot now.
Yeah.
And yes, they claim it's a novel, but I'm pretty sure we said that it was something like 758 Pole Street is a brothel somewhere in Hungary. So.
Oh jeez, they gotta call a code 80, I think, for this.
And
Code 80 in 5 seconds. Code 80 in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 in first. Code 80 in first.
he's clearly trying to get to the brothel quite trying to retire from the race is Kovacs.
Yeah, see if we can get a replay of that.
I'm pretty sure Nick was in the conversation when we concluded that it was a brothel somewhere in Hungary.
Come to Hungary, we've got brothels.
I never thought I'd be talking about brothels on broadcast. But apparently they claim it was a Hungarian novel called Pole Street Boys or something.
Huh. Suppose you could look it up.
Yeah, so there you go. So a novel by Molnar Ferenik.
Oh, they're not lying.
And a 1968 film.
Oh, okay.
The Boys of Wall Street, so it doesn't really count.
There you go. So here's the replay of what happens to Kovacs. Just completely big old slide and bam.
Well, that's just the bumps at Sebring for you.
Yep. Still trying to get that car.
Here you go, I found the conversation.
I'm gonna get it confirmed, folks.
Yes, 23 Paul Street is called London's finest strip club. Well, on that note, guys, I have to say, respect to Race Control, they are brilliant in calling it Code 80s, makes racing so much realistic and safer for us. I agree, Race Control have been absolutely spectacular today. And,
Safe was saying, though, I think the drivers have certainly at least made it so there hasn't been a ton of needs for Code 80s yet, either. Compared to, even like, I think last year's Sebring. Or the EERC one I did was quite Code 80 filled. So, yeah.
I think at one stage we were talking about making a petition for Paul Street to run the number 21. But, yes, there we go, Nick. We did clarify 23 Paul Street is a strip club in London. And, well, I thought you would know, Nick, but anyway.
You know. As we sit under Code 80, waiting for a very, very damaged Porsche to go around, let's do the hourly update.
Let's do the hourly update.
Go! Bring up
Hopefully
those
that's-
results.
Hopefully that's the end of the talk about strip clubs and Hungarian novels. But someone who has no time for reading Hungarian novels is George Whitehouse, who is leading the way in the number 7 Team Iris car in DPI, leading the field, and Iris look like they're going to head and pick up a second duel in the R Factor 2 Triple Crown. Of course, they won ARL Le Mans earlier in the year.
We are going back to
As we
green
go back
in
to green
5 seconds.
5 seconds. I'll just let
4,
Santu give this announcement
3,
and I'll carry on.
2, 1. Green, green, green.
And there we go. Connor Feresne in the number 04 Mugen car is a lap down by this point, actually. So Iris really are dominating the class. Simon Marshall in the Rookie Monsters car in third. And then if you just give us 1 second, as I'm being called by someone.
Uh-oh. Well, 2 Rookie Monsters, 99 and the 66, running third and fourth. Then we head over to James Lyke in the Revolution Sim Racing 114 after Gariri had a really good stint to get that car up the order again. They're now running in fifth.
Quick note, I have got to go about 2 minutes, but I will be back.
Okay. You want to carry on with your hourly update then, and then I'll take over?
I know, as I've got to go now for 2 minutes.
Oh, you've got to go now for 2 minutes. Okay, never mind. I thought
There we go, I'm just going to get a drink. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute.
Oh, no worries then. So yeah, James Lyke in the Revolution Sim Racing 114. Taking over from Gariri. Gotten that car up to fifth. Doing pretty well. Revolution Sim Racing. It's been a solid... one of those, as I say, those classic endurance racing kind of runs where you just sort of put your feet to the pavement and get the job done. That's the kind of race they've had, and they've done well for it. Get over to the 89 Epic Sim Racing. Joseph Herlock in that car, taking over from David Yunt. And then we get to Gerrit van der Weyde, who's taken over the number 9 Epic. Got in there after Jack Mace stepped out. We had Jack Mace in the booth over the last hour. Had a good little interview. You want something to go back and listen to. Head over to the 160, Davide Capruzzi. Sorry, he's gotten into the 160 Hex Sim racing car. And then our 2 DNFs are the 150 and the 69, at least as far as DPI is concerned. Head on over to GT Le Mans. If it will... why would I go to GT Le Mans first? I would go to LMP2 first. I am losing it. I've been here too long. In LMP2, we have Diogo Moscato in the number 77 from Team Iris. They are putting on an absolute mastercraft. A lesson and a smackdown of the field right now. 3 laps ahead of their teammate in the 87, Tobias Blumchen. I do not remember Iris getting into second in LMP2, but oh boy, that's come at the cost of the 46 from Into the Points Racing. They've slid down to third. Then you get over to number 11, Val VMS Sunnets. His Sonneveld's behind the wheel of that car. They recently have been promoted up to fourth after a decent slog in the midfield. Now on the outside of a podium. Could happen. Valet having a pretty good run. And his Sonneveld's been in that car for quite some time. So he's got a big hand in getting that car to where it is. Then we head on over to the number 28. Forrest McCormick has gotten into the number 28 from Botany Motorsport. They've been sliding down a little bit in the last few hours. 66, the third Iris car, Acos Fordax, is behind the wheel of that machine. Number 6 from Valet, the second Valet car. They're running 7th in L2. Then we head on over to the RLR Abruzzi car, the number 52, and they have been flying, but unfortunately they are quite a bit of a ways back. They did have they're having a pretty good battle with the number 6, so it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Head on over to the number 47, the second Into the Points racing car. They are quite a ways behind, but they're still in it, and we got to applaud them for that. And we head on over to the number 72 Reading Game Studio racing car, Peter Schuneman behind the wheel. The super sub from Final Vond. They're actually running GTLM. And tragically, we have recently lost the 38 from Prime GP and the 75 from GRG. Both on technical issues, I believe. As I said, this is as much about your equipment surviving as your talent. Eric Kumide in the 4th Iris in LMP2. The number 17, the 4th Iris, is also out. Eric Kumide was behind the wheel when that happened. Now we head on over to GT Le Mans.
I managed to return before the end of the hourly report, which is quite impressive, I feel.
Good job. So yeah, Ben Corbin has recently taken over the number 9. Oh, sorry, he hasn't taken over the 9. He can recently taken over the lead in the number 90 gem car. Whoa! That's a BMW sideways. I honestly thought the RSR car was done for. We'll see how that affects the running order. But yeah, Ben Corbin took over the lead in the last hour in a really, really crack-up battle. It was really great. Yeah, number 97 was the car he took the lead from. Olivier Verhelst was behind the wheel when it happened, and is still behind the wheel. Messed up the exit of the hairpin, and that allowed Ben Corbin through. Also damaged that TGM SimSport Ferrari. Hopefully not too badly, though. Mikhail Rosemeyer is in the BMW. We just saw sideways. Pascal Egert, a VISC regular for sure, in the 445. Has Pascal been in every VISC race?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. Is
Good
that
on him.
Pascal Egert? Yes, he would be. Actually, he's raced for Final Bond. He's his team. So, it would make sense. He's also one of the most dedicated drivers.
Yeah. Hats off to you, Pascal. If he's in the 445, that's another car that is, alongside the RSR from Revolution Sim Racing, the Revolution Sim Racing number 14 DPI, I think the 445 from Finavon is another car that's just putting on one of those like really solid endurance racing, like just slogging through the field, just getting the work done, and getting paid off by your dedication, pace, and not making mistakes. They've gotten that car up to 4th from way down the order.
Definitely, and I think that is actually the case with a lot of the quote-unquote smaller teams, in that they may not have the big names and the incredible setups to get it bang on pole position, but they just have the consistency. They just keep it out of trouble.
Yeah, Pascal Egert's taken over that car quite recently, I believe. Took it over from, if I can get it, here. I believe, yes. Took that car over from Milan Evers, I believe, was behind the wheel of that car before. Paul J. Venters in the 429 from Logistical Nightmare by HSR, another car that's just had a pretty solid drive. Inconsistent, stayed out of too much trouble. They had a pretty eventful opening stint, I won't lie. Number 30, Keith Hemsoff, that car's back up to 6th from 7th, so they've moved a bit forward. Mainly due to the 777 having some issues. Ferdy Remus behind the wheel of that car now. 754, Paul Street Boys car. It's the leading of the two. Zolbak Kovacs in the car. He was involved in an incident that brought out a Code 80 not too long ago. 170 car, that's the Hexam Racing machine. And we have the 59 Prime GP. And I'm pretty sure we head over to this page and we'll find the second Paul Street Boy Porsche. Still running though. We haven't lost a GT Le Mans car yet.
Absolutely.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. And the GT LM cars do seem to always be the ones that are the most consistent, as I suppose they are the ones that are less likely to crash, aren't they, in a way? 'Cause
Yeah.
they aren't as high downforce, and the engines aren't as unstable as the other cars. And of course, they battle closely. Oh no, that's my car! Oh dear. Very nicely saved from Peter Shunterman. And well, I've had to commentate in this series already on my car crashing a couple of times. Well, that was nervy. That made for nervy reviewing.
Yeah.
Almost immediately, as here is number 429, and they love having very big numbers, don't they?
The bigger the number, the faster the car. That's just math.
Well, yes, that's why we're all the way down the order in the number 72. And that's also why the number 7 is leading the race.
The number 7 and the number 4 are leading the race.
Yes.
Yeah.
And 77 in that too. Anyway, it's 2 hours and 56 minutes to go now. And, well, I do love a good 12-hour race. Although, I suppose when you get to this stage in the race, it feels a little bit empty that you're not doing a full 24-hour.
Yeah. Although the flip side is if this was a full 24-hour, I swear to God, we would also be the only two left for the next 12 hours. So, I'll
14 hours, 15 hours actually.
Yeah, so I'll take it. I'll take this.
I don't think I could deal with 15 hours myself, to be honest. So
Yeah, no, I would have turned
God
on the
help you,
music.
Troy.
I would have turned on the music. Actually, that's a lie. I almost did the 12.4 hours of Daytona. I went to hour 22 and gave up. Or was it? No, it was hour 20 I gave up, and I gave it to you and Wesley.
that was a fun 4 hours.
Because Wesley knows nothing about racing. I was just trying to give you somebody to talk to.
Well, it was nothing really against Wesley, and I didn't really think his knowledge was that bad. But it was.
That's good.
It was just a bit of a nightmare because not through no fault of his own. In any way, it was just commentating 4 hours of a race when you've had very little sleep was painful. Although to be fair, I totally deserved it because that race, for some reason, when I woke up for the commentary, I asked if I could have like a 2-hour break, and the next thing I know, I fell asleep and ended up leaving you on your own for about 5 hours. So I totally deserved it. So me falling asleep at the wrong time seems to be a very common theme at the minute in VISC. So I missed driver's briefing today for falling asleep. And
I didn't even try to make driver's briefing, as that's curious. That's a second place GTLM car. Picking up a penalty. That's the
oh dear, I'll have to check what this is for. Speeding out of the pits under code 80. That is such an easy mistake to make. I've done it myself before. Except I did it myself before when I caused the code 80, so double bonus. So my first ever race at ERC Hockenheim.
That was also my first ever race. That's funny.
Well, I say, okay, first ever race in endurance. It was my second race in R-Factor 2. We had 2 races at Hockenheim in 1 week. GPVWC Academy, and then... there we go, they're still talking about strip clubs. But I think if I say the word strip club anymore, YouTube might actually take us down at this time of night. Either that or I get a very concerned knock on the door from either the neighbours or my parents.
Yeah. What are you doing on the internet with those boys? Really unbecoming of you.
Yes, unfortunately, I spoke to a Canadian man at the weekend about strip clubs. It's not the most incredible thing in context. Yes, I am going to start a petition for Paul Street Boys to run number 23 next season. Or even as an extra car for the sprint rounds. Because I think if they don't, then they're leaving themselves out of a lot of potential. Marketing potential as well, I would hasten to add.
So as we sit, I think what's going to happen is the BMW from EGM is going to be in a position where they might be able to get back into second. They have the pace in that BMW M6, I believe it is. M6, right? M4. I've never liked the BMWs in sim racing, so...
Well, you know what they say about BMW drivers. And I won't repeat it. However, no one likes a BMW driver on the road.
Yeah.
Usually you have to be very far up your own rear end to be a BMW driver. Nick, what was your name again? They're still talking about London strip clubs.
So you bring it in, you introduce it, and then you can't undo the damage.
I know it's late at night, but come on, man. Let's reel it in. So, that is now on my search history as well, actually.
Oof. But here's an interesting thing. Alejandro Valente says, "I'm back." Welcome back, Alejandro.
You've come back at a rather apt time, actually, Valente. Alejandro Valente. There's something interesting, actually, about Alejandro Valente. Is his heritage. You would assume that someone called Alejandro Valente is Italian.
Yeah.
However, he is actually English, except he raced under the, I believe it was the Dominican Republic flag in a league.
Interesting.
It was Barbados, I think. The flag of Barbados he ran under, because I think his mum was Italian, his dad was from Barbados or something like that. And yet he's the most British man you can speak to. So, I mean, he can explain himself. I hope I haven't just completely doxed you, Valente. It was just quite interesting. Yes, Italian Bahamian with a British accent.
Yeah.
He lives in Britain, he's Italian, and races with a Bahamian. Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah.
That is Mr. Worldwide, it has to be said.
Battle that is looks like it's set to heat up again. That is suggesting something isn't broken. I want to refresh the overlay page actually because I am super confused, but I think the number 6 and the number 52, yes, they are definitely closing up towards each other now. That's the TG and Ferrari just ahead.
Do you find with Valente, he clearly doesn't want to be British that much. He's willing to race under the Bahamian flag. Well, I mean, I think I'd just move out of the country if I didn't want to be British that much.
I'm sure the Bahamas are nice.
Oh no, the Bahamas are very, very nice. I've heard. But it's a mighty spot to go on holiday to. So you weren't here when I mentioned this actually, but he's interested point about Diogo leading the race. Diogo won a real-life kart race today before his stint, and we said he was making it the double in VISC. And well, I mean, there are 3 hours to go. However, I think Iris not winning from this position would be very
Especially they have they're 1-2 right now in LMP2, so if they don't win that's going to be absolutely shocking scenes here.
Joe said I should come to the United States. Well, if you want to pay,
Yeah.
That's fine.
One day we will have the 24 Hours of Daytona and the VISC, and we'll have the entire commentary team in one place, and it'll be
Incredible.
amazing. But now, less than a second between the Valet and the RLR Abruzzi car.
Yes,
See how this goes.
Yes, this could be very interesting. And it'll be interesting to see how these teams manage this, especially because we're talking about one of the minor positions in the LMP2 standings. And I know they say that every point counts. However, the points gap between 7th and 8th is 1 point. So how hard are they really going to push it?
I am sure they will push incredibly hard. Because at this point you're like, this is what's keeping you awake. To be frank, I bet.
VISC will buy an IMSA team. And, yes, I'll use my rental karting expertise to...
I'm sure the people who run LMP3 teams do not have much more experience than someone who run a rental karting team, not gonna lie.
That's a very good point, actually. Dude, we were actually talking about in ERC.
Whoa! Josef Frederick Suto is way off.
Suto, and that is Suto a little bit upset now, and that overlay is definitely out of sync.
Okay.
Because I know it isn't. It was a few seconds out of sync. There we go. It's not too bad. But
Could
yes.
try killing it and starting a new overlay and see if it helps, because it is becoming progressively less.
Yes.
I find over a course of a race, it just gets less and less.
Yes, by 24-hour race, you've got about 12 hours left, and it's the checkered flag. And in fact,
Yeah.
it was the overlay that caused ERC Le Mans 12 Hours this year to almost absolutely fail miserably, because the game said it was checkered flag. A driver started celebrating the checkered flag, but because on the overlay it said there was still time left, the race director was looking at the overlay and told him he hasn't finished yet.
Oh
He's
no!
like, I've got the checkered flag on my screen. And it was all a little bit of confusion. So that's when we realised there was actually an issue with the overlay.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's caused by the OBS window being at a different FPS to the game.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
I wonder if it would.
That makes sense. I could see that. It's definitely there's like hiccups happening on both ends, you know.
Yeah. Maybe if you used it as the... Have you seen how you can do it so that the overlay displays in-game?
You know, let's try that. Oops, that's not very pretty, is it, on the stream? We can try that.
You know what? We're trying new things at the VISC. We're always trying new
We're all
things.
about trying new things here.
But back to my little tangent there. Of course, my chief engine. That was quite funny.
Yeah, no, that's the in-game one for you.
There we go. Your game's now going to create a mass. It's probably going to tank in about 2 minutes' time, but
Yeah. It isn't
swings and
already.
roundabouts really. And no, it doesn't look too bad in fairness. I can. But yes, the ERC boys actually. A lot of us were talking about going and doing the Bookmore Park 24 hours next year. It's only about £200 each, so we thought it would be a rather fun thing. I think Pascal Eggert was talking about getting a flight over actually to do it.
Lucky Euros. Get nothing like that over here. Canada's not a... Actually, I say that. There's like a thing... It's still probably more expensive than that, but... Oh, jeez!
Oh,
I'm
wow,
moving, getting into
that's
the
a very
fine
brave
avant.
use of car. That's a very
Yeah.
brave Val VMS Units car.
That is... The Fine Avant 445 has definitely been punched around a little bit in this race.
Yes, Nick, it is always better to use browser. However, when our Factor 2 is being very funny, we're having to refresh the overlay file every 5 minutes. It might be a bit dodgy. I do love, actually, how in VISC commentary you can just casually mention other leagues. There's no, like... There's no nasty... nastiness there.
I'm not I have fortunately removed myself from R Factor 2 politics enough. That I'm like, I don't know. I don't know enough
Well, I
about these
accidentally
people.
indulged myself because ERC
Yeah.
recently released their calendar.
Yeah.
And at the bottom, and I'm allowed to talk about this because Christian is the league owner, so he will stop me if I'm not allowed. And Joe's mentioned Birmingham, Alabama. I'm not too sure what's worse, Birmingham, England, or Birmingham, Alabama. And I'll let the jury decide that. But, yes. And the last round of the ERC calendar is the 24 Hours of Bahrain.
Okay.
And it has been panned.
It's been canned?
Panned.
Canned?
As in everyone has... Oh, yes, it's a... everyone's hated it, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Yeah,
Been
yeah, canned. Yeah.
criticised absolutely everywhere.
Did they already run it, or are they running it in the future?
Running it next year. It's been panned everywhere. No one likes this. Everyone is saying that who was the admin that created this? Absolutely stupid. That admin, and it was me. And
Oh, that's
and
unfortunate.
makes it worse. It was solely my idea.
Oh no. Feel for you.
I had to convince Chris for about 2 weeks to put it on the calendar. And he eventually gave in. And
Go date in 5 seconds. Go date in 5
Go
seconds.
datey.
4, 3, 2, 1. Go date in first. Go date in first.
160 is missing a wheel.
And oh dear,
It
that's
is
not
indeed.
ideal. That's the Hex Sim Racing car. And that is a front left wheel, sorry. I know my,
Always better to lose a front one than a rear one, I always say.
as of course if you lose a rear one, that is your day over.
Yep.
Or as James May says, that is it.
The 24 Hours of Road America ERC did, my idea. Why my idea got chosen, I don't know. It's my idea.
So we've now got a very rare commentary box where the only 2 people who created their own 24-hour races in ERC are in the commentary box. Isn't that impressive?
I know. Very
And
elite club.
I would completely defend my decision to do Bahrain.
I can see it working. I
Can
can
I
understand
step
why
on-
people would be like, that's not a traditional endurance track, but I think Bahrain, if you depending on the layout you use, it could be quite good.
And this is what I was saying. I was like, yes, it's not a traditional race, but that's the point. We want to run Bahrain, say, for the next 5 years, and we want Bahrain to become a traditional event, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think that was the plan. Or that was my plan anyway. Because I was like, if we were to run, you know, a Le Mans event, well, everyone runs a Le Mans event. Suddenly you don't build hype for your own Le Mans event because, you know, Gem will have a Le Mans event, or
Yeah.
you know, if you do a Daytona event, or VISC has got a Daytona event. So what if we just built our own event?
Mhm.
You could, you know, you could build that up, and then suddenly you've got not a prestigious event, but
Your own event.
yeah, your own event that
Yeah.
you know, it's got its own history and things like that. And in 5 years' time, it'll work. However, of course, Bahrain, I thought was the most logical choice because you know it will look pretty on the broadcast, and
Gold 80 ending in 5 seconds.
it's
4,
will,
3, 2, 1. Gold 80 has ended. Green, green, green.
Here's what's happened then. As you know, Bahrain will look pretty on the broadcast. It's a track that's big enough for endurance, and I think it's all right. I think this should be into turn 1. Actually,
Yeah.
this could be a bit of an issue. And here we go then. He's just spun it,
He stops
and then
it
he's
there.
been collected
Yeah.
with the iris car. Oh no!
Was that the leading Iris who did that?
Oh no!
No, was it?
It was the leading iris.
And this is complaining so much because I'm using the in-game overlay.
It's not inconvenient, is it?
No.
You're right to go to a replay, but oh dear, Diogo Moscato. There's nothing he could do really. He was off the throttle very, very
Yeah.
early. If he brakes there, he goes into the wall. It's not really his fault, I would say.
Now, notably, he's just kept on trucking.
He has kept on trucking, and well, they're talking about a 48-hour race in the comment section.
I don't think our Factor 2 supports that, but that would be pretty bold.
We did actually discuss it,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not joking. To say we discussed it was, it was kind of half joking, but we were like, that would work in a way. You could do that, and it wouldn't be totally bonkers.
There is a race. I think GP Laps is the name of the YouTube channel. He talked about like a week-long Nürburgring race they used to
Yes,
host.
I researched this a little bit, and they only held it about 3 or 4 times.
That would be like a dramatic like send-off to R Factor at some point.
It still gets sold. It's still, I believe. Oh, you put the wrong one up there. This was like what the Indy Lights broadcast was.
I can't remember that.
I don't know if you remember it. It was on the race.
Yeah.
The race. And
Yep.
they just put basically up the live timing screen,
Yep.
and it looked so horrendous. It was unbelievable. And then the commentary was about 30 seconds out of sync, and it was just, oh dear, it was not nice at all.
Yeah, Nick, the stream was getting laggy because of the in-game, so I just switched it back over to the overlay, even if the overlay's out of sync. I guess it's better of an out-of-sync overlay than a laggy game. Tough choice. But yeah. Let's see what the pace is like for Diogo Moscato now. Put up the qualifying, see what he's circulating around at with that massive hit.
And let me check his lap times, actually, Diogo Moscato. Because we would have seen an effect by now. He's in 6th position overall, 5th position overall, make that. And his last lap time was... Oh, he's actually quite slow, I believe.
We'll see. I want to see what it said at the time line, because I can't imagine he actually did a 2:52.9.
Yes, okay. That's fair enough. But...
He actually does another 2:52.9. They made a mistake not pitting. Well, that qualifying
see, 147.6, which isn't bad at all. That's a very competitive lap time.
Okay, so he's fine. Woo! Doesn't touch the grass. I think, yeah, the longer this race goes, the more off and off the overlay gets. Or you use the in-game overlay and the game tanks. It's like, this is not
To be
great.
fair, it wasn't tanking until we had the replay. I think it was it working out calculations for the replay that had an effect on it. So I don't think it's too bad.
That's the in-game one. Not too bad, I guess. Quick fun fact for you if you have a minute. What's the fun fact? Give us the fun fact. Or are you waiting
Oh,
for?
I
Are you
always
waiting in the
have a
lobby?
minute I always have a fun fact for. Oh, there we go. He's in the lobby.
Channel switched. User joined your channel.
Hello, we have come for fun fact.
Fun fact. This is now the second time that a HSR car has had their own little accident and
User joined your
happened
channel.
to take out the leader of the race.
Oh no.
Last year at Road Atlanta, we had... Oh, hang on.
Oh, a message from Chris Gustafsson. You're in lobby.
Chris is in as well. Hey, Chris.
Hello.
Loving your pictures, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah,
my
so
wallpaper.
our debut, I think it was, in the endurance series for VISC at Road Atlanta, I'm pretty sure it was Petit Le Mans. In the final hour, our car had an accident that was completely unrelated to anything, and just so happened to do it just over the crest of the hill coming down towards turn 10. And the leader came down and nailed us, did a full 360 flip. And
no.
This is now the second time that we've had a completely innocuous accident and just happened to be in the way of the leader.
Oh no.
It reminds me of a Daytona when both the Raw and the 24, the reading game car managed to take out Mugen pretty much on the hour every hour.
User left your channel.
We were surprisingly not accused of it being a massive conspiracy too much. But
how did that happen? I'm really intrigued.
well, okay, I'm exaggerating quite a bit. It wasn't too that bad. It was. I think we took them out in the end 4 times.
I mean, that's once every 6 hours. That's still quite a bit for 2 cars to come together.
Well, in fairness, it wasn't the same 2 cars because we usually have about half the field usually. And yes, and I suppose a bit of confirmation bias as well.
Yeah, that's right.
It's my excuse anyway.
Yes, of course. But yeah, no, I thought I appreciate that because we're all sulking ever so slightly at the moment in Discord. It's like it just sort of came to mind. I remember this seems like I remember this from somewhere else. Oh yeah, Road Atlanta. Different driver, different car because we were in the Mazda at the time. But yeah.
Right.
User entered your channel.
Or careful planning.
I know. It's as if it's
User left
fate.
your channel.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Ike.
That's fine. That's fine.
Enjoy sulking in Discord. Hopefully you can stop.
I'm not going to sulk. I'm desperately hoping to finish this race, so I hope the other 2 drivers can keep the car on the road.
You should not take that for granted, I have to say. As I found out 2 minutes before my stint this morning.
Oh man, yeah, no.
I was in the game. I was about to click. I went to make a coffee. I come back and we didn't. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it can happen at any point. So we don't question it too much. But yeah, hopefully I get to have the rest of the stints in the car because I've only done an hour of this race so far. I'm feeling a bit left out.
How many drivers are in your car?
3.
Oh, so you've got quite a bit to do to be on the driving time.
That was the plan. Okay, so the way we worked it out, right, is that Tom that's in there at the moment couldn't as far as he knew, couldn't drive after 10:30 UK time. Davide, who's in Italy, has been told that he couldn't drive past midnight, which is 11 o'clock our time. So I've got at least 2 hours at the end of the race where I am basically the only person who can drive.
And you have to do 3 hours 20, if I'm not mistaken.
I've already done an hour, so with the 2 hours at the end, I'm in.
In 3 hours, it's only 20 minutes. But to be fair, I think Christian said himself they won't be penalised.
Yeah, they're not penalising it that closely.
Yeah.
But I'm next in the car, so I'll need to assess whether the repairs have been done properly to the front left corner in this poor DPI.
And I think even if you are 20 minutes out, they won't
User joined your channel.
At all.
Yeah, no, they won't.
If they did, I'd be very surprised.
No, they won't. It's absolutely
Notice how Christian, the league owner, is now going very quiet.
I'm just Davide Capruzzi was messaging me.
Yeah, he's our other driver who's been having fun.
I felt like joining since you were talking about me as well.
Talking about you?
Yeah, you were. I was reading the stream.
When?
Well,
Well,
just
we,
before.
we were saying that David guy is very slow and useless and will never drive again.
Yeah. He's so slow. He's only a second faster than me on average.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, you must be slow as well. So I mean, you know.
Obviously.
What the spirit of the slow?
It must be something to do with all of the late nights and early mornings.
Yeah.
That or I'm getting old. That might be the other thing.
Woo!
Well, so thank you very much, gentlemen,
no,
for the
it's
second interview of the string, and we'll speak to you hopefully at the end of the race. Actually, that's a complete lie. We won't be doing interviews at the end of the race because
it'll be
2
a.m. Yeah,
Yes,
it'll be bedtime.
So,
have fun, gents. It's a
thank
pleasure,
you.
and it's great to have you.
Thank you. Enjoy.
User left your channel. Channel switched.
Back upstairs we go. Tucking in
Epic
for the
reading.
next 2.5 hours.
Big reading game, Daytona 24 gang. Joe did drive me, I'll see this year. And Joe,
Whoa. There's somebody around. Yep, that's a Porsche.
Oh, it's the Paul Street Boys car. And, well, since we've been talking about London strip clubs, they seem to have realised that we've got their plan, and they've started spinning.
Yeah. That Porsche is harder to drive than you'd think in terms of, as far as the GTLM cars go, at least. I'd say it's probably the easiest to screw up, or the best way to play it.
A quick note, Lee Davidson. I was being sarcastic about David being slow. I appreciate my sarcasm is lost on many, and my sarcasm has got me into trouble in the past. So we'll maybe it's just time I stop being sarcastic. I think I'd learn.
Danger of the game.
Never mind.
Getting called out for your sarcasm. Of course, McCormick's in the pits. Game is struggle busing on me again. 1R Factor 2, I believe in you.
You can do it. We believe in you. We don't at all.
Never for a second have I believed in myself. Oh, yeah, it's starting to lag out again.
Yeah, let's go back to the web overlay.
Whoop, that's the wrong button.
So I'm watching the Sebring 24 in real life, and I have to say it's not the most interesting viewing. They've got 24 cars.
Oof.
Which you'd normally think would be okay for a 24-hour race.
It's
because,
multi-class, isn't it?
Yes, it's 4 classes they've got. 5, maybe 4. No, 4. They've got GT3, GT4, TCR, and then TCX.
There's a few too many classes going on for 20 cars.
And so they've only got 2 TCX cars, which is interesting. They've got the majority of more than half the field is GT3.
Okay, so you're really just watching it for like 12 GT3 cars at that point.
I think about 1, 2, 3, and 11. So, wow, can I really not do 11 plus 3? It's really late at night. 14 GT cars. There we go. For some reason, I was trying to add 11 to 3, not 3 to 11. If you know what I mean.
Oh, I see. You're working in the wrong direction.
Yeah. I feel like it is actually quite difficult to add something like 11 to 3, but when you switch it around, it's not so difficult. Oh, it's that time of night. I'll just blame COVID because I had it, as I said, about 3 weeks ago. So I've got another at least 2 weeks of using that as an excuse. And
So hats off to Diogo Moscato. He's definitely slower than he was before he got punched, but he's keeping that car going. That's all he really needs to do.
And well, I've done long stints after a car race. I was in rental cars, so that's not even particularly demanding on the body, and it hurts in the morning.
Yeah.
Right now he'll be hurting a little bit, I'd imagine. And oh wow, that was the number 52. And that was a massive snap of oversteer, and that was well held by Hutchings.
Yeah, held it together in... Oh, we're getting to that point of the race now. It's 2.5 hours left. You just... And then some, especially if you're an LMP2, it's like the gaps are so big. So Hutchings is in a position where he actually could catch Suto. It'll be very tough, though, at this point. They've lost a lot of time. But you're getting to that point of the race where it's like, especially if you're in Europe, it's late. You've been in the car too long. And it's just a matter of, like, not screwing up under the wear.
I realised actually, TeamSpeak,
Yep.
for some reason, when I've been clicking, has been picking up my typing and clicking, which has been annoying a little bit because it's telling me that it's not transmitting that, and then it has been. So, isn't that frustrating? No, it isn't. I don't think. Hang on, let me check this. We'll be right back. There we go. It shouldn't be.
Nope.
I don't know if you've got any of that intense clicking there.
No, I actually didn't notice it, so...
Oh, lovely. Well, I'll type in a second, because I've got to type something in, and if you hear it or not...
Yeah. Boy, here we go. Side by side, not for position, no. You've got the, lead LMP2 car, I think, behind.
And, well, could we have the driver box back up, please, so I can see what's going on? Thank you. I was struggling a little bit. Now, I realised I'm probably going to end up staying up all night tonight.
Why?
Because of the Sebring race, actually.
Oh, you really want to watch it?
Well, here's the thing.
Yep.
I got up so late today. If I don't watch Sebring, then what's going to happen is I'll fall asleep at 4 AM and then not get up until pretty much when F1 starts.
I turned away with something happened. Well, nothing dramatic though.
You know, I'll end up being awake until like 4 AM and then I'm getting up until like 2, which will mean I'll be ruined tomorrow as well. So I might as well just stay up and watch Sebring, finish this at 2, and then go from there. Well, I suppose I can doze while Sebring's on the telly.
Yeah.
But we'll see. As this is Paolo Abreu, TGM Simsport. And you're doing an endurance commentary when the gaps are all spread out and you just start talking about whatever pops into your head first.
Welcome to the final 2.5 hours of a 12-hour race. This is the fascinating, one of those fascinating things where I'm like, this is why you need safety cars.
I agree. I agree completely. And I think the issue with the safety car is it only really works if you've got R-Factor 2 throwing themselves. Like iRacing does, where any chance that there'd be a code 80, for example, they just throw a safety car. But, that's where you need R-Factor 2 to come in. But no. As I have got a message in the media department, Alex says he's on his way. He said that about 3 minutes ago.
Oh, Alex is coming back?
Yes.
Oh, nice. Might run and get dinner then.
That's fair enough. We'll allow you to have a 20-minute break. No more, though. Any more than 20-minute break, the stream might actually collapse. Anyway.
I have more faith in you than that.
I think you need to refresh the overlay, because there's no way we've got 2 hours and 25 minutes left at 1:45 the hour. Especially when we started on the hour. There we go, 3 minutes behind. Well, this game is just something incredible.
Something else. Something special. Is it necessarily working? No, but it is something special. In the way that a puppy with 3 legs is, I guess.
Puppy with 3 legs. Oh, dearie me. Somehow that rivals my analogies. That rivals Grandma's porridge.
It does. Peter Hutchings trying to stop himself from going a lap down to Forrest McCormick, I think. That is... Nope. And they're not as close together as I thought. I guess it is a 2-minute lap, so 100 seconds is not 2 minutes.
Yes.
There's 20 seconds in there.
I'm actually rather glad I'm not driving right now. I love Iris, absolutely, and I'm very thankful they gave me the opportunity to drive. However, I wasn't looking forward to the 3-hour stint it was going to be.
Yeah.
From 11 o'clock until 2 in the morning. And oh dear, speaking of Iris, Freddie Riemann almost collided with the valet car, I think that is.
Yeah.
It still irks me that valet haven't raced in yellow. As I always thought valet, I always likened them in my head to a bit of a Ferrari kind of team.
Yeah.
They were always the yellow Ferrari in my head.
Yeah.
And, well, now they've kind of ruined that. And that would be like Ferrari draping their car in white.
So, you know what a similar energy to that is, though? Chip Ganassi in IndyCar. They ran the Target livery since before I was born. And then in 2017, they just stopped. And I was like, what? It's supposed to be red? You're red with a yellow lightning bolt. You can't do this to me.
And it would also be like... What was the Formula 1 team that ran a really consistent colour scheme? From McLaren. Just started running orange, randomly. Because they used to run it in, like, the 50s.
Yeah, no, from
it was
silver
like,
to orange.
You've always been either white and red or silver and red.
Yeah.
Since for 3 generations.
Yeah.
You can't just change to orange because you ran it in the 50s. It's not nostalgic unless you're 103.
Yeah, I think the last time they ran orange was like when they had like Can-Am cars running in the late 60s. I don't think I don't think most F1 fans even know what Can-Am is, much less have any emotional relationship to it.
I know that Vodafone sponsorship ran out, but everyone wanted you to keep at silver, or at least some form of silver and red.
Mm-hmm.
That's McLaren. Go back to white and red. I don't care.
Yeah. I guess the Honda partnership kind of ruined the energy of the moment. Ruined the silver vibe. I guess also losing the Mercedes engine deal probably also affected. Not losing it, but moving away from Mercedes.
I find it horrendous how now McLaren Honda has become synonymous with failure when Senna won multiple championships.
You're only as successful as your last Grand Prix, I suppose. In a sense. Same way Williams is kind of a joke now when you think that that's like one of the winningest teams in F1 history prior to this era.
Well, yes, and what's confused me actually over the last couple of years is suddenly people have started supporting F1 teams. It's not football. You don't support a team. It boils my blood. I go to school and I get asked by people, which F1 team do you support? When was I supposed to support an F1 team?
So what's the approach for you when you're watching F1? Are you saying, like, I'm just going to enjoy the spectacle of it all? Or is it like...
Well, yes, you want to watch good racing, you don't support a team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I suppose I have a favourite team.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily root for someone. And I suppose you kind of lean towards somewhat supporting people. Like, I'd say this season I've clearly leaned towards Max Verstappen.
Yeah.
I mean, I was shouting at the telly when Silverstone happened.
I think this is a season in F1 I think everyone's going to look back at in about 20 years and say, yep, that was the greatest season. Like, you don't appreciate it now, but I think in 20 years, I think people are going to feel, like, people who grew up, who are around our age and younger probably, who are, like, into F1 now, they're going to say, yep, Max Verstappen versus Hamilton, that was the greatest era of F1. This F1 today in 2046, rubbish. 2021 was the year.
Here's what you forget. My age don't really do important, F1 seasons. Or I haven't really had good F1 seasons.
Yeah.
Our entire life. You know, I'm 15, so I'm too young to really remember 2012. I mean, I vaguely remember it. I remember sort of the Vettel era when he was winning. Not out of really understanding what's going on, but I just remember Sebastian Vettel. You know, I'd go into the lounge and watch my dad watching F1. Sebastian Vettel would be winning everything. I remember vaguely, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I remember that race. And there was various races that I kind of watched before I properly got into F1 in about 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
But other than that, you know, my age group, not many of us started watching until 2018, 2019. Because I feel like you have to be sort of 11, 12, 13 before you start really understanding Formula
So you're
1.
kind of at the. So you're actually at the bottom of the age range I was talking about. I didn't realize how young you were.
Yes. Yeah, too young to remember. Well, yes. Too young to remember 2012. And it's odd actually because I have all these vague F1 memories. Like, and then I was last night. I was looking at some football clips.
Really? I feel you, Lee. We're in the
From
same
like
boat.
2013. I was like, I remember this game.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I remember football
Yeah.
vividly. But anyway.
See,
I suppose going to football is a bit more memorable than watching it.
See, my equivalent for that is I vaguely remember Paul Tracy in Champ Car, and I vaguely remember Schumacher.
Well, yeah, see, this is the thing. I remember 2014. I remember the Abu Dhabi race. And again, I was about 8 then, so... I remember talking like him about 1995.
I don't remember 1995.
It is incredible. I remember in 2017 we were saying, I can't believe 2013 was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about 2017. Like, sorry, 4 years ago. And now we're talking about 2017 because that was 4 years ago.
Yeah. Man. Yeah.
But yeah, so basically, what the long-winded point I was trying to make was that my age will remember this season as the first proper season.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Rosberg and Hamilton battling and all of that, but this will be the first season that we've been intelligent enough to realise.
Yeah. Michael Schumacher and Damon Hill is a bit on the I was alive for that. I certainly have memories of watching racing at that time, but wasn't watching F1. I was watching NASCAR. So I have memories of Dale Earnhardt Sr. doing it for Dale.
It is incredible that I only really properly got into racing about 2 or 3 years ago now. And I must have been, I was 12 when I got into racing, I remember.
Yeah. And
all of a sudden it's flashed by, and now it feels like I've been doing it for years.
Yeah. And
don't really understand how that's quite happened. I was looking at my old commentary clips so I started commentating in the summer, probably autumn actually, in fairness, of 2019. And even watching my commentary from VISC Daytona last year.
Yeah.
How much, like, just in general, you change at this age over that kind of 2-year span is incredible.
Yeah. And
then you realise what's happened in the last 2 years. It's like, oh.
Yeah, the last 2 years have been a whirlwind, not gonna lie. Just a note. I think Neil Tasker, I don't know if the number 90 had a pit stop or something, but...
Yes, he's back in the car.
Okay, so they must have had a pit stop. I was gonna say, because the gap's really close between them and the 97, but it must be just because of the pit stop. Yeah, man. We've put people into some existential dread in chat now.
I put myself into existential dread. 2019 was almost 3 years ago. No, 2 years ago.
So the funny thing is for me, because I think...
Almost 3 years ago, yeah.
I think, especially when you're older, to me it's like 3 years ago wasn't that long ago. 2019 feels like 3 years ago. Or,
Yes, well...
No, it's 2 years ago for 2019, but 2018 feels like 3 years ago. 2018 feels like a lifetime ago. If you told me 2018's 5 years ago, I would have believed you out of hand and not without thinking about it.
Get absurdly existential for a second. I suppose COVID has given me a unique challenge in my... Because I feel like the years from sort of 11 to 16, they go... You change so much, you know. Yeah. Even as a 14-year-old, you're wildly different to being 15. And, you know, I feel like those kind of years are probably the most important. Because it's when you suddenly start being properly aware of the kind of passage of time.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I spent 4 years in primary school, 5 years in middle school, and it feels like a different lifetime. Like, they're vague memories. It doesn't even... you know, and that was only 3 years ago. That was 2019, and when I left there, and I feel like because of COVID, everything's been a blur. So it's like I was 13 when I went into COVID.
Wow.
I know it's crazy.
See, I've reached that point where I'm the same person I went into COVID with.
No, I don't think I am at all.
Like I am.
I think
like,
that's incredible.
It's. I mean, like, yeah, I was 20. Yeah, I was 25, 26 now. I don't feel that much different than I did. Yeah.
And it's incredible to see how much like sim racing experience I've gained in that age. Like.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, going into COVID, I was 13, commentating on an R-Factor 1 league. Now here we are, 2 years later. Well, not much has changed. My desk orientation has changed. I'm now sat the other way. Now it's 12 o'clock on a Sunday morning, not 6 o'clock on a Saturday evening.
Well, that might be a little bit more reasonable a time.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Well, there you go. And what shocked me as well was if you go to 2019 IndyCar footage,
yeah,
it looks retro.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
It's because of the aero screen. Like, there's something that feels wrong with there not being the aero screen now.
Didn't they put a stick in and say, yeah, that does the same as...
Yeah, they called it the Advanced Head Safety Protection Device. It was literally just a piece of, like, carbon fiber.
My dad did a funny, actually, accent when I told him about the stick. He did a funny kind of deep south southern accent.
Yeah.
I'm not going to attempt to replicate it.
This is not fair. IndyCar is Midwestern. NASCAR's Southeastern. You gotta nail the Midwestern voice.
But I'm British, so anything remotely NASCAR-like, it's deep south.
That's a funny thing. I've come to appreciate more as I've gotten older is how, like, you think of other countries as a monolith, and it's only when you start, like, seriously having to interact with those other countries more that you start thinking, like, wow, those are not monoliths. There's some very different places in that country. Like you know, there's like a generic British accent that you mock here, and then there's like, it's not one generic British accent.
Well, exactly. I mean, in Britain, we mock other British accents.
Yeah.
But yes, I know someone actually who's moving to America, and she's very sort of liberal. You're a typical sort of girl of my age.
Yeah.
And it's like, where are you moving? And she goes, to I forgot the state. It's like basically in the deep south.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, you've got a shop coming.
I'm moving to Louisiana, and you're like, oh no, why have you done this? Georgia. 444 trying to unlap himself from 96. I guess you mean the 445? Guessing?
Yeah, from what I've heard over here, all those values you hold dear. I mean, I wouldn't.
So long as you... See, the South is fascinating in that in the cities, you will find some of the most left-wing parts of the U.S. Like, if you go to Jacksonville, I think it's Florida. That's in the deep South. That has some of the most left-wing parts of the U.S.
Yes, exactly.
There. Yeah. But then if you go to some of the cities in the north, it is not that left-wing. The U.S. is weird.
And then you go to Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Alabama even gets onto the political spectrum. I think they have their own. Their own spectrum.
I think Alabama's pretty right-wing, but the person who ran to be the Republican senator from that state was so bad that even the Republicans were like, okay, we hate the Democrats, we think they ate babies, but this guy is actually unacceptably bad.
I just find it very funny that this rather left-wing teenager is moving to the deep south.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, you've got a shocking coming very quickly. Well, we're not trying to get political on stream, by the way. We just.
Oh, I am too dangerous. If I'm allowed to get going, I will get going.
Well, this is the fear. I would get very.
I'm a history major at a university. I have thoughts on things. Anyways.
Well, I feel like when it comes to history majors, they're either very far left or pretty much Nazi, and I don't think there's much in between.
Yeah. There must be some liberal history majors. I don't know. The funny thing is, I've done all of university in COVID, so I haven't talked to anyone.
Oh, you see, this is the beauty of VISC. We can float around and flirt with the subject of politics without having anyone punched.
Yeah. I think something I've come to accept with racing is like, this is like a thing I like, where I can like talk to people who I don't necessarily agree, I might not necessarily agree with, but just like share a common bond over racing and not worry about it.
This is what I love. In EERC, we often mention politics, and particularly in the main server, not so much in the endurance server.
Yeah.
And I wildly disagree with most people in the server.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have quite heated debates at times over various aspects. And at the end of the day, it all boils down to, it's okay. I've had debates in real life with people, and I've ended up with people in my face screaming at me.
Wow, I've not done that.
And well, I haven't even said anything close to the kind of heated debates we have in the ERC, and everyone's cool about it. And
okay, this is the last thing I'll talk about this because it's a funny story you just reminded me of. Back when I was in grade 12, oh wow, he got his laugh back, but that was a little bit cruel. Well, there you go. So as that's happening, by the way, the gap between first and second in GTLM is also closing. It's not showstopper action yet, but
out the car in the GM car.
Yeah. So this is like 8 years ago.
So I think we're now very far off on the overlay as well, so that might need a quick refresh.
Yeah. But I was in law class, grade 12 law class. Wait, 89's retired?
Oh no! Oh, that is her block. That is the.
That was the leading epic
racing car, and was that the one that? The person we were speaking to?
No, we were talking to someone from the number 9.
Oh right, I see. That's the car. So, well, disappointment for Epic Racing. Hopefully that's just a disconnect and they can get back going.
Yeah.
Albeit with a few laps down.
The only position they're gonna lose, really, though, would be to their own teammates. So Epic would still be
not too concerning. So yes, I'm intrigued to hear this story now.
Yeah. So grade 12 law class, and the way law class worked is we had to do seminars, which I don't know if you do seminars in school, but for us it was basically like a student or basically.
Yes.
Where
we've had to do that before.
Yeah. And what people realized they could do with the seminars is they could have people do debates in their seminar over the topic. Because one group did it, and it was quite effective. They found like a contentious thing, had the class debate it, and it successfully blew 20 minutes of the 75 minutes they had to fill, so it was brilliant. So then every group said, oh wait, we can take up 20 minutes of our presentation with a debate. No matter what our topic is, we will force people to debate it. And oh my god, the things people had to debate were terrible.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah. But my favorite moment in all of that was there was one group that did a presentation on the UN Declaration of Human Rights. So
very heavy subject immediately.
Yeah,
although
but
I doubt that's a subject that can really cause great contention. Because I feel
everyone agrees it's good. So what they did is they put the kids who were like really like active in the class against the UN Declaration of Human Rights, and we had to argue against the UN Declaration of Human Rights.
And Devil's Advocate is very fun to play, I have to say.
But by the end, we had successfully convinced the class that the UN Declaration of Human Rights was bad, and they all actually believed it, and I was like, oh no. What have we done?
Well done. I remember I had to do, because over here the way it works, we actually have to do a speaking exam on English.
Yeah.
Because, I'm not fluent in English, and I need to be graded on that. in fairness, it's more about presentation skills.
Yeah.
And it was actually very useful. And loads of people I knew were staying up till like 3 a.m. spending hours on this project. I remember something very... We had to just do a 15-minute presentation or so, about 10 minutes, in fairness, on a topic of your choice.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I'm going to have to do a load of work on this. And then I remember something. I do VISC commentary. Waffling for 15 minutes on a topic I know a bit about.
Yeah.
Is literally what I do with my weekends. So the night before, it's a bit of an exaggeration.
Yeah.
I spent about, well, in total, in fairness, it is true. In total, I probably spent about half an hour maximum on this little PowerPoint of about 5 slides. I just stood in front of the class, and I was like, I'm just gonna waffle. I don't need cue cards. And because you don't have cue cards, it immediately looks incredible. So I just got an immediate top grade. And using this commentary to my advantage in the real world. Absolutely lovely.
Alright, on that, I'm going to run away for literally like 2 minutes, like 1 or 2 minutes here. I'll be right back.
Okay, and I will find something to waffle about on my own for about 5 minutes then. As, well, my GCSE English language speaking exam has prepared me wonderfully for. And well, I have to say it was a roaring presentation, all 5 minutes of it. I particularly enjoyed the bit where the teacher goes, that was a little bit short, but your questions were very good. And, well, here's the reading game card getting into a spot of bother with blue flags. And Peter Shoneman has got 2 hours to go in that car. And you're starting to feel a little bit restless, I have to feel. If you do have any questions, feel free to pop them down in the chat. As you can see, he lets him through. And now, flashing furiously, is the Grant Thomas in the Val the VMS Sun Edits car. And he's having to take a very wide line to try and not get the reading game car into any trouble. And I'm not commentating on reading game, doing anything particularly interesting, because that would be painful for me, as we experienced in Daytona. Thank you, Nick. 2 hours, keep it up. And well, I've already resigned to the fact I won't be eating more sleep than reasonably required tonight. And I think it's tonight I'll either get to 8 hours. Tonight I'll either get 12 hours or no sleep at all. So one of those things we have to deal with. Yes, as we move on, we have 2 hours remaining exactly. We'll do the. No, I think we might skip on the hourly reports actually.
There we go. I'm back.
He's back. I managed to waffle.
There you go. Good work.
I said there's 2 hours to go. I think we might skip the hourly report because nothing's really happened, and it would probably just waste 10 minutes, and we can do one with an hour to go. No.
Whoa!
Oh dear! Grant Thomas
Round from
in the
outs.
VMS Sun Edits number 6 as bitten by. Oh no, that could be mightily bad, actually.
Which car is that? Oh, geez, more cars involved in this.
It's all happening in the last 2 minutes. They've seen 2 hours to go. They've heard there's no hourly report. And they're like, we need to shake up the order. We need to make sure you do an hourly report. And that was Giancarlo Scula in the logistical nightmare by ISR. Almost created a logistical nightmare for the stewards in a 15-car pileup, but he managed to avoid it quite impressively.
I'm imagining you just got on the brakes to try and avoid that sideways LMP2, and just the car was a bit too overloaded on the right, and it just spun. That's sort of the thing with a lot of Sebring's corners. Are these fast corners where if somebody stopped sideways in the middle of it, you won't see it coming until the last moment, and then there's not a lot you can do because the car's loaded up fully going through that corner if you're properly driving on the edge, and just got the car sideways. And that. Go ahead.
Sorry, carry on. No, what you're saying is far more important than what I was about to say, so feel free.
I was just going to mention it closes the gap from 23rd to 24th, so that's the gap for a 5th. That would put the 360 car, which one of the cars we have not talked about much, in a fighting outside chance to get into 5th. It says 25 seconds on the overlay, it's more like 13 seconds. See if I can refresh it.
Told that Pascal Leggett is going mightily fast, but that's far too on topic for me. As I was about to mention the Sebring 24 hours again, as they've got 21 hours and 51 minutes to go. They've just done their own hourly reports,
Oh.
And you know you're idly watching something in the background when you see a crash that happened 2 hours ago and you had no idea it happened. Do you know there's only one well-known name racing in a Sebring 24 hours this year?
Oh.
I say this year like it isn't the first running of the event.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've kept up with the 24 hour series actually.
I was vaguely aware of it running at Portimao, and then I didn't really pay much attention to it outside of that.
Have you ever watched Dubai, which I believe is their big sort of red ribbon event?
No, I don't think I've ever watched it. I'm aware of it, but I've never watched it.
I probably won't watch it next year, in fairness, because it starts on a Friday for a start, which is a bit inconvenient.
Yeah.
However, I watched it this year because it was right in the midst of the UK, oh dear. And that was quite lucky from the Iris, not the leader, the other car, the number 66. And all onto the gravel, Pascal Leggett, who is going mightily fast indeed. He's clearly pushing that Aston Martin. And it's a fine, fine machine, that Aston Martin.
Yeah.
One of my favourite car in the game. Not to drive, but to look at. And, well, yes, it was right in the midst of the 3rd UK lockdown.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in online schooling, and I actually had, I believe, a rather rubbish day at school. I had 2 things in the morning that I can't even remember, and then I had double physics, French, and I believe maths.
Yeah.
And I suddenly realised, hang on, there's Dubai on. It starts as I go into physics.
Yeah.
So, well, physics teacher was turned down, and Dubai was turned up. But I still don't know. I still don't know what happened at Chernobyl to this day. And, well, it was rather interesting actually, because it's quite interesting because obviously the RS, I can't remember if it's RSI or RSL. It's RSL because it's Radio Show Limited. It was their crew doing all the commentary, and you know that's Radio Le Mans basically. It's run by Radio Show Limited, and they've got a commitment to endurance racing where basically if it exists, they do a commentary of it.
Yeah.
All for free. And I mean they do the classic. I mean John Hindo has got to probably be the most well-known motorsport commentator in the world at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Just because of the amount of stuff he's on.
Yeah.
I also find he's a bit like you. If he does the Sebring 12 hours, he will do the 12 hours.
Yeah.
So I was watching that this year, actually, and I did notice that Hindo literally commentates on the entire thing.
Jeez.
And he does a pre-race show.
It's dedication to the cause.
And either that or he needs a new conservatory.
Yeah. So gap's about 10 seconds now. Did a 2:03.5. Hemsworth did last lap, and Giancarlo Sculler did a 2:05. So definitely Hemsworth is coming. For a brief second, I thought my game crashed. I was concerned.
That's rather nice wording there.
Yeah.
And moving swiftly on.
So yeah, yeah, there's actually quite a few people doing 2:02s, which is around the pace of Pascal Eggert, although Eggert is definitely faster than the car ahead.
Who is texting you at this time of night?
Oh, it's not even that. I wish. Also, it's like it's only 7:14. It's not that late here. This is still reasonable texting hours on the Canuck. Woo! That's a dubstep moment there. What was that now? Yeah, I don't know. But
I always used to get text during races, actually.
Ooh.
Like, while I was at the most unreasonable hours, I would get text during racing.
Yeah.
I never get text until I'm in the middle of doing something.
Yeah.
I'll be sitting down idly racing. I'm like, God, I wish someone would just message me so I could just talk to someone and waste an hour. And then, no, never happens. And the second I'm in a car, I'll be like, oh, well, time to message Tom our entire life story. And obviously they're like, why are you replying to me? It's at 3 in the morning. I'm like, well, you wouldn't understand. Simply.
Second to last stint done for me, RF2 VISC Sebring. Got taken out by spinning GTE and had 80 seconds of damage. Dropped to P4 but caught and passed the car for P3. Drove really quickly after the repairs and it was a really nice battle for P3. Mixed feelings. That's from Owen AK.
Who said that? Was that in
That was in that was the Twitter.
On Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay, so Owen 8K is Owen. I literally watched a video of someone pronouncing his name and then said it, and I forgot how it was.
Yeah.
I guessed it was pronounced Owen Kivar Husik, but apparently I was off there. It was something like Uval Hu. No, I don't even know. But he told me to call him Owen 8K, and I have commentated on him actually in a league called FXR, and that is a Formula One league. It's just announced their new season actually, and I'm not advertising, I promise. I haven't been paid to say this. But yes, it's a novel, nothing extra. Paul Street Boys sim racing team. I don't know, Paul Street Boys. I think you've got a rather good marketing strategy there. Send a message.
I've been informed that the VISC Instagram is dead, so here's what I'm gonna do.
I believe if you sent a message to a certain establishment in London on Paul Street at number 23, they would happily sponsor you for a season.
Maybe, actually. You never know.
753 is meant to represent PSB. I'm not too sure how you've worked that out, actually, unless you're trying to say it looks a little bit like it.
Yeah, I'm just going to point out that the Pinavond Formula E cars are very attractive. I'm going to put that into the void.
I loaded up Instagram for the first time in a few weeks.
Yeah, I know. So it's weird, right? I understand TikTok, but I don't understand Instagram. It's like the weirdest, like, missing a step on the Zoomer ladder.
I'm not on TikTok, and I will never engage in TikTok. Although that's a complete lie, because I watch YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels.
Yeah, so you're basically on American TikTok.
I'm basically on TikTok.
Yeah.
But I'm not on TikTok, so the Chinese government don't have my information.
Yeah, just the American government.
At least, just the American government. Don't mind the Americans. The Chinese don't too far.
So, a round of pit stops occurring, apparently, or have occurred in the recent past, because this is like looking out through a telescope, the overlay right now.
Yes. It's very approximate, we have to say, the overlay. It's more there as a general guide.
Yeah. But the gap is definitely closing between Giancarlo Schooler and Keith Hemsoff, having a really, really good. This has to be one of the last two stints now, I think, for
GTLM cars. It will be. They go about an hour on their fuel, and but I have to say, I'm enjoying this. There is nothing quite like a good sim racing event. I suppose it'd be better if it was real life, but
yeah.
You know, just commentating on a proper endurance event is mighty fun indeed.
Yeah.
Because it turns into a podcast at this stage in many ways. You might have racing on in the background, and I'd say it's our unprofessionalism. But if you watch the Le Mans stream, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I suppose in 24-hour races, it depends who they've got on the night stream. You'll sometimes have a commentator who's dead boring will exclusively commentate on the race.
Mm-hmm.
But then they'll just start talking about random things at a stage.
Yeah. And, one of my favorite moments like that, I think it was like 2017 Le Mans, like 2017, 2016. Back when you still had like the Audi and the Porsche and Toyota all running an LMP1. Okay, I thought I might go into the pits. But I remember at one point they sent one of the commentators down to start testing the food at the Porsche, Audi, and Toyota tents to see which team had the best catering.
You see, I would laugh, but I'm a bit of a cricket fan recently. And I know you're Canadians, you probably won't understand a lot of cricket. I didn't realise how British the sport was. It's like I mentioned cricket in any Discord, and people are like, what are you on about? Anyway, it's, if you don't know about cricket, there's a format of the game called Test Match Cricket, and it lasts 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
A game. A single game lasts 5 days.
Yeah.
And first question you want to get asked is, Do they take breaks at least? Obviously.
Yeah.
It works out to about 8 hours a day they end up playing.
Mhm.
Actually playing. Well, it's 6 hours because it's 3 2-hour sessions. So it takes 5 days. And naturally, it's not always a ton of action.
Yeah.
And it's not so bad on the TV because they just they'll occasionally commentate on the thing. And it tends to be quite quiet and idle commentary. There's not a lot of... But on the radio, man, they get into some conversations. And they have a tradition where some of the catering staff will bring up cakes and they'll do a cake review on the radio. And it's a little bit of a tradition in English cricket, that is.
Yeah.
That they'll do that. The commentators are so posh as well. Because they're all getting used to the commentating from home thing, which we've been doing for years.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, they think getting up at 4 a.m. to do a commentary from your computer's strange.
Yeah.
I call that a Saturday afternoon, so Saturday morning, I suppose. And they've clearly not commentated on a cold Saturday morning in VISC.
Yeah.
And yes, it was very funny seeing them trying to adjust to that on the radio.
Just a side note, the number 89 Epic is back. So they get that car reconnected.
Certainly a disconnect then, and they've got that going.
And that gap now, within 4 seconds in this battle for 5th in GTLM. 360 car really coming alive. It slid down the order to 7th, and is there some drama in the hairpin in front? I don't know.
Forrest McCormack, who I believe is driving the 89 Epic car, correct me if I'm wrong,
I believe
he said that he's got a force feedback issue, which would explain that.
Joseph Herlock is in the car now. I don't know who was in back when the disconnect happened, but I guess it was, so you said it was force feedback, so it wasn't for disconnect.
Austin Dunn want anyone to interview for content. That's from Tom Parton. I've closed the message. There you go. You can drop down to him in the lobby.
Okay.
User left your channel switched.
Hello, Tom.
Hi, gents.
How goes the good fight?
Well, that's my stint done. I'm done now for the evening. We've got Sky in the car now till the end.
I think the 160 Hex car is the only team where we've had every driver from the car in the box before.
We like to talk, it's fine. Breaks up the night for you guys as well.
That's true. But
first things first though, LMP2, the Mugen team that were leading, can only apologise for the T1 incident.
Mm-hmm.
I'd only had the car the previous lap from my teammates.
Yeah.
And I made a rookie error and didn't check the brake bias.
Oh.
So I came back round after doing a nice steady lap to get some heat in the tyres. And basically left the magic on, shall we say. And ended up sideways on the racing line. No damage or anything for me, I was sideways on the racing line and then realised, oh dear, I'm on the racing line. Spam it into reverse, trying to get off the line.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the Team Iris LMP2 car collected me and 3 wheels on my wagon.
Yeah. But that's
clearly just a weight loss strategy.
Yeah.
It wasn't making me much quicker, I'll say that.
Well, I never said a successful weight loss strategy.
Yeah, so that's a interesting part of this is I'm always way too scared to have like a warm-up setting for my brake bias. I just say I'll just figure it out. But yeah,
I have an ideal setting in mind, but my teammate drives with it slightly further back.
Yeah.
And I didn't realise that he hadn't switched it to neutral or hadn't. Nobody reminded me, and I completely forgot. I normally check it, but I'm coming out of the pit lane, but I completely forgot.
Yeah.
It's obviously a nice, easy lap to start with. He's fine because I'm not diving late into the braking zones or on the limit. And as soon as T1 pops up the next lap, and I'm, starting to pick up the pace, I nearly caught it, to be fair. But he just didn't want to play ball.
Yeah. That's what we were saying is we've seen a few times where somebody will have a spin, and the spin on itself is not too bad. It's just a spin, but then somebody else is coming around at 180 kilometers an hour, blindsides you.
Yeah, especially at T1 and Sunset as well. I mean, probably didn't help that I had a bit of a squirrely moment coming out of Sunset.
Yeah.
Just before that T1 incident. And I should have realised going into Sunset that something it didn't feel right, but I couldn't pinpoint it to the brakes at the time. So, driver error, lack of skill, shall we say?
Describes every crash I've ever had. And now, a random question. This is going to sound very weird. I noticed you've got a very distinct accent, Tom. Where are you from in the UK?
In the UK, I'm from Staffordshire.
Same!
But originally I was born in Wolverhampton and raised in the Black Country for a few years, but I moved over to Staffordshire at a very early age. So I don't have my Black Country accent, apart from certain words.
My Staffordshire alarm was going off. And, well, I find it incredible that we can be talking to any number of 100 drivers racing this weekend, and we find the one person called Tom who's from the same county. Very.
Well, we were doing some practice in the server yesterday, and we saw one. I think it was Ike that saw you log in, and was like, "Oh my God, we've got Tom Dillian in," thinking you were Tom Dillian, the race driver. And I was like, Dillian. No, that's Dylan. Dylan.
It's incredible, actually. There was an incident in ERC that I believe I'm not allowed to talk about. No, with one of the members. I mean, you know about the incident. I just think bringing it up is apparently not allowed. There was the incident with Jessica Belliter.
Oh, I know.
And, and we were talking to Chris, and it was like, basically something came up in the conversation. It's like, hang on, wait. Oh, it's very late at night. You've got to allow me this.
If thinking time's fine.
Yes, thinking time. Her, me, and Chris were all from like an hour away from each other, and it was like, oh, how like small of a world can that be if three of us live within an hour and a half of each other?
Yeah, it is. It is a small world, and it's surprising really, because I started driving with. It's a funny thing with Hex Sim, to be fair, as a team. So I've only been with the team since last January. I was brought in by my friend Andy, who's driving in the GTLM car.
This is when he's about to tell me he's my neighbour.
Probably not, no. And I met Andy through online gaming, so found out he was also in Staffordshire, and we've met up outside of games to do pub and racing and whatever, and karting and everything. So getting into sim racing, he's like, "Oh, you should come and join us on Hex Sim." But Hex Sim had originally been a merger between Three Dudes Racing and Silver Elements, I think they were. So there was about 5 or 6 guys in when I joined, and now we've had more drivers come on this year. So we've had obviously Alessandro Paducci's joined recently, along with Davide. So that's our 2 resident Italians, and they've just brought another Italian to the team. So we kind of have we can almost set up a Hex Sim Italia team. We're good friends with the guys over at LNR, which will be the logistical nightmare guys. Hence why it's LNR by HSR, because they're kind of driving with us. So they're in the Corvette. And two of the guys are South African, one's American. So we've kind of got the whole geographical timescale kind of set out at the minute within the team. And then most of the guys in HSR themselves are from the UK.
Guys, I thought for a second I was the only sim racer in Staffordshire, so it's nice to see that there's a...
I think in HSR you've got me, Sky, Pete Williamson, and what's his name again? And Andy in Staffordshire / Birmingham sort of area. So there's about 5 of us.
8-knit group.
I'd start reeling off town names as you go visit there, but I think that would end up doxing both of us very quickly, so we'll move on.
Maybe when we're not on stream, eh?
Yes.
One of the funny things about that is the only other person I know in all of this who's from even the same province as me is Alex Ackerl, who was on earlier, and he's from the next one of the only 2 big cities around me. 7 hours away. That's
7 hours.
the next. There's 2 big cities. One's 2 hours away, and one's 7 hours away from where
That's
I'm
like top to bottom of the UK, 7 or 8 hours.
at. Yeah. Yeah. This is Canada too big.
Enjoying the battle on screen at the moment with the logistical nightmare.
Oh, it wasn't even.
Logistical nightmare guys and 360 Motorsport.
No, I was having an existential crisis, but here we are.
Yeah.
Looking at that sweet ass MSI badge on the back. Yeah.
Rear wing view. Yeah, it's interesting. We haven't seen. Whoa! Interesting to see the C8 in action.
Yeah, there's a few, if not many teams run it. You see the C7 sometimes, but it's either Ferraris or Astons in the GT class.
Yeah. We've been lucky. I think we have every GTE car in this race, which is surprising.
Are they running a custom BOP for the GT cars? I wonder.
I would presume so, considering that the LMP2s and the DPIs are running custom BOPs, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes, they are, and I wonder if they've done that for GTLM as well. I know that they're quite equal normally. However, people do tend to go for one of 2 cars because you have to be very passionate about racing to automatically give yourself a pace. You say, "Oh, that's a slow epic racing car." That is the number. I'm just going to guess and say number 89 because it will make me look intelligent if it is. Here we go. This is Hemsoff going for a move on Schooler.
We will let you get back to your team for the rest of the night. It was good talking to you, though, Tom.
No problem at all. Thank you guys, and enjoy the rest of the race. And thanks, obviously, for having us all on here. And we'll see you at Mid Ohio.
Yeah, awesome. Be around.
See you soon.
Channel left your channel.
That is incredible. I cannot believe that. I remember last year at Daytona we had what's his name again? James something.
Yeah.
Oh, he's such a nice guy as well. I've forgotten his name.
Is he still in the VISC commentators Discord, even if he's not?
He is. James.
McIntyre. No, it's Ross. I'm thinking of.
It's Ross. Oh no, he must have left. Oh, that's a shame. He was a nice guy. I forget who he was, but James something. I think he's done ACC with some people somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes, and
James Smith.
No, not James Smith.
Okay.
He's from England, but he lives in Luxembourg.
There's a guy in there named James JP that I don't remember commentating with. It must have been from Daytona.
It must be him, yes.
Yeah.
And anyway, we got about halfway through the stream, and we suddenly realised that we're both from the English Midlands. And well, that's even worse. Not only have me and Tom Parsons realised both from the English Midlands, we're both from the same county.
Yeah.
Wow, very interesting. But it is uncanny how in sim racing it's such a small world, and I suppose it makes sense in fairness, because even though you can say, oh well, there's 289 countries, what have you, that have internet, and it's a random chance. But then again, I suppose sim racing does naturally appeal to a more British market. And
yeah, I guess there's only. Well, that's interesting. I guess I don't know. That is true. I find that interesting. Like, iRacing definitely has its American niche, but that's because it does ovals.
Definitely.
And it's the only game that does ovals.
But I feel like motor racing in general is a very British thing.
I guess specifically for English-speaking communities especially, it's a very British thing, because, like, the Australians are an island in onto themselves. Oh, geez. Oh, I looked for it.
The Australians are mad about motor racing, but I mean this kind of motor racing is a very
Yeah.
English kind of thing.
That might be the move said and done.
Yes, possibly.
Yeah, that's it.
And we might need to refresh the overlay because it hasn't updated yet. But,
Yeah. Fresh button again.
There we go, that is Hamzoth getting through.
He's going to look to the inside here.
We're going to get a lovely screen freeze just in time. Down into the hairpin, the aptly named The Hairpin. And, well, they're side by side, and there's not a lot of room for 2 cars in there, especially 2 GTLM cars.
Oh, and there's an LMP2 mixing in.
Oh, dear, that could get very ugly very quickly. I don't think so. Not at this time of night. And that is very impressive indeed from Schooler to get that position back.
Oh, they got so much traffic to contend with now. You know Hemsoff has the pace, but needs to get the pass done in such a way that Schooler can't come right back. Comes the Iris, gonna push him wide at Tower. Oh, then Tyrus ends up working his direction because the Iris backs off and it just pushes back Hemsoft. There you go, though. Hemsoft gonna be further back than he'd like. It's the rookie monsters just behind. I have no idea what that is. I think it might be spam email.
Well, I've had 2 messages about the same NFT on this stream already.
Yeah.
So I think spam email is definitely a thing this evening. And well, we've got another hour and a half of racing here, and it's going to be very enthralling. Hopefully, we're not quite going into like it was like last year.
Yeah.
Where we went down to the final hour, if you remember that race. But,
yeah. Well, there's still always time for something to happen. Certainly not in LMP2, but GTLM could still have some drama left to tell in its story. DPI also looks pretty set game match, barring something happening to Jake Dennehan. But elsewhere, it's close. Some of these midfield battles, and certainly in GTLM, there's still room for some stuff to happen. I'm fairly sure Luis Paulo Abra has definitely been cutting down that gap, Corbin. Actually, all their lap times look fairly similar, so maybe not. They're both running 2:02s. Noteworthy, whoever just got in the 96 just set a 2-minute flat. Suddenly that BMW has pace. Now they're 2 laps behind, and they've got 3 laps on the next car, but Pascal Eggert really 3 laps behind? I'm surprised by that. I thought it was much closer. No, he's not. Okay, so that will actually be extending the gap because Artur Saikula has got some pace. Unfortunately, it might be a bit too little too late to actually make much magic happen, but we shall see.
And so, I've just seen a message from Mia Rose saying that she was very happy with a stable car, and that's why she was so fast. And I think she's doing herself a little bit of an injustice there.
Yeah.
Blaming everything on setup. If you're slow, you're allowed to blame everything on setup. If you're fast, setup was awful, and you're just that good.
Yeah. Gotta take your wins when you get them. That was definitely some talent in there. Here's another gap that's closing. I don't know why, though, specifically if it's traffic or not, but the Bottling Motorsport number 28, which has really slid down the order, I must say. They were quite a ways up earlier.
That's definitely traffic, I believe. They're in a big pocket, and I'll check the track map. They're in a bit of a pocket of traffic, sort of sector 2.
I'm just saying the gap, I think, to the number 52 is closing between those 2 cars. We'll see if it's pit strategy, because there's still, 2 or 3 more stops left for LMP2?
And I believe a few people said that we're going into the last 2 pit stops for LMP2, and if they've been double stinting all race, this could be the time when they're allowed 2 new sets of tyres. A massive tangent. Like, that's a revolution in this race. However, I didn't realise, on live races, the track map is actually generated as cars drive.
Yep.
I find that incredible.
That is pretty cool. It is. That's the same way if you use the track map in SimHub, it is also generated when you drive. Oof. A little bit of a bounce on the bumps there.
Explains why it's so damn inaccurate.
Yep. Have all those people take it, having offs, ruining the experience.
And,
gap now. Under 4 seconds. The RLR Abruzzi car, Peter Hutchins behind the wheel of that vehicle.
Well, I think Peter Hutchins is going to have to find some pace very quickly. Either that, or he's in traffic and he's just kind of toying with his food.
Indeed.
My grandma did always tell me never to play with my food.
Looks very much on his lonesome right now. You'll see just at the edge of that picture flashing by into the hairpin was the number 28. Hour and a half to go. Worked out the 445 has lost 3 laps with incidents that weren't our fault. Disappointing, but Callie is doing a great job. Yeah, I was saying that Aston Martin has definitely taken a few punches. Definitely looked wounded at certain points. And then we even caught some of the times it got jumped, but I didn't notice it to take that much damage. Good to know. Very much unfortunate. Never know, it's still an hour and a half. Totally could have one of the cars in front of you get punted.
Yes, indeed.
Less than 4 seconds now between Hofield and Hutchings. The yellow in Sector 3! What does it mean? Oh, geez, okay, I thought somebody was going to be dead at the sunset. Past the 445 final Vaughn on the front straight. Past the bridge, into turn 1. Here we go.
And it's now that it starts feeling a little bit slow. And, well, the car starts to really fall away from you at this stage in a race with an hour and 25 minutes to go. You just start hearing noises, and it felt different on that last lap, and the conscious input starts fading.
Yeah.
And, well, I hope you got a good playlist, is all I can say.
I had an issue for a while in ACC where if I tried to double stint, my wheel would lose its force feedback.
Oh no.
But I didn't understand that was what was happening at first until we were in 6 hours of the Nürburgring and we're running second with 45 minutes to go, and I double stinted and that happened, and I finally understood that's what was going on. I was losing my force feedback. Yeah.
When your force feedback left, were you able to keep going, or did you lose the second place?
Yeah, we lost second. We ended up third. I was able to hold off the guy in fourth, but that was...
It's not too bad then, I suppose. I feel like people always say... I feel like you can drive around not having force feedback, in fairness. Maybe not so much in ACC. You could in R-Factor 2, I'm sure. It wouldn't be... Will this podcast be available on Spotify? Very funny. I did run a podcast for a time, actually.
Wow. What was it about?
It was with James Smith. It was about racing.
Oh.
But it ended up turning into my weekly pop. It ended after my rants about the F1 Esports Women's Wildcard. So.
Oh.
Which, in fairness, I still think that was a little bit absurd, as evidenced by today, when we've had a woman being the fastest driver in GTLM.
That is true.
And I feel like people like that don't really need a helping hand to get into the big leagues. But perhaps I'm just being a bit cynical, and it's all for good-natured.
I guess that's the ongoing debate over the W Series, where you had people like Pippa Man not appreciating it. And then, what was her name? The woman who was the test driver for Lotus?
Oh, right. Oh, dear. Is it...
Carmen Jorda was supporting it.
I know Sophia Flörsch was heavily against it.
Yeah, then you had, like, Sophia Flörsch. It was interesting, I don't know. The tough...
Which, by the way...
Yep.
A complete tangent from the tangent. Sophia Flörsch's Instagram comments are something of a marvel.
Which, about what? That, or...?
No. Just her Instagram comments in general are absolutely incredible. Absolutely. They make for spectacular viewing.
Oh boy. I'm horrified.
Like, she did one of those things yesterday.
An AMA?
Yes, and Ask Me Anything.
Yeah.
What? No. She made the mistake of putting, what photo do you want to see? And,
yeah. Oh no.
Well, the 13-year-olds did not disappoint.
Where did you think that was going? could you have not known? Oh well. Will we be? So, battle continues. LMP2 in this race for 6th. Who are very even on pace. Traffic's playing a big role in this fight because the gap is down to 3.5 seconds. About. Oh no, not really, because he's in the pits. I don't know. Oh yeah, the overlay's just taking for an update. That battle had cooled off a while ago, and the overlay decided to not inform me. Greatly appreciated overlay.
That's per usual.
That's per usual.
So if you people in the chats are frustrated at the fact we're not talking about the actual racing, please do tell us, and we will try and shut up the tangents. It's my... Oh! No, never mind.
That was just
I was
us.
looking at the YouTube stream. I find myself, because I've got the YouTube stream up to watch the chat.
Yeah.
And I've also got Sebring in the top right-hand corner. And this is why I love having a 4K monitor. I think if you're a commentator, you need to get a 4K monitor. I got it for free, so I can't really comment. It's so useful. I'm able to have 4 windows up in 1080p, and it's basically like having double monitors.
I have triple monitors and a laptop right now. It's I am single-handedly perpetuating climate change in my bedroom. Oh, that's one of the Paul Street Boys cars looking the wrong way.
Oh, not the first time.
Not the first time. Well, they're just stopped.
Oh no, that's a front-engine car, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's rear. It's a mid-engine.
Never mind. I thought it was a front-engine car, and I thought they'd just blown their engine. You know, lovely job.
Must have just couldn't get the ignition there. There you go. Running just fine. The Porsches were definitely stronger last year, although that might be more of the Paul Street Boys not exactly having the setup magic of some of the other Porsche teams we saw last year, so that could be it as well. Just fine right now. Good.
I've just published the stream on a random Discord server. So, if we get anyone who says something along the lines of, I don't know what's going on, then you can be sure that they've come from me.
So
they were trying to draw me into a political debate, and I was like, no, come watch my stream.
There we
Don't
go.
talk about politics on Discord is the moral of the story. And he's Joe Gordstitis, a very, very fast driver indeed. And in fact, when Aidan was trying to sign Joe Gordstitis, he messaged me and he goes, Tom, who is that fast guy that raced for us in VMG? I go, you mean Pal? Pal Pankovic, who recently retired from R-Factor 2.
Yeah.
And he goes, no, that other guy. Oh, Joe? Oh, yes, Joe. I promise that isn't a Joe Mama joke.
Well, let's see what he can do if he can get that car into 5th.
And he's actually from Florida, I believe, Joe.
Huh.
When we went to Watkins Glen once, I bet that's not even in Florida, is it?
Nope, New York. Tom, I live in your walls.
And there we go. Took 2 minutes.
But it happened.
It happened. Wow.
And the number 28 something's happened to them. That is the bottling motorsports car.
They've bottled that, and I made that pun too much this evening.
I'm hoping that was a disconnect. That sucks.
I would say that's probably a disconnect. I don't see them crashing at this stage in the race.
No,
in
of
honesty.
course
Not with. But yes, I've just had someone bragging, saying I just went onto the stream and told Tom I live in his walls and left. So you really got me there. Really.
Yeah. You're shaking in your boots right now.
back to Joe Gorstitis, and the speed of the DPI cars, we mentioned it earlier, is just beyond incredible.
Yeah. They are, well, they're designed to not be beaten by the other classes, and it shows. They're fast. Going into their last season next year, too.
I thought, well, no, they pushed it back, didn't they, the LMDH regulations.
Yeah.
And, interestingly, though, technically speaking, the DPI cars in this league are LMDH cars.
They're LMDH cars without the hybrid.
LMDH cars don't have hybrid.
They don't?
I don't believe.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
Not sure that's recommended in building safety code.
Let's see. LMDH class. Let's find out. Whoa, Joe, that was got a scarier line through Sunset than I would have. Powertrain. For both category constructors or teams, this is LMH and LMDH.
Oh dear, Nick.
Yeah. For both categories, constructors or teams are free to choose the ICE architecture, capacity, and technology. However, LMDH engine maximum power output is limited to 470 kilowatts or 640 horsepower, and LMH is limited to 500 kilowatts or 680 horsepower. Combined with a hybrid system, the power unit output is pushed to 500 kilowatts and 80 horsepower. Yeah, I think LMDH is supposed to have a stock hybrid. That's the concept. There's like a stock universal hybrid that they're all given, and then they can make their own ICE engine. Yeah.
That sounds about right.
I think Williams makes the hybrid. They were selected.
Of course, Williams made the hybrid.
Yeah. Can't remember. I feel like this overlay needs a refresh. I am basically just continuously refreshing the overlay now.
It's a Python script that refreshes it every 5 minutes.
Yeah. That would be... Yeah, just have a macro.
And what I think is about time in the broadcast, as I'm looking down for any gaps, I don't really think there's much action we can talk about right now.
Yes,
So
slowly posing things that could become interesting potentially before the race ends.
Should we discuss the... Oh, I pronounced that so weirdly. Should we discuss the wonderful world of R Factor 2? The various going-ons.
R Factor 2 podcast time, let's go!
Yes, because we haven't had a good talk about R Factor 2 since probably Sebring last year.
That's true. Alex actually asked me. He said, what are your plans for the game engine VISC will run on in the future? I was like, I don't know yet.
Yes, I forgot that you're the game developer guy here. That's
Yeah.
like your thing.
We're not game engine, but what platform, will VISC run on in the future, not the game engine.
I was going to say, if you're going to develop your own engine, then, I mean...
Yeah, I wish I could do that.
A few years.
Yeah, if I was significantly more talented and had significantly more time. But yeah, R Factor 2 news.
Well, I think VISC has got to stay on R Factor 2, really. For at least... Well, I think he's got to. I don't see any...
I said
it would go to.
the only two options, right, in my mind, would be if suddenly AMS2 gets way better at supporting multiplayer. Because with the Racing USA pack and the cars they have, you could theoretically put VISC there, but I don't know why you would.
No, especially when you've got R Factor 2, and most people play it because it's R Factor 2.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think, with all respect, I don't think the VISC name carries enough weight to make someone buy a game for VISC.
Yeah. The other option would be if Assetto Corsa 2 comes out, has a few years to develop and get good mod support, and then there's enough of a US track roster available, a good DPI mod, and like or not DPI, it'd probably be LMDH at that point, and you have the proper GT cars they're running at that point, then we could have that discussion.
I genuinely think R Factor 2 is the best platform for endurance racing at the minute. You've got the Le Mans Virtual Series, which is basically WEC Esports.
Yeah.
And, I don't see why anyone would move away from R Factor 2.
Yeah. Well,
And-
other than R Factor has problems, but the problem is there's nothing that does what it does, so you don't have a choice.
Yes, exactly. James Blake says that was tiring. It was so much fun chasing P5. He did a very, very good job, James. Very good stint indeed. And well, I think R Factor 2 is really where it's at the minute. I think the prospect of having motorsport games is very exciting. My only concern
That's how
is
bad that NASCAR game went.
Well, my only concern is, but that NASCAR game was rushed. In fairness, they didn't have the proper time to implement the R Factor 2 tyre physics like they said.
Yeah.
My only concern is that rather than building on the R Factor platform, they're going to rush out an R Factor 3. It's going to be in the Unreal Engine. It's going to be designed to be more mainstream. It's not going to have the same mod support. It's going to just be pretty graphics and basically no substance.
I wonder. I think it'd be so dangerous to make an R Factor game without mod support. Like, I think that's like so ubiquitously part of the R Factor like franchise mod support.
Well, the literal slogan of R Factor is create, control, connect.
Yeah. That
So
would be. Then again, they did a Battlefield game without classes, so I guess maybe we're in the brave new world now where none of these franchises mean anything.
I mean, it would be like the biggest middle finger to ISI to make an R Factor game without mod support.
Yeah.
You're basically taking your entire brand and going against its one philosophy.
Yeah.
That's like making Linux closed source. You just wouldn't.
Yeah. Pretty much. But yeah, I think what's more likely going to happen is R Factor 2 will live out the rest of its days, while Motorsport Games stops adding new content, first-party content, and they're going to make a bunch of games using its engine as its base. They're going to have a bunch of yearly releases of games of specific types of racing. So you'll have your IndyCar game, you'll have your BTCC game, you'll have your WEC game, and instead of those licenses being added to R Factor, they'll just have a bunch of games that they're focused on, if you follow me.
That's my major concern. Cause the biggest thing I love about R Factor is that I've got one platform, and 1 minute I can be racing endurance cars, and the next minute I can be racing PCR cars, and that's incredible. My concern with having to buy a load of different games is that, if I want to buy a new car for R Factor 2, it's £10, and I complain and I say that it's a bit absurd that I have to pay £5 for a new GT car that I'm not going to drive just to keep racing.
Yeah.
It does annoy me. But if you've got a brand new series, for example, you've got a car pack for R Factor 2 and it costs £20, that's completely reasonable in my eyes, especially if you've got a brand new series. And my concern would be that you do all these brand new yearly release, £45 games.
Mm-hmm.
And quickly, that would be just incredible. Studio 397 had to learn the coding from ISI before they could fix things, but along with the testing and data gathering for EC, that's 2 years. The improvements are massive. The improvements have been massive.
Ooh, somebody's off there. It's the...
Oh, that's the Hex?
Is that the Hex? I think it's the Bottle... whatever the heck he's
No,
ruined the name
that's
for me.
not. I think it's definitely a Hex. I saw the fancy livery. Yes, it was. That's the same corner, I believe. He's got back going, because Daniel Coldfield.
Okay, so then that was the bottling motorsport gun.
Oh yes, sorry, I haven't got my glasses on.
That was
I was
good.
wiping.
Yeah, I have a sense that's how... Because I think ACC is what they want to replicate.
But you can't have 8 ACCs, because that would just defeat the point of it.
Yeah, but that's not how companies think.
Oh, that's not how companies think.
I think that's most like... To me, I think that's the inevitable end game of motorsports games, is to, be the EA Sports of racing games, and have a bunch of different racing games.
And
Although-
that would be...
Yeah.
That would kill sim racing as a market.
Well, it depends. So that's the interesting question, is when you get 6 or 7 years from now, right? If AC2 has mod support and a wide variety of classes, is it the natural progression for a league like that doesn't want to necessarily be bound to a specific series exclusively. Follow me.
I think we need a proper open source racing simulator, and I truly believe that we need an option to have one, because I feel like that would, under the right company, I don't care if you have to pay for it, you know, because obviously the open source software isn't necessarily completely free, but I feel like you want a good basis of a racing sim that you can give people complete control over.
And the Operation Harsh doorstep of racing.
Exactly. You want a sim with the complexity of R-Factor 2 that anyone can add to, anyone can make a car for, anyone can add features to.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, not only have you got a really good basis for new titles, a good engine, a good basis for new titles, and you know, you've then got the ability for any developer to go in and make a good racing game, or even a good mod for your game. The issue is, it's expensive to develop an engine, and well, I mean, you see how R-Factor 2's got so many issues, and that's with an engine that's been in development for 15 odd years, and got some of the best minds in the business on it.
I'll just say to you guys who are saying you come back to R-Factor 2, if you look at the actual player base, the R-Factor 2 player base is a fraction of the ACC player base. Like, I think it's less than, it's about 1%.
Oh, there was I was looking at the wrong monitor again.
Okay. Yeah, the R-Factor 2 player base is about 1% of the size of the, whoa, geez, that's one actually did go off there.
Oh, no.
Who is that? Grant Thomas.
And is he crabbing a little bit, or am I making that up? I think my eyes are see.
You can always look inside, you might not be making that up.
What I want is a game that is exactly what you described, James, like. He is crabbing a lot, actually. This could be a code 80. I don't know if it will, though. I think what you've just described there, James, like, is exactly what I want, except I don't want to have to pay for a new game. I want it to be R-Factor 2.
Yeah. And I think that's the struggle I think Studio 397 is having. Is like, you can't, they're trying to get the graphics up, but I think the engine's so dated it's going to be a lot of work.
Thing is, though, it's not even that dated of an engine. Bethesda are still using the same engine they used for Skyrim and Oblivion, and that was 10 years ago.
Would you say Bethesda games are pretty?
Well, I'd say they get the job done. And I say R-Factor 2 gets the job done. I think R-Factor 2 is at a stage where the graphics are good for at least 5 years. You know, I don't think anyone plays R-Factor 2 and goes, these graphics are ugly.
Yeah. The insides of some of the cars could be better, but I get what you mean.
Yes, but that's something that can be fixed with modelling. I don't think that's necessarily anything to do with the physical...
Yeah, like the newer models definitely look the part now.
Yes, exactly. You know, and I think even Chris Gitsoff, he's shown us that a load of the mods can look incredible in R-Factor 2.
Yeah.
And I think as well with some of the graphical upgrades, I think R-Factor 2 is looking pretty much as good as it can do. And I think... graphics aren't too important, Nick. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. And it doesn't really bother me. And I always thought that was just a bias I had. And can't you talk about the race? Well, yeah, that would be incredible, except the closest gap on this is about 2 laps, so...
17 seconds. It's between Van der Stam and Harikian. Outside of that, I'm waiting for some things to happen between Gostidis and Schooler. They're on slightly different pit strategies, so we'll see how that pans out. Beyond that, you are listening to Radio VISC.
And in fairness, this is how endurance racing is in the real world as well. You don't tend to.
That's not how we do it around here. Somebody gets it.
Yeah. In fairness, I don't think you can blame us. At least we're now on R-Factor 2, not London strip clubs. So I mean, there's.
Yeah. Ooh, that was a bit ugly. So. Yeah, I think the biggest thing we're running into in R-Factor 2 though is. I guess my point is, if you sat down for 5 years, right? You had the money and the time, and you sat down for 5 years. you would end up with something better than if you tried to make R Factor 2 do it. That's all I'm saying. But I'm not necessarily sure that's even a realistic option for anybody. That's all I'm trying to convey. Oh, jeez.
Oh dear, that was almost very, very messy with Olaf van der Stam, who's had a very, very good stint indeed for Val at VMS Sun Edits. And, well, they've had a very good race, actually, Val VMS Sun Edits. They've had minor issues, occasional crab, a couple of pit stops with damage, but nothing that no one else has had an issue with. Someone who has had a quiet race, actually, but is driving very well, is Tobias Blumschein in the number 87.
Yeah. You don't talk about much about when you're in the sister car that's running second, and they're just gonna head into the pits now. They got a 2-lap gap from Oliver Hurricane, so no stress from behind for them.
And Tobias shines in the low pressure environment. He really does.
And in a way, that's hard, right? Because when there's pressure on you, you're on it. You have the adrenaline pumping, and you're stressed, and you're focused. When there's no pressure, that's when those little mistakes creep in. Oh, like that one. That's an exact example of what I meant by that.
and those little mistakes do add up. You have one, and then you drive again, and it's about overconfidence, really, and tiredness mixed into one. You should never get overconfident with your car, because you'll eventually find yourself very quickly into the wall.
Yeah.
And, well, on the note of R Factor 2, there you go, Mr. Makayao Vosmaja. You've had your talk about the race. Now we're going to spend an hour talking about R Factor 2 again.
You had your fun.
You've had your fun. And I did expect talking about what we see in a live stream.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I would contend that if you watch real life endurance racing, they go on tangents. And I'd argue that if you're watching an endurance race, it gets tiresome if you're talking about the race for all 12 hours. We're having a discussion with chat, which I think is more than reasonable. And, most of the action and the battling has been done. There's not really much we can add that the pictures don't say. So that's what you want in commentary. You need to add to what the pictures are saying. That's your job. But when there's nothing you really can add, there's no insight to give, sometimes it's good to go on a little bit of a tangent.
I've also done like 3 narrated laps of this track. I don't know what more I don't.
There's nothing we can really say about the race that hasn't already been said. Everyone's doing the same lap times. There's no one on the timing board particularly standing out. I am checking.
Yeah, I have 3 screens open with race data right now. I am not if something interesting catches my eye, I will tell you.
The reason we are going on tangents is because we assure you there is nothing interesting happening.
Nothing that we could know of, at least. Because if there's some fascinating thing developing with the tires, we don't have that data to make. We couldn't tell you.
We've got that many eyes in the sky that if a driver has a wee in the car, we will tell you.
Yeah. I think there was a critical moment, I guess. All I'm saying stream is starting to struggle. I'm beginning to debate. Should I restart? I might restart the game. But what I will do is...
We need a sleeping mechanic cam from IRL Endurance Racing. Well, that's the thing. If you watch Le Mans, they end up talking about everything. And, as well at Le Mans, it's a bit different in real life because they can go around to the drivers, they can have a chat, they can talk about various aspects. And they have these little segments they can go to, like, oh, look at what this pit crew's doing at this time. Or, it's not always constantly about the race. And that's the beauty of endurance racing. Sometimes the racing takes a bit of a back seat and you can just appreciate the spectacle of what it is and just have a bit of a chat and, enjoy the evening.
Yeah. And we have actually stopped and talked to drivers too. We've done interviews.
We have. We've done everything we can do. The timing board is pretty much the same. And Nick, after what Ernest Lappin said to me after a race once, his post-race activity, I don't think he wants a camera in his bedroom, and that's all I'm going to say.
I know.
Yes, I think you can see what I'm alluding to there, but I'm not going to officially say it because that would be That'd be rather mean of me. And inappropriate for the broadcast. And, basically what I'm trying to say with this entire thing is if I want to talk about London strip clubs, I can talk about London strip clubs, god damn it.
This is a free country! America! Actually, not America for anybody involved. I'm pretty sure the server's not hosted in America.
No.
I'm not
We're racing an American league.
Yeah.
And, it's run by... Well, it was run by a British person. The head steward is European. The commentator, half of the commentary duo is British. We've got even you're not American.
Nope.
And I think the majority of the grid is European, racing in majority European cars. On a European server.
This is, R Factor 2 is not in a good mood right now, folks, not gonna lie.
R Factor 2 is never in a good mood.
I'm trying to close enough things that I can, get access to my control panel, but it's like, oh, do you wanna...
And you know what? Your overlay it won't be working anymore, but never mind. We can't do an hour anymore. Oh, there we go. Forget about it. Anyway. You see, I am trying to look through the field genuinely for people who are on particularly exciting laps, but there isn't really anything going on. The pace seems to be mostly in the 48s and the 49s at this stage. People will probably not be double stinting at this point. And not in relation to Dolly. Most people won't be double stinting at this stage, which is fair enough. And other than that, there's not really much we can elaborate on.
Okay. I had to force kill the game. It was that lost. I'm sure, like all everything, there's probably a memory leak in R Factor 2 when you have it running that long.
Yes, now I've never really understood what a memory leak is in computers.
Okay, nutshell of it.
Right.
When you make a class, right?
Yes, I understand this. I know a bit of object-oriented programming.
Yeah, so you create the class.
Yes.
Now what happens is if you don't delete the class when you're done using it, the memory remains reserved in the computer, but now it can no longer be accessed. This is mainly a thing with like older programming, like C++.
Yes.
If you use like anything more recent, generally there's a trash collector that just handles it when you like stop needing the class, it gets rid of it. Like if you leave the space where the class was created, it will kill the class. But R Factor 2, I am very sure, is C++. That was part of the reason the UI was so problematic.
Yes. And one quick thing. Sorry, Don Alexi says, "What's up with the stream?" Christian's game, it didn't crash, but it was about to crash, so we had to quickly kill it.
That's my car in image. Yeah.
And if you think we're bad, the Sebring 24-hour stream just crashed. So there we go.
Even the pros screw up.
Even they get paid to do this.
Yeah.
And
I'm just I can't give a good argument for even why I'm doing this.
Well, the game was choppy and the stream wasn't.
No, I meant like why I'm commentating.
Oh yes.
I am doing this because I don't know. The way to
I'd say because I want a career in broadcasting, but I really don't. I want a career with something to do with computer science. So
yeah.
I suppose it's a little bit obsolete. I've been urged by people to get a career in broadcasting before, and I've written emails to local radio stations and things asking for work experience. However, to the uneducated eye, I commentate on computer games. Doesn't sound like a valid experience for any kind of job role.
Yeah.
And so it's not until you write an email to a radio station asking for work experience that you suddenly realise, yes, what I do sounds completely bonkers to anyone that doesn't understand.
Oh, Jeff Close's internet crashed. So.
Is he racing or is he?
No, so Jeff Close is now like the head of the stewarding team, although Santuan VISC is the head steward for this race. So he was gonna help close out the stewarding, but he can't. So Ratchet.
That's why you dressed it was more than just a video game.
Yeah.
And
I've been told to keep an eye out for Joe Herlock once we get back,
Oh.
so...
Lovely. And I really want to ask what is going on with global endurance modding, but I feel like you wouldn't be allowed to give me that information, let alone the stream. So
Just
we'll
audio?
try.
Thank you, Matt, who's not helping with the commentary. Thank you very much for informing me the stream's not showing anything but a picture. I am stunned to discover this. Was unaware. I'm so sorry.
Yes,
I'm being
yes,
so
Lee
mean.
Davidson. He does indeed, except when you have, it's difficult to describe. If you show them the commentary, it's better. However, when you're just trying to describe it quickly as a summary in an email, it's a lot more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't want to sell it too much and say it's esports and money on the line.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, even ERC, you're looking at a fancy meal out for a season's prize money. Show, but then you don't want to undersell it. I'm talking over a computer game because without using that phrase, it is more than a computer game. Yeah. I'm not going to use that thing that Jimmy Broadbent once said.
Yeah.
But it is slightly more than a computer game because it is competitive. It is sport.
Yeah.
Well, not sport, but it is a form of competition.
It is competition. That's a good way to put it.
Like, you still get your great moments.
Yeah. And we've definitely had some in this race.
We've had some great moments. We've had some... I mean, you don't quite get your famous sporting moments. You don't get your Ben Stokes Headingley 2019 or your Nigel Mansell winning the World Championship. However,
I don't know.
We big it up like that.
The ending of VISC Season 1 at Petit Le Mans was pretty dramatic.
In fairness, probably the biggest, and it's difficult to describe, you know those moments in sport that you always go back on? And that was a moment. That was the kind of thing that you replay for years. I think the biggest moment we've had in VISC was probably the owner of either GRG or RE, I can't remember. It was the championship winners, and he burst out crying.
Yeah, it was that. GRG.
That was a moment.
Yeah. That was a powerful moment in sim racing history. That last race was pretty dramatic. Like, the championship decider at Road Atlantic is I think 3 different championships were decided in that race, and they all came down to the end.
That was an incredible.
Yeah.
We don't talk about Petit. Speaking of Petit, where's Tommy Wood?
It's abandoned.
He's not even in Discord. He's disappeared. Oh no.
I think Tommy... But Tommy said, just let me know if you ever need help. And I said, yeah. Do you want to do Sebring? And he said, oh, can't do that though. So he got a new job, I think. And his schedule's not as open as it used to be.
I'm not another person prioritising their future over me. VISC. Very me. Note. So incident number 44, and for the people still saying that we're not commentating on the race, there hasn't been a stewards report. This is the first stewards report for 2 hours, so I'm not having any of that. Incident number 44 against number 4. 20 seconds stop and hold. I will not tolerate this sort of abuse of the track limits, be it for any reason you make out. Note, if anyone starts abusing the track limits in any sort of way during the last hour, you'll be penalised heavily. I'm not playing around with this.
Oh wow, that's pretty serious. As we're back to a drifting Iris. Iago Moscato behind the wheel of that car. He's taken over.
And could I have a screen share, please? I cannot see.
Yes, you sure can, my dude.
Thank you. I've just woken my dog up as well, so I do apologise if anything happens. And I apologise to my neighbours as well.
I've been informed Joseph Hurlock is cutting through the field, setting fast laps.
Can I have the OBS
Oh,
window,
the OBS
please? I
window,
can't
that's
see.
right.
It is significantly more difficult to commentate when you don't know who's who.
One day I will, when I have like proper job, I will have to get what is it, the Discord Nitro that I can do. Is it doing the OBS for you right now, properly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just have to actually get the overlay back up. We'll be back in business, folks.
And, to be fair, oh no, I apologise if you can hear that. Oh, I'm going to be in a bit of trouble here.
Oh no.
So I may have to excuse myself for a moment to go shut my dog up. That sounds very ominous. Calm the dog down.
Gotta take my dog to the farm. Oh, what happens when the dog barks? Yeah, never come. Can't ever set him straight. Quickly. I'm hoping this will also fix some of the... Oh my goodness, is that a spinning epic? Oh, jeez. Saved it from the wall. He's gonna take it down the pit lane. I guess he was trying to get into the pits. Hopefully that's what was happening. Let's set up. Timing? We got timing? Oh yeah, we got timing, folks. We got scoring. Kinda. Multiclass. Ooh. Look. Ooh. There we go. All set, all cozy. Take you for the last 45 minutes. The 12 hours of Sebring. That's right, folks. We are in the final moments of this race. Unfortunately, I've lost most of my race data I had built up since being on the server at the start, so I will no longer be able to tell you. Then again, there might be a plus side to this, because I'll now only have fastest laps from the last 45 minutes, instead of having fastest laps from the start when the cars were a bit faster before the sunset. But, here we go. Right now, it's Jam out front in GTLM. Neil Tasker in the number 90. They've taken over a few hours ago now, not gonna lie. It's pretty dramatic, though, how they got past the number 97. As we head on up to LMP2, Diogo Moscato is in the pits, and 2 laps behind is his teammate Tobias Blumchen. So, unless something dramatic happens, LMP2 was decided a while ago. Head on over to LMP1, similar story. Jake Dennehan's got about a lap. Oh, definitely got a lap. Oh wow, something did happen though while we were gone. The Mugen slid down to second. I wonder if that's a pit thing, or if they actually legitimately are second. We'll put the rookie monsters into second now. 666. I cannot remember exactly.
Number 89. Number 89, do not impede the race leader, please. I do not want to report about blue flag infections, please.
Doing me. Dog is not happy. It might. In fairness, I didn't tell my parents I was going to be commentating at 2 a.m. Because I should have done that.
Oh, gaps between the cars. Sorry, good eye. Gap to next. There we go. Jake Dennehan taking the leading Iris into the pits. What?
Nick and Imps are general. Oh no, I'm laughing like a blooming idiot. But that's very funny.
Something.
It's the clip from Come Fly With Me.
Oh.
The guy holds up the sign that says dog is dead. Oh dear. I'm going to get rid of the riot act here by either the neighbours or the parents. It's one of the two.
One of the two. Hopefully. We're okay. Fingers crossed. We're so close to the end.
Okay, are you speaking to that Canadian again about London strip clubs? What have we told you? Anyway, we've got 40 minutes to go in this race. And We were just making a comment about something, and it was going to get very interesting, and then poof, it's gone. Thanks to my dog. I did know the race leaders into the pits for his final pit stop. That's Jake Dennehan. And Diego Moscato is leading in LMP2 and Tasca in GTLM, and they will definitely be into the end now. I should hope they're into the end, considering they've only got a 69-second gap to second position.
Yeah, we'll have to see how...
When did Rookie Monsters get up into
That's
second?
what I was wondering. It must have happened while we were gone.
Surely, because it can't have happened when we were...
How long is an How long is a DPI pit stop?
We've now just DPI pit stop should be about 40 seconds, 45 seconds maybe.
Oh yeah, they have a pit stop then over the Mugen.
And well, that's 45 seconds in the box. Add another 20, so they're very, very close.
Okay.
So this isn't really doing justice to our statement when we said if we saw someone taking a wee in the car, we'd notice.
Well, once the stream's down and I lose
Yes,
all my timing, it's really hard to be that on the ball.
There's nothing we can really do there. 40 minutes remaining, and that is what the drivers would love to see. And I'm quite nice that I'm sat here quite warm in the commentary box, waiting for the race to end, not out there on the track.
So theoretically, Ferdy Riemann, if he keeps up his pace advantage over John Kohler Schooler, could get the 777 up to 6th before the race ends. That is still in the cards.
And that would be an impressive drive, all things considered, from the Iris crew.
It sort of comes down to those questions like, did Iris save a fresh patch of tires? I've been told by Tyler Parkle a total DPI pit stop is 35 seconds for fuel and another 26 seconds for the pit stop, Delta.
That wasn't too far off.
Yeah, it wasn't too far off.
It's about 10 seconds
Yeah,
off.
it's about 60 seconds altogether, so it's about a minute. So if Toph still has to pit...
That could be pit window, actually. That could just be what that is.
Yeah.
They could have come in for an early pit, which means that Mugen have got to do fuel saving towards the end. However, I did learn very painfully at EERC Spa, never expect Mugens to have fuel issues.
Any ideas on what the championship stands will look like? Unfortunately not. I've not had a chance to sit down and run the numbers. We don't have Alex like we used to running them.
So Alex has got to bed a very long time ago, and I envy him in a way. However, here's the thing with the standings. They have introduced a new system this year. Well, if I have to say we've introduced a new system, new rule, new something, then it might go insane. However, there are now 3 championships. Overall Endurance Cup, and then Sprint Cup.
I think that was the same as last year.
Except there's a key difference here.
Oh, okay.
So the overall points and the Sprint Cup points are the same to my knowledge.
Oh.
They are awarded at the end of the race and only at the end of the race. It goes 35, 32, 30, 28, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, and they're basically all the way down to 30.
Okay.
With 30th getting 1 point.
Yeah.
The Endurance Cup is where it gets interesting. The Endurance Cup is completely different to the overall Cup. The Endurance Cup is 5 points for first, 4 points for second, 3 points for third, 2 points for fourth plus. And these points are awarded every...
Oh, jeez, the hex is around again at the hairpin.
Oh, dear. And whilst you quickly switch to that, I'll explain this quickly. So the VISC Endurance Cup, the 5 point, 4 point, 3 point, 2 points, they're awarded in the intervals. So 6 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours, 24, 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours, and so on and so on. For the Endurance Cup, points will be scored based on the classification of regular intervals during the races. The leader in the class at that point receives 5 points, second place gets 4 points, third place gets 3 points, and all of the cars that are still running at the time receive 2 points. That is why, in GTLM, for example, the Endurance Cup is Final Bond in lead, and Iris down in 5th, when in the overall standings, Final Bond still lead, but Iris in 3rd. So that is why there's such a discrepancy. It's 2 completely different forms of scoring. So what the Endurance Cup will look like, well, we don't know. We can get an idea what the overall will look like, and that will be that. And that will be that Final Bond extend their lead. I'm confident of that. Mugen don't have a shot in the barrel in GT11, I don't believe. In LMP2, it looks like Team Iris will take the lead of the championship. I would imagine, as I again don't believe there's a Musion in the top 10 in LMP2. In DPI, Rookie Monsters will get overtaken, we know that much. No, they won't. No, they won't.
In second, and I don't think the 07 had a great Daytona ending at least.
26 points from Daytona, so that is about 5th. They had issues, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. So, worthy of note, I'm just going to point this out. At the current rates, even if the Rookie Monster still has to do another stop and the Iris and the Mugen doesn't, the Taylor Lane is moving fast enough right now against Toth that he can probably get an overlap.
And that's probably what they're planning to. Plus, if they've got a tyre set, that could be crucial. The tyre set, whether this last pit stop they have fresh tyres or not. I would like to suggest that Musion aren't on fresh tyres.
Yeah, it would not surprise me.
And that's because I heard from the Iris guys that Musion were pushing like crazy earlier in the race.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't surprise me if Musion, I say if they go green in the second sector, it wouldn't surprise me if they are going to that.
See, this will be the first lap I've seen of off without traffic at any point. We'll see what he's at the line.
It's going to be slow. It's going to be very slow. 46. And that's LMP2 times, that is. Well, good LMP2 times at that, but LMP2 times.
That's about half a second behind Lane was last lap. So yeah, I think unless something happened that damaged the
Not
Mugen.
on new tyres there. That's for certain at this point.
Yeah,
unless he can.
Unless we missed something, I think Rookie Monsters might have pulled a blinder on Mugen.
And it's very rare that Musion get outdone on strategy.
Yeah.
I bring up Spa again. I call it luck, they'll probably call it Bertise. They absolutely outclassed us on strategy, and they ended up winning the race because of it. And, well, they robbed me of an incredible weekend. That was such a... it was poised perfectly.
So here we are. This is the critical moment. Lane's in the pits, so let's see where Toth is.
I'll tell you about my incredible weekend on the Spa afterwards. But this is crucial now. Toth needs to push, well, probably not actually on the door stinted tyres. He needs to drive at a reasonable pace to make up 40 seconds. And, well, we're going to see how long this Mugen pit stop is.
Oh, okay. So Santu is saying Mugen got a penalty, so that's what happened.
There we go.
So Mugen might still have to pit again, so that might be the game set match if they have to pit again.
And that's the penalty we were talking about that I read out. I didn't see which car it was. The number 4 for track limits at the 20-second stop and hold. So this really is in Rookie Monster's favour. So they've already served that penalty, and it looks now as Rookie Monster are exiting the pits, the Rookie Monsters are definitely going to be in second place in this race and in the championship lead by the end of the race. This is very impressive indeed from Rookie Monsters. That is a blinder.
Yeah.
A true blinder. 6.5 seconds, and we don't know if Mugen have to pit again. Considering the fact that they only lost 60 seconds, I would say they do have to pit again.
Yeah. Probably do. So that's...
Otherwise they'd be a lap down after coming through the pits twice.
Yeah. That does that. That actually throws into the question, what happens after they do pit? Does that mean that a 999 Rookie Monster could also push down the Mugen further?
I would highly doubt it, as if we say R-Factor 2 counts 1 lap as 120 seconds, we'll just say.
Yeah.
Then they'd need to be in the pits for a very, very long time indeed.
Yeah,
for that to be made up. So there we go. You've had your fun now. We've spoken about the race enough. But yes, that's probably the most interesting thing. Nick, stay up and watch Sebring, I say.
Yeah.
I might be a bit Sebringed out after this weekend.
So, Freddie Riemann, 25 seconds behind now of Giancarlo Schooler. He's been maintaining that pace, and he's actually getting faster. Well, no, he's not getting faster. Schooler's getting slower. So could be.
I cannot be stressed. We said in the GES stream last week, and I will say it again. Sim racing is like golf in that it is so mentally challenging. There's no real physical challenge. It's so mentally challenging that it's just... In fact, the similarities to golf are incredible with sim racing. And it sounds absurd, but they really are. All of a sudden, you make one mistake and your entire race is ruined. And it's the same with golf. They're so mentally challenging that it cannot be... You feel tired after you've done a big sim racing stint.
Yeah.
And it's not because it's physically harming, it's just the fact that it's so mentally draining.
I was Sebringed out before Sebring. Yeah. Hurricanes in the pits. That's going to definitely be their last stop. I don't think they're under any pressure from anybody, though, so it shouldn't be too much of a bother. So, let's see where 30 Riemann is at the line now.
I would
Seconds.
disagree, Don Alexi, because after my sleep schedule, thanks to, and again, I'm going to blame COVID, because I never used to sleep like I've been sleeping recently, before COVID. For those who haven't heard me bang on about it about 8 times now, I had COVID about 3 weeks ago. In fact, I got COVID from that Spa weekend.
Yeah.
We went to a party during the race, and which is why it would have been incredible if we won. So it'd have been like, oh well, it was a proper celebration, wasn't it? But no, we didn't win, so never mind. And I think an incredible party, and then winning Spa would have been absolute top. In fact, I think at that point you've got to retire from sim racing. It doesn't get much better than that. But no, it wasn't to be.
Well, this is interesting. The number 30, that's a 360 with Joe Gossiditz, whatever
They're
that
into the
is.
pits, and they're going to get overtaken by Skula here, I believe.
Yes. Just getting on to...
He's
just
going
to Le Mans now.
He's going to try and give them a proper schooling, if you'll excuse the shameless pun. But yes, what I was trying to say, Don, is that making this so work today, was that, yes, so I've basically been sleeping horrendous this week. I've been pretty much going to bed at this time because I've been having to have a nap after school, and it's ended up me being up until waking up at 7, and it's been a nightmare. Very difficult time indeed. And yes, I woke up.
Ferrari out of the pits, so that's the gap. I imagine that is a real gap there.
Yeah, that will be a real gap, I believe. As I think that would have been splash and dash for Joe, actually.
Yeah.
That would have been an issue with 360s. Yeah, with how 360 have done their... Because all the Sebring has crashed again, the stream. Yeah, that would have been an issue with 360's fuel strategy there.
Yeah.
And, yes, I woke up 10 minutes before the green flag today. And isn't that lovely?
Let's see what happens here. It's down with... Wow, he's catching up... So this could be really fascinating. The battle for 5th could really pop off in the last few laps because Riemann is flying way faster than both of these guys.
So I think that might be an old gap because I think the overlay needs a refresh because there's no way that gap's 1.5 seconds.
No, you can see the Ferrari. It's right there.
Yes, but I don't think that's more than 1.5 seconds. Surely.
That looks about it. Yeah, I think it really is around 1.5 seconds.
Well, I suppose I'm used to the LMP2 gaps, aren't I? So
yeah. And let's see what happens because Riemann's got to keep up the pace. He can't slip into the 203s if this is going to work out for Iris.
This is going to be very close.
Yeah.
So here you go, Mr. I forget your name now, but whoever's complaining that we weren't commentating. Here you go. Now stuff's happening. Now we're commentating.
Yeah.
Well, I think Schooler's got a bit of... I think Joe... I have full confidence in Joe here.
Yeah.
I know I've raced with Joe extensively, and I know in this kind of situation, Joe will be... He'll either crash or cover himself in glory.
Yeah.
I suppose he'll cover himself in carbon fibre or glory. Cover himself in something, we'll put that way. And, well, I think he'll be able to hold this off, especially... He didn't take tyres. I know that his pit stop was too short for him to take tyres.
Yeah.
And if anyone's got sets left, then they've been very impressive indeed throughout the race, especially at this stage.
But the thing is, I'm not even sure that would have paid off, because the gaps are too big. I guess if you were the logistical nightmare by HSR, maybe it would have paid off. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not sure how they're planning to check how many sets people have used.
I think it actually, you can tell somehow. I don't remember.
Alright.
I think you certainly can in the post-race file from the server. You can.
Right. Okay. Now I really shouldn't go on a tangent at this stage in the race. However, this is particularly funny because it's already on my screen and I can't let go of this thought now. They're being absolutely panned. I'll use the expression again on Sebring because basically the stream has crashed about 8 times and there's significant audio issues. Someone running this stream has decided that just having, I imagine they don't use OBS, but whatever fancy industrial software they have, just having their the Radio Le Mans play through their speakers and have that as like their desktop audio source, whatever. Apparently that would be too difficult, so they've basically got a massive echo in.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think people have been a bit hesitant to use the desktop audio and play it through there since the Jazz FM incident.
Yeah.
And if you've never heard about that incident, I encourage you to Google Jazz FM incident because it's remarkably funny.
So Santu Enquist has told me that post-race via live race report, which is what I thought, and it cannot be done during the race. So yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Is it's a post-race
I would not trust live races with that information.
Yeah, I bet I'm pretty sure that the server has the file, and if you can unpack, you can unpack it through
you've got to take that with a grain of salt. If I should hope that if someone is caught using, say, 15 tyre sets, that they are asked to provide some sort of replay file and it's manually counted. Because there we go, a bit into the grass, and this is giving Joe Gorstitis the pendulum that we always talk about in endurance racing is swinging back to Joe Gorstitis.
And as this is happening, unfortunately, Ferdy Riemann is... whatever he had in those tires, he's burned the last of it because he's sliding in the 203s.
He's checked out, that's for certain. And I think, as well, at this stage in the race, it's not worth risking everything. You forget this year with the new point scoring system. I believe it's a new point scoring system. Could be wrong. I didn't really check it last year. But there's 1 point between these positions, and I hate to say it's not worth it. Iris have the pace to be getting wins now in that 777 car in the overall championship. They'll probably win the next sprint. They'll probably win the next endurance, barring any bad luck. Sometimes you've just got to think for the championship and say, I'm going to bag the point. It doesn't matter that I'm going to lose 1 point. I'll gain that back next week. Or whenever our next race is.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some frustration, though, in the Irish camp. When you look at this race and the pace they had in the opening with Mia Rose, you got to be saying, like, yeah, this, something went wrong here.
There's great frustration in the Irish camp, and I think there's always a bit of frustration in the Irish camp. They, the LMP2 could have gone better than them. We're sure they won 2, but they could have been 1, 2, 3 with our car. And that's like, I'm going to be brutally honest with you, so I don't think we had the pace to be on a podium this weekend.
Oh wow! Huh.
And
I'm joking. Sorry.
Well, no, there's nothing against my teammates there. I just don't think I had the pace. I don't think, particularly what we saw in Eric's stint, and there's nothing against Eric. I just don't think we particularly would have had the pace to be on a podium.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think there's any shame in that either. We've got Eric, who I believe hasn't driven many LMP2 cars. We've got me, who I haven't driven for. Well, I drove Spa, but other than that, my driving this year has been few and far between, really.
Yeah.
I've done EERC, but other than Spa, my last EERC round was something like June or May. And then I did Le Mans, but I only did an hour and a half at Le Mans. So, my proper R-Factor 2 experience, I haven't consistently been driving the game for long enough to really be at a pace that I feel is competitive yet. Which is, to be fair, which is why I'm using VISC at the minute, because I feel like I need that kind of series in the winter to just improve my pace and get back up to scratch.
Yeah.
But, you know, so I don't think Iris particularly had a chance at a 1, 2, 3. But they could have still had a chance of getting that 17 custom points. I think we definitely had a chance of getting points in the 17.
Yeah.
And I think...
Uh-oh,
Yeah,
the
that-
24 hours of Sebring stream is screwed up again.
It is, indeed.
Are they streaming with a potato? That's unfortunate. I feel so bad.
Well, I don't feel so bad. People complaining at our stream. Well, I mean, the real people can't do it, and they get paid, so, you know. But yes, the Iris will feel disappointed, is what I'm trying to say. But in endurance racing, it's always what could have been.
Yeah.
And, you know, if everyone who deserved to win Le Mans won Le Mans, you'd have a list of 2,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
I can name about 18 off the top of my head. Anthony Davison being one of them.
Well, it has switched over from the 24 hours of Sebring stream on my laptop to a VTuber, because it's given up on showing me that. YouTube has. So.
Why are VTubers in your recommendations, Christian?
Because I watch VTubers. There is something wrong with that, Tom? Is there
Well,
something...
I don't really know what a VTuber is, but I know it's got something to do with anime. I need to Google this.
Let's see. So, Vandervade, I guess. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Is that?
They managed to make this
Surely that's
work.
not the same pit stall.
They must have. They found a way to make that work. They had the same pit stall, and they found a way to both squeeze into it. I'm impressed.
Oh dear. Well, VTubers is an interesting concept. And I won't elaborate much further.
What? How? You made that sound way more sketchy than it is. It's literally a woman playing Battlefield 2042 right now. That's all it is.
Okay, well, hang on. The first search result is 5 hottest girl virtual YouTubers in Japan, 2019. So, maybe it's just something I won't understand. I won't judge people for what they watch. No.
Tom, don't.
Apart from I just did completely.
That's like, I don't know. That's...
I watch it.
Oh dear. I've
been around ERC long enough. I know too. In fact, I drive for Team Iris, Nick. I know. I've been around the blocks, unfortunately. And
oh wait, we just had
the DNF. That's the Into the Points Racing number 46, and that hopefully is a disconnect. Hopefully they can get back running.
That was that was basically out of what? Were they not running? Like, they were up there, man. That is very frustrating. I think they were actually third, because I think Vanderstam was fourth.
They were third.
That was out of a podium position.
And that is bitter disappointment for Into the Points Racing, who are looking for their first podium in the VISC. And my teammate's a VTuber? Oh, I didn't know that. Don't make me Google this now. I'm going to be up until I was going to be up until 3 a.m. anyway.
There are like guys who do sim racing who do that. I guess like, oh wow, that's the enlightened line there. Whoa, the reading game.
Oh no! Oh, not the reading game.
That's shoot him in. He's going again, but
to my car? Oh no, he's crabbing. Oh no!
He went off at Big Bend. He went way off at Big Bend at full speed.
Peter. I can't complain. He's driven incredibly, and I have asked so much of the reading game drivers in this race, and to be in 10th position with 9 laps to the next car, I cannot have asked any more from these drivers, asking them to do 4-hour stints each with minimal
Code
support.
80 in 10 seconds.
There we go, code 80.
Well,
5, 4,
wreck everything.
3, 2, 1. Code 80 in first. Code 80 in first.
This is no criticism of Peter whatsoever. I've asked the impossible from my drivers, and well, he's been very good. And we always say everyone's allowed one. However, you just hope that wouldn't come at this time.
Yeah.
Still looks like it's going to be some very good points for reading game though, and I can commend my drivers on that.
This is the
Oh no!
all the way.
can already feel the pain.
He goes wide there, trying to get around the Corvette.
Oh, no.
Saves it to avoid the Corvette, then that just sends him back in the grass, hard in the wall. And that was it.
And in fairness, that's absolutely the best that could have come out of that situation. He's done very, very well to avoid that tyre wall. He had a choice between the Armco and the tyre wall.
Yeah.
Whether he made the conscious choice, he chose the Armco, and it was definitely the right choice there. So,
yeah,
respectable. And I think our race sort of unfolded when we had that incident in the first hour.
Mm-hmm.
When some, I need to remain unbiased here. When another driver. And driver is the word I used in the team chat. There was no cursing at that stage at all. Driver decided to thread the needle on 2 GT cars.
Yep.
And crash that GT car and us off.
So, only real question left now.
Is this battle between Joe Gorstitis
We come to green in 10 seconds.
Schooler, and this is actually an opportunity for some of the teams to get
5.
I don't think any of them have.
3, 2,
I think
1.
everyone's probably
Green,
done
green,
their
green.
last.
Green, green.
Green. 15 minutes to go then in the VISC, the second annual 12 Hours of Sebring. And, very, very squirrely indeed from Giancarlo Schooler. And the big news...
Oh no, what is happening?
Oh dear. Is that that's indicative of cold tyres, I believe, especially cold, worn tyres. Jake Dennehan is 15 minutes away from giving Iris the second of third in the Endurance Triple Crown that they need.
Now this was a godsend of Riemann. If Coolers at all been phased by this, at least.
I think phased at this stage is certainly something that can happen.
Yeah. See what the lap times are like, but you'll need a really...
Sorry, it's that time of night where we're just cutting each other off and not even realising we're doing it. Nothing personal, I promise. But the amount of times I've lost it straight after a code 80 is unbelievable. It's just, you need to really think about, especially that first braking zone after a code 80.
Yeah.
I never used to, but I learned the hard way at the Raw once.
Mm-hmm.
And I learned that after a code 80, you've got to press the brake at least 100 meters before your regular braking zone.
Yeah.
Here we go then. Ferdy Riemann needs the best last 13 minutes of his life. Could have a quick overlay refresh, please, just to double check that we're on the right time. I don't want that to get any concerning towards the... There we are. 15 seconds. He's got to make 2 minutes a lap. He's got to pretty much make 2 seconds a lap, and then he's only just there.
Yeah. Which is why I said it really comes down to whether or not Schooler's been phased by those 2 offs or not. Underdrive it to try and just get the car home.
Underdriving is a very valid tactic. I won a race earlier today. Well, yesterday, I suppose now. By underdriving the entire race.
Yeah. But if Riemann is pushing like a bat out of hell and he's not, see.
Well, it's all dependent on tyres at this stage. You're tired. You're probably very groggy. Unless you're like me and you get up at unnatural times of the day. And, if you work out my sleep schedule, I've only been up for 13 hours now. I should be having dinner. But anyway.
Yeah. Well, I guess part of the question also, right, when you say that is, for Joe, he's in Florida. It's just almost 9 in the evening now. It's completely reasonable to be awake now, so he's probably not as tired.
This is why teams put their Americans on towards the end. It's not a coincidence. I say that after we put our American on first, and then second. We put our European on last. But to be fair, that was out of necessity, that wasn't.
Yeah.
There's a reason back when we ran in ERC, Pal, me and Joe, there's a reason that I was always on the sort of evening stint and they do the night stints.
Mm-hmm.
I'd go to bed at sort of 12 o'clock, get up at 5 and make sure that they had that kind of nice rest, and then I'd just pick up a lot of stints in the morning. Yeah, but there's no coincidence there. Teams can sometimes pick driver lineups based on the time zones that their drivers are in.
I usually do. Except for the 24 hours of Spa when we were all in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. All of us. So there was no room.
If you can have an Australian, then that is even more incredible.
Yeah.
Providing, of course, the fact that you ensure that their internet's a decent connection, which is very rare.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the only Australian we've got on the grid today was Mia Rose, and I mean, speaks for itself.
Yeah, she did very well in that Iris, which we are on board with.
We are on board with that. And
Schooler
14
is
seconds.
starting to close the gap again to Joe, but I think they're so similar on lap times, it's going to be hard to make up that 4 seconds now.
Riemann gained 1.2 seconds on that lap from eyeballing it. If I have a look at live...
it was 1.2. You were pretty much on the money.
I am incredible at eyeballing. And it was pure skill. It wasn't a guess at all. And, well, if Riemann... He needs 2 seconds, really. He needs 2.2, realistically.
2:01 last lap, and Giancarlo Schooler did a 2:03. But it's a 2:01.7 versus a 2:03 flat. So
realistically, Iris's chance here. I mean, they've got to stay content. They can't push for this because the risk versus reward is so high.
Jared is an Aussie as well. Now you know, 2 Aussies. Yeah, it's one thing to say that, it's another thing to be in the driver's seat, thinking you could do this, thinking about being the hero here and having a story to tell Sunday.
Well,
That's sort of the question.
I've been in this exact same situation before, and it was a rather easy. I mean, to be fair, I'm not as fast as Freddie Riemann, but
Yeah.
it was a fairly easy.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt a lot. These laps needed to be perfect, and going off at Tower is not gonna help.
I was in this position in ERC Halloween Le Mans.
Yeah.
You know, I could absolutely push like hell, and I could have made up. I think it was at the stage I got into the car. It was about 60 seconds the car ahead, and he was in second place. Or I could have just banked the points and got home for the podium, and that's the team's first podium. It was a no-brainer to me, because all I cared about was getting onto the podium, and well, we did it. In fact, I think it might have been more than 60 seconds. I think it was about a lap, which is quite significant at Le Mans, actually. Well, probably 2/3 of a lap, something like that. But here we go then. Schooler trying to make a move on Joe Gordstitis. He has got 3.4 seconds to make up, and he's got 4 laps to do it, pretty much.
Not looking likely at this point. They're both running 2:03s. Joe's running mid 2:03s versus Giancarlo's running low 2:03s, but it's just not going to be enough. Pretty Riemann's...
Someone's asking me to buy NFTs again. It's 2 in the morning.
Must be like in a server that's been like compromised. Yeah.
And very quickly, there's a story about this. When I was 11, I got paid £2 per 1,000-word article to write for this small little indie game publication.
Yeah.
And yeah, they paid for me to go to this gaming event in Birmingham, and which for an 11-year-old was an incredible experience, I have to say. And from there, I spoke to some developers of a game called Hash Rush.
Yeah.
And it's basically cryptocurrency of like MMO kind of thing, like Clash of Clans, but with cryptocurrency basically.
That sounds cursed, but okay.
And I'm in their server, and obviously all the NFT bots and things. But anyway, back to this. Joe
Whoa! No! No! I cannot believe that.
Oh no!
I cannot believe that.
Oh, I'd have to see that again. I don't want to blame my driver, but well, I can't see that being Schooler's fault.
Yeah.
Oh, Freddie Riemann now has really got a chance, and now Iris.
Schooler's counter-steering that car heavy to keep it straight.
And I assure you, there's no conspiracy here. I might drive for Iris, however, I haven't told Peter to do that. I've been talking about cryptocurrency.
Oh yeah, anyway, he's got to pit. He has to pit.
It's Christmas for Freddie Riemann, who has got the extra point that he wanted. And I'm talking so loudly, I've probably woken my dog up. So I do apologise to the neighbours for that one.
Yep, that was...
And well, Joe Gordstitis is going to be breathing a sigh of relief because Schooler was not fooling around.
Yep, you can relax now and just get this car home in the last 6 minutes.
And well, the Reading Game car over the last 2 races have not covered themselves in glory with the stewards, which is quite impressive considering we went an entire year without a penalty in ERC. Like, genuinely, it took us... We first raced in Hockenheim, and it took us to Daytona to get our first penalty.
Wow.
In fact, it took till Daytona, it took till NOLA for us to get our first report, and that's half a season. And that was for lagging, we got reported.
Oh, another penalty for Tom.
What's this for? IMSA penalties, there is something. Minor avoidable contact, drive through for the number 4.
That will not matter, I do not believe.
I doubt it at this stage.
Yeah.
5 minutes to go then.
That's gonna be... Man, Schooler's still in the pits.
That's going to be a lot of damage. You forget how quickly he hit that wall.
Yeah, it's 4 laps though to the Paul Street Boys car, so he can lose a few and he'll be fine. Now it's 3, but still should be fine. Yeah, he's not moving yet. Hoff just served the penalty.
And, well, it's a formality at this stage. Stewards give that penalty because they have to, and there's no other reason for that.
Yeah.
It's the 24 hours of Sebring stream is still down. You know, the 24-hour series have really not covered themselves in glory in all series. Like, I'm not even joking, because they completely skip out on a qualifying stream. They don't even have live timing on their website.
Oh my goodness.
And they tell about 3 people that they've got a race on. If it wasn't for watching IMSA last week, I wouldn't know the race was on.
Yeah. Well, take a few moments to ride around Sebring. Last few laps about with Jake Denahan in the leading 07 Iris.
And here's the beautiful thing as well. Iris have now got 2 jewels in the crown of the Triple Crown. Well, I mean, not yet. But
knocking on all the wood in the room because of...
Well, I don't have any wood in my room, believe it or not. Oh, I do. Right next to me. There we go. You can hear that. And, well, I will have to bribe Jeff Close to let me drive next time in the top class of Daytona. But yes, and I think it is mighty unfortunate they had that disconnect at Daytona when they looked like they could win.
Yeah.
I believe it was a disconnect.
Yeah,
Because
was it the brakes blowing out or was it disconnect?
both,
Okay.
I think. They did an incredible coverage drive and then their brakes disconnected, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And, well, it would have been an incredible story to get all 3 of the Endurance Triple Crown in one season. In the space of months, actually. It was July the 10th, the IRL Le Mans, and they won that in the LMP1.
Gatto's doing a pit stop for right now. Imagine if it's just for fuel unless he got a penalty that I missed. Unfortunately,
ARL being fun sponges and running an MP1 has kind of ruined the headcanon that it's all the same car. But, you know, we'll ignore that. I do apologise to Santu. I forgot you're actually the ARL owner. I know you'll be watching the stream. It's all in good humour. I did mightily enjoy that event. And, well, you pulled off another blinder here, as have all of the team. And, well, 2 minutes to go, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jake Denahan slowed down now. Then again, I forgot we are talking about Jake Denahan. He doesn't do much slowing down.
Just enjoying the evening drive at this point. There'll be one more lap around, I believe, at the line.
If he gives up about 20 seconds, then it won't be, you know. I would, is all I'm saying. Is that even against the rules? I know it's a common thing that they do, but is it against the rules is what I'm questioning.
I doubt he will do it, even if it weren't. Seems to be pushing.
Oh, are they going to do a formation finish?
That would be pretty dramatic.
They've got the time to do it. As I saw one of the Irish cars slowing down, are they going to do a formation finish? That would be.
I don't think so. I think
they are. I think.
Well, we'll see.
I don't see how he's not getting. That could be. I think they could be doing a formation finish here. You know.
You really want to see a formation?
I really want to see a formation finish. I'm gutted that I'm not on the photo.
Yeah.
It has to be said, but my voice will be over.
This will be the last time around, I do believe.
At least they're not doing a Toyota and bringing the cars in for a wash.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that at Le Mans. That was incredibly funny.
Yeah.
Oh no, not now, Tobias. Into the grass. Not now, my friend.
Yeah, he kept it together. He's behind that C8, which has been in the wars. Gotta get around. Here we go.
Your moment, Tobias. I believe his first podium in sim racing. I'll have to ask him. I don't recall Tobias being on the podium. And here we go then. This is 100% now the final lap and an achievement of Iris to get 2 of the Triple Crown in one season. And I would definitely count ARL. I don't think you need VEC to count as a Triple Crown.
I would agree.
Because, I mean, logically speaking, you'd have 3 biggest events.
Yeah.
So you'd have 24 hours of VEC Le Mans, and then the 2 VISC events, because they're the biggest Sebring and Daytona events, I'd argue.
Yeah.
However, I think we'll count ARL, because it was quite large. And it was still top class, so wouldn't count if it was 3 LFP2. And here we go then.
Last time out of Le Mans, down the Almond Straight.
And this is going to be a crowning moment for Team Iris. It won't be the full Triple Crown just yet, and I don't think they'll even care about the Triple Crown. I'll have to tell Jeff about it. But you just wait for this moment at Daytona next year when they make it 3 from 3. But right now, it's 2 from 3. Jake Dennehan crosses the line to win the Sebring 12 Hours for Team Iris. And what an incredible year they are having. And crucially as well, the gap in the championship has been closed. And now, to make it another 2 from 2 for Team Iris, they're going to cross the line almost in unison. It's going to be a 1-2 in LMP2. Diogo Moscato, who won a kart race 12 hours ago, is going to cross the line to win the Sebring 12 Hours without a rear wing, so he's completely ruined the Donuts Money Shop. And well done to Tobias Blumschein, who has got what I believe is his first podium in LMP2. Very, very well done. And Global Endurance Modding, they're going to rise for one of their biggest moments, as well as they, I believe, may have already won it, actually. We missed them crossing the line, so very sorry, guys. And here are your results. Jake Dennehan, as we mentioned, makes it 2 from 3 for the Endurance Triple Crown for Team Iris. And then Taylor Lane in the Rookie Monsters cars, it extends their championship lead. Musion Sim Racing.
Behave out there while finishing the race. I will penalize you if you crash intentionally after having crossed the finish line. So behave out there, please.
Dalton Toth from Musion Sim Racing. The upside down Rookie Monsters car, the 999, is in 4th. Mohamed El Guerreri for Revolution Sim Racing, 1-4. 6th position is Joseph Herlock for Epic Racing number 89. Epic Racing number 9 in 7th. That is Jaro van der Weed. Ike Sky for Hex Sim Racing number 160, who will have technically broken drive time limits, but I don't think the stewards will penalise that, as it would be pedantic to penalise them over 20 minutes, I would feel. Alex Moore 150, Hex Sim Racing in 9th. On to LMP2, we didn't quite finish DPI, but never mind. On to LMP2, as I think someone wants to go to bed. Diogo Moscato, number 77, as we mentioned, won a kart race 12 hours ago, and has now won a Sebring 12 Hours as well. Tobias Blumschein takes what I, again, believe, I'll check, will be his first ever LMP2 podium. Earlier van der Stam. No, it won't, sorry. I'm completely stupid. I got a podium with Tobias earlier this year, so never mind. And, well, he does donuts in the number 87. Olaf van der Stam in the number 11. Oliver Pakrian, bitter disappointment with disconnect in 4th position for Into the Points Racing. They could have had a podium, and they'll feel very sore indeed. Laszlo Molnar, number 66, in 5th position. Jurika Slovenak for RLR, Britsy, 52. Grant Thomas in 7th for VMS Sonedits Racing Valet. Number 6, Daniel Coldfield in Bottling Motorsport, number 28, finish 8th. and then Sandro van der Sand into the points racing, number 47, in 9th, and then Peter Schunnemann.
I would like to thank everybody for coming to the race today.
For the...
It was fun, at least from my side. To look at you all crashing out all the time, but anyways, I would also like to thank the commentary and stream team. Without them, this race would have not been what it was. I hope I can see all of you next time as well. So, see you then.
And so they lose Justin, as there's a bit of an arbitrary penalty for the numbers 72 at 30 seconds at the end of their time. However, they were 9 laps ahead of the next car, so it won't be too much, and I think we'll recover from that one. Neil Tasker in first position for Global Endurance Modding, their first ever win, I believe, in VISC, but it is only their second race. So it is TGM Simsport in second position in the number 97 and TGM Simsport in third in the number 96. They would have felt they could have won this today. However, Ben Corbin had other ideas. I think he was the standout in that number 90 car. Pascal Leggett takes fourth for Finer Von Motorsport, who were the GT. In fact, they will continue to be the GT LM leaders. Bertie Riemann, and they could have won today. They by far dominated the class without leading the right lap.
Jumped over the number 30 from 360.
Oh, have I? Sorry.
Yeah.
Joe Gordisis. Sorry, it's late at night. I have an excuse. Number 30, number 360 Motorsports car. Team Iris is 6th, 777 Freddie Riemann. Schooler, 429, 7th. Well, bitterly disappointed, as of course my boys had other ideas than him finishing 5th. And Joseph Toth in 8th position with 754. Paul Street boys, and hopefully they won't be off to Paul Street later this evening. I think it'll be closed by now anyway. Andy Tomlinson from the number 170 Hex Sim Racing. I still talk about Paul Street there. Anyway, it was 9th position. Chris Davies from Prime GP, number 59, in 10th, and I believe you've got one more page.
Yep, you do. You are correct.
And after waking my dog up with a talk about London strip clubs, it's Martin Novak for Paul Street Boys, number 753 in 11th. That number apparently signifies Paul Street. Very interesting. But I don't think we'll have any interviews. Thank you to Christian McKeesey for being the brains of this operation. And I emphasise the brains of this operation. And, well, I don't know if you've got any final words, Christian, before we round off the stream. In fact, let's make a quick choice. Driver of the day.
Ah, man, that's really tough. Jeez,
Mia Rose and Ben Corbin, surely.
That's true. It's between Mia Rose, Ben Corbin. I think those are really good choices. The only other person I might add to that conversation, I think, might be some people who had some really good stints there in the middle. You can't really harsh anyone on the number 7 Iris's drive, especially when how they held off Mugen in the early stage of the race. Got to respect the drive that the Rookie Monster crew had, getting that car, which I think fell down the order early on, and then getting it back up into second. That was a pretty impressive drive. The entire crew of the winning LMP2 car, like, they just destroyed the rest of the LMP2 field. There's particularly good drives from the... there was a really strong moment where I think Sophie Jones, like, passed half the LMP2 field before they had a disconnect issue. That was really impressive too. Yeah. So yeah, trying to make a decision is hard, man.
Well, for me, it goes Ben Corbin. I've become a bit of a fanboy of in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, there you go. I'll go with our gal in the 777 Iris then. Give it to Mia Rose. Very strong intro. Yeah.
And I'm going to be very harsh and say I would have given it to Mia Rose if they'd have won. But I know they couldn't do anything about it, but there we go. Bit of formality. Anyway, and another person I have to thank is the YouTube chat. You've been incredible with your conversation and input today. And of course, thank you to the race stewards who have put this all together. And of course, Global Endurance Modding for their work on the BOP rulebook and such, and in the build-up. And I don't know what's going to happen there after all of this, but I'll at least thank them for now. And, well, I realise I'm closing out your stream, Christian.
Yeah, I just will specifically massive thanks to Santu. I really appreciate it. You did a great job in the stewarding. Of course, Jeff for what he did as well to get this to work out. Alex for coming back. We appreciate it. All the drivers, super appreciate you guys. It wouldn't be, it wouldn't happen without you guys. So, awesome race. Really, I gotta say, I think the driving standards have definitely improved since last year. It's been even if I'm sure Aunt Santu might disagree. But from our perspective, it was great. But yeah, awesome. Yeah, I think that's all I've got to say. That's all I got to say for now, folks.
So I will thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you later. Good night, and closing words from Christian McKeesey, as it is his stream, his league, and it's only right that we let him close out the stream.
Yeah. Wish you all a pleasant adieu. Have a great evening, everybody.